The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black votes. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 Omega. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man makes them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Cromer, and we're joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Corey, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. So we're talking to co-executive producer and co-host of, and we might be joined here with our other host, Lady Che. I don't know, she might be asleep now. We did get started kind of late. But greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income City. How about those Broncos?
Man, put them ponies back, man.
Broncos.
You flush that
pony here. It says Broncos.
And y'all, them GMOs, man, that y'all in them oats, man.
I told you was gonna get horsepower to run all over you.
And them
stampede all over you, and the Broncos stampeded all over y'all.
Well,
the final score 34-18.
Yeah, first thing the Raiders need to do is fire the goddamn coach, get rid of the fucking quarterback, bring the assistant coach up and send the fucking coach, man, on his goddamn way, man. You're up there losing to a bunch of scrubs, man. What kind of shit is that?
Scrubs, Shabaka. Y'all are the scrubs. And y'all haven't won nothing in 40 plus years.
And we tied for last place. It's a three-way tie for last place. Ain't that a bitch?
All right, so on football related, our first topics are. Lord, I gotta pull up everything. I just typed it up. Oh, the white supremacist gang, the Peckerwoods, got arrested in California. Great news. 42 of them got rounded up. So great news. Then we got.
What city in California is because I just saw a video clip, man, where these two white boys was jumping on his brother. Is that them?
It might have been Shabaka. I did hear something about that too.
Yeah.
So dozens of white supremacist gang members arrested in massive bus. Great news.
Okay.
Biden's revenge. Biden's revenge. Tethers are everyone's enemy. Did President Joe Biden throw VP Kamala Harris under the bus? Great news. He did.
He threw her under the bus.
Then we got over 230 people dead from Hurricane Helene, with another even more powerful on the way, Milton.
It's coming in.
Then we got Kamala Harris has no plan for border control.
Right.
Black enrollment decreased by 4% at Harvard after a successful lawsuit by the Asian community. Then should Black Americans take sides in others' wars? Oh, I forgot. Tethers are everyone's enemy. Yeah, tethers are everyone's enemy.
Yeah, fuck the tethers.
And unveiling deception, white lies resulting in black deaths.
Okay. Yeah, fuck all tethers. You motherfuckers ain't nothing but goddamn Pan-African house niggas. In fact, you know what? Yeah, that's the term I'm going to use there. Tethers equals Pan-African house niggas.
Well, tethers aren't just Pan-African, though, Shabaka. They're any foreigner that comes over here to undermine us.
And the dumb motherfuckers don't even realize they're being used as pawns against their own and vice versa. Damn.
Well, Zora Neale Hurston, rest in power, said, not all my skin folk is my kinfolk.
Right. Yep. And in a way, though, Brother Paris, that is true. But I'm trying to figure out a way, man, if we could do that clandestinely. Now, what I mean by that is, okay, because these crackers, you know, they're sitting up there and they're looking at this bullshit as well, too. And they're going to be pushing this shit, right?
School for firearms.
Fuck the commercial. Yeah. Fuck the commercial. You know what I'm saying? And so we need to spearhead something. Then also, too, they had tore down your page.
Begin today with the arrest of...
I'm next. And that's Los Angeles. And I watched them build all that shit. You can't even see City Hall no more. And that day, you be the tallest building. I watched
All right, so first topic is the dozens of white supremacist gang members arrested in massive bust. And you guessed it, Los Angeles, California.
Okay. All righty.
42 members of the San Fernando Valley-based white supremacist street gang, the Peckerwoods. The indictment charges a total of 68 defendants with numerous federal crimes.
And now Eyewitness News reporter Sid Garcia is live at the LAPD's North Hollywood station with the details and video of some of the arrests made today. Sid?
Yep. That's North Hollywood.
It was the LAPD, the FBI, the DEA, and other police agencies that took part in the takedown today. As you mentioned, dozens of members of this white supremacist gang were taken down. And according to the feds, they committed more than just hate crimes.
Taking the guns out of the hands of gang members, taking drugs off our streets, increases the safety and reduces the harm that these activities pose to our communities.
The LAPD, FBI, DEA, and other law enforcement agencies announced today that they've taken down dozens of members of the notorious white supremacist gang, the Peckerwoods. The gang is based out of the San Fernando Valley. 29 federal arrest warrants were served this morning. 68 members of the gang were indicted on charges ranging from gun violations to identity theft.
It appears, however, that the business of hate was not enough for them. Their criminal activity took on different forms. Driven by greed, as alleged today, they engaged in drug distribution, multiple fraud schemes, and firearms offenses.
42 of the 68 gang members indicted are now in custody. The remaining 26 are fugitives. The Peckerwoods, according to federal law enforcement, have aligned themselves with the Aryan Brotherhood and Mexican Mafia prison gangs.
What we wanted to do through this investigation was neutralize this threat as quickly as possible. So as I said, we're not going to wait around for a tragedy to occur. We're going to take action right away. And in order to do that, we use every tool in our federal toolbox to address that. And that's what we've done today.
Part of that same goddamn organization.
Again, 42 of the 68 indicted are in custody. They're still looking for the other 26. The sentences, if convicted on the charges, range from as low as 10 years to life in prison.
And we begin with LA's largest takedown of an extremist group ever. Dozens of alleged members of a white supremacist gang based in the San Fernando Valley have been indicted. Good evening, everyone. I'm Annabelle Stato.
And I'm Robert Kowalczyk, and tonight for Colleen. Prosecutors say this group embraced anti-Semitic and racist ideologies. Investigative reporter Eric Leonard has more on the case for us and why police decide to take action today. Eric.
Hi, Robert. Well, federal prosecutors used racketeering charges here to go after this group that's accused of being part of what amounts to the San Fernando Valley chapter of a notorious national white supremacist prison gang. The feds allege group members here did a bunch of typical organized crime things like selling fentanyl and meth, dealing in illegal guns, and committing bank fraud. But they say their larger motive was eventually to carry out violence against Jews and other minorities.
This was one of the largest violent extremist takedowns in LA in this city's history.
LAPD officers, FBI, and DEA agents served nearly 30 arrest warrants this morning, including this one at a motel in Sherman Oaks that targeted accused members of a San Fernando Valley white supremacist gang whose name we're not using as it itself is a slur. The 68 people indicted accused of membership in this group that's tied to a prison gang.
Essentially a local chapter of the Aryan Brotherhood has for many years tormented these neighborhoods in the San Fernando Valley.
The feds say the allegations of gang involvement and extremist ideology among those charged dates back to at least 2016.
The Aryan Brotherhood has a history of domestic terrorism, to include racially motivated attacks.
29 of the accused were arrested this morning. More than a dozen others were already in prison or jail, and agents are searching for 26 others. According to the indictments, members of the group sold all kinds of illegal drugs, including meth and fentanyl, to make money. They allegedly dealt in illegal guns and more recently were accused of fraudulently obtaining COVID-19 loans and relief payments. They say the case took on additional urgency last year with the arrest and separate indictment of a man named Ryan Bradford in Reseda, who pleaded guilty earlier this year to being a felon with a gun.
In his home, a treasure trove of white supremacist paraphernalia, including replica Nazi uniforms, posters of Adolf Hitler.
U.S. Attorney Martin Estrada says the material also included plans for violence against Jews, the same motivation allegedly behind the actions of the others arrested today.
In fact,
oh yeah, I'm gonna
when we searched his home, we found a notepad in the home that had written as its New Year's resolution, quote, "Bake every single Jew."
The indictment does not accuse members of this group of any specific acts of violence against Jews or other groups.
We're not going to wait around for a tragedy to occur. We're going to take action right away. And in order to do that, we use every tool in our federal toolbox to address that. And that's what we've done today.
Were they planning something?
Next question.
Those arrested today are making initial court appearances in federal court this afternoon. They're all expected to be held in jail with no bail. The federal racketeering or RICO charges that were brought in this indictment can lead to very... Live in the newsroom, I'm investigative reporter.
Ooh, so they're going to hit them with RICO charges. Ooh.
Okay, but what's going to happen with that, Brother Paris? Mark my word. I hope I'm wrong. Repeat. Hope I'm wrong. Repeat. Hope I'm wrong. Half the motherfuckers is gonna walk, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're gonna throw the cases out. They're gonna drag it on, throw it out. Then you're gonna get the Yasa bosses up here talking about, oh man.
I chose the Cornell Johnson MBA program
and all that old type of shit. You see what I'm saying? So expect a lot of Yasa bosses.
In the history of the Department of Justice against a neo-Nazi, white supremacist, violent extremist organization.
Now at noon, a major organized crime bust of a white supremacist group in a series of raids across Los Angeles this morning. What we have just learned about the multi-agency operation. Plus October heat. The calendar says fall, but it sure feels like summer as temperatures soar across our area.
That's
the United States is fully supportive of Israel.
Plus, the U.S. issues a warning to Iran and a plea to Israel for de-escalation, the latest on the rising tensions in the Middle East. Hello and welcome to KCAL News at noon and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. I'm Amy Johnson. We begin with breaking news. An operation the FBI is calling historic in scale. Dozens of members of the San Fernando Valley hate group indicted on a long list of charges. More than 40 are now in custody. KCAL News reporter Amanda Starantino is live in downtown LA, where the U.S. attorney spelled out the indictment as well as details of Operation Hate 18. Amanda.
Amy, they say these are crimes all motivated by hate. Now, in that massive operation that you said that happened all throughout this morning with the FBI, the DEA, and LAPD, 68 people have been indicted. 42 are now in custody. They're all part of a San Fernando Valley white supremacist game known as the Peckerwoods. So this is being dubbed Operation Hate 18. LAPD says this is the largest takedown of extremists in the city's history. We just heard from U.S. Attorney Martin Estrada. Take a listen.
The Peckerwoods are involved in a wide variety of criminal activity, everything from drug trafficking to fraud offenses to firearms offenses, violence, and identity theft. But what truly distinguishes them, what defines them, is their hate and their animus towards racial, ethnic, and religious minorities.
Yeah, can you describe this?
Let's take you through what happened this morning. KCAL was on scene this morning in Woodland Hills on Dolorosa Street and Capistrano Avenue. The DEA was there, and we know a search warrant was involved. Also this morning, just after 6 a.m. at 777 Motor Inn, that's a motel at the intersection of Sepulveda and Magnolia, LAPD's narcotics units were there as well as FBI. LAPD tells us there was a barricaded suspect inside. Our photographer was there and saw someone taken into custody. And seized this morning, you can see all these images here, dozens of pounds of fentanyl, methamphetamine, heroin, and illegal firearms. The Peckerwoods is connected to the Aryan Brotherhood and the Mexican Mafia. We have learned that the violent gang has been operating operating from
everybody
at least
against
December
us.
2016, engaging in criminal
See,
activity to generate
everybody
revenue
against
for the
us.
gang with illegal drug sales, COVID-19 fraud,
And you
unemployment
motherfucking
fraud,
yassa
running a
bosses
fake
is
drug
out here
treatment
talking
center,
about loving
insurance
these
fraud, identity
motherfuckers.
fraud, and
God
firearms
damn.
trafficking, just to name a few. Through all of this, they've been promoting violence and threats to further expand their gang's operations. We have learned the Peckerwoods use Nazi tattoos, graffiti, and other images on social media to share their extremist ideology. Now, taking a look at the scene downtown this morning, this has been the processing area for this operation. LAPD, the FBI, the DEA, all still on scene here as that process is still underway. So if you come back out live to us, we are just outside of the Emergency Operations Center. The road's still closed to the public in this general area where they are doing that processing right now. But investigators are still searching for 26 more people involved in this operation. They said that their crimes stretch everywhere from the Valley to LA all the way to the Santa Clarita area. If convicted, they will all face a statutory maximum sentence of life in federal prison. Back to you, Amy.
All right, Amanda, thank you.
And have them cases. Have them cases.
If you're not already subscribed to the
All right, go ahead, Shabaka. What are your thoughts on the
Okay, my thoughts.
that's being indicted?
Okay, it's good that they've been indicted. Okay, but like I said, half of them individuals are going to walk. Okay, it's because they're going to get their white supremacist lawyers. They got money behind them. They're going to plea bargain out. They're going to dismiss cases on lack of evidence, all that old type of shit. And I will be highly surprised if all these motherfuckers get convicted. I will be highly surprised. I would like to see them get convicted. But however, I grew up in Los Angeles. So, you know, they did this here before. Now, keep in mind is that there was a case in Long Beach, which is LA County, okay, allegedly where these 3 black girls had jumped on this white girl and said that they hate whites, and all of them got 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
With no parole. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So this here is probably some sacrificial lambs for them. Then they're going to come after us, and they're going to say, oh, well, this is justice and all this old type of shit. You see? So this is why that we have always stated to build up our own institutions, you see what I'm saying, and take up, you know, any type of self-defense classes or what have you. And if they got motherfuckers like that there in Los Angeles, you can imagine of what the fuck they got out here where I'm at. They refer to Nevada as the Mississippi of the West. So what does that tell?
It's very southern ideology out there. Haven't been out there and haven't been stranded out there. I know firsthand. Got stranded outside a town called Austin, Nevada, and it was all country. It was Trump, everything.
Oh yeah. This state is all Trump except for Clark County, but I think he's pulling the edge on Clark County as well too, because they got a local candidate here by the name of Sam Brown. They call Scam Brown.
Making fun of him. I see somebody was making fun of him, said about his face or whatever.
Yeah, okay. Well, the dude, he was burned real bad, you know, and I feel sorry for him on that. But however, if these individuals, man, are organizing against us, we got to say fuck all of them, man. It's because the fervor that this asshole, this orange motherfucker is creating, man, is going to bring more of this shit pretty damn quickly. You see what I'm saying? So where's Kamala's stinking ass on that? After all, the bitch used to be the Attorney General of California. Okay, so where the fuck you at, Kamala?
She's on her ski wee tour, Shabaka. I think she's in Detroit.
So she cannot make no public announcement of what happened in her state down there in Los Angeles.
Correct.
Yeah, very, very interesting.
This is who they want to run the country.
Yeah, very interesting. And if she gets up there, she has a slim chance, next to none, okay, of making it. The dump has a slim chance next to success. You see what I mean? And actually, Brother Perez, if I got my math right, man, this could be the perfect opportunity, man, for a third-party candidate, man, to shut both them motherfuckers down.
You really could, Shabaka. That's what we've been calling for 5 years now.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? And so therefore, there's a lot of work for the crews out there in Los Angeles, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and then you've seen that they have that connection to the Mexican mafia. So in California, all you black people in California that think that these essays are your friends, they're not your friends.
No, they out to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
See, they're out to kill you. It's because I remember a couple of years ago, a friend of mine had to get a motel room on the outskirts of LA. So the essays stepped up to us. Oh, y'all are black. We said, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the motherfucker walked off, and I told the homie, hey, man, we got to get all the valuables out the car, man.
Yeah.
What you mean, man? I says, man, don't question me. Just do what the fuck I say. We got to get all the valuables out the car.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're in a pool of sharks.
Right.
No, I don't see color. We're all the same. See that's that damn hypnosis, man. That's that damn Kool-Aid. You see what I mean? Just like Diamond Reynolds said so many years ago, motherfuckers, can't you see they're out to assassinate us?
Right.
The handwriting is on the fucking wall. We don't have time for that Karen Bass, Uncle Tom, Barack Obama, Tim Scott bullshit.
Exactly.
And this just proved it.
Yeah. And so why do you think that they finally came after these mugs? Because they already know about them. And like you said, they were in cahoots with these people.
Oh, yeah, I think they did it, man, just to make good for the election year, man. And like I said, half the motherfuckers is going to be released or have their sentences lowered due to a lack of evidence. Oh, yeah, the fix is already in. And they got that house nigga up there. See, there's always a house nigga. You see what I mean? Up there. Well, that black man ought to be saying, hey, you know what? Check this out. I'm holding my own press conference. Every black man, woman in California, lock and load. You know what I'm saying? But under California's Mulford Act, you cannot carry your weapons with you in your vehicle, man. They have to be in the trunk, and the weapon and the ammo has to be separated just for this goddamn reason right here.
So do you think that they caught them like that with their weapons, the ammo away from the weapons, or you think they found them with the ammo already in the weapons?
I'm willing to bet that they had the ammo inside the weapons. I'm also willing to bet that they still got colleagues out there, you know what I'm saying, that's going to carry out the mission that's been assigned to them since all these guys got busted.
Okay.
And I'm appealing to all the crews in Los Angeles. We cannot keep killing each other.
Right.
These motherfuckers are out to assassinate us. They're out to exterminate us. It is fucking genocide.
It is. It really is.
And not disrespect nobody's crew, but all we got is each other. This proves it. This proves it. The LAPD ain't gonna do shit for us because they part of the same goddamn conspiracy.
Exactly. What is Karen Bass gonna do?
We shall overcome. Well, we are the same. I don't see color and all that. Motherfucker, you've been gaslit.
Yeah.
You've been gaslit.
Mm-hmm.
You fucking been gaslit. And then I'm considering taking a trip over there in LA for the Taste of Soul.
Yeah.
Coming up. But right now, man, you know, that probably be on hold is because I will be out there for at least 4.5 hours driving in the desert. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's on a Sunday, so which means as I had to leave here probably about 9 o'clock Saturday night. Everybody's fucked up out here in Sin City, so we're gonna have to be extra careful driving. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, and then got to figure out, you know, where to stash some materials with me, if you know what I mean. You know?
Oh yeah. Keep your power tools.
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. Got to have some power tools, and whatnot. So what's happening is, Black family, is that we are being more and more and more marginalized. Marginalized. You see what I'm saying? And then you got these how should I say, our men folk going after these 6 o'clock bimbos, and then you got our women out here bed wenching. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that's what I wanted to talk about. Oh well, I'll have to save it for the next episode. Okay. All right, Shabaka.
Yeah, man, I'm on the edge of that, seeing that, man, because now I'm thinking about loved ones, friends out there too, man, who are in the line of fire behind this shit.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, and I don't know what happened to that brother Che. He was on about 10 years ago. I forgot his name. And they tore down his material because this brother was in the open carry state, right?
Yeah.
And what he was doing was he was always taking his children, to the pistol range, showing them how to break down the weapons, and then was drilling his children on Black history and stuff like that. Real cool brother. Wish him well. I hope he's out there. I forgot his name. You know what I'm saying? But they took his stuff down. You see.
You talking about the dude that did the gun club, Red Star Firearms.
Yeah, something like that. And the brother had a lot of tattoos on his faces. I know that.
Yeah, but he started the Red Star, something Red Firearms, which was they were training Black people on how to shoot.
Right, and how to break down weapons, how to clean the weapons, how to feel for the ammunition in the dark. You know what I'm saying? Because I think I spoke with Sister Christina on that one time, where you see your ammo on your stuff with your hands in case in the dark. You see what I'm saying? You got to know how to see and feel with your hands, on your weapon. You see what I'm saying? So you're gonna have the Yasa bosses.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, what happened in LA? Well, we love everybody and all that. Motherfucker, don't you see that the more that we say that bullshit, man, the more that our opposition is arming up.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Goddamn people, Brother Chad had to say they've been fucking gaslit.
Well, gaslit would be basically what it means to be gaslit is you get smoke blown up your behind. We've just been programmed and conditioned to think that this shit is okay.
Right. And you got to thank the public indoctrination centers. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So you got to thank the public indoctrination centers for all this shit. Now, what about these bed wenches, right?
Mm-hmm.
That go out here and have kids by these white supremacists. You see what I'm saying? Same thing with the buck wenches too. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm gonna go get me a Barbie doll. You know what I'm saying?
The bed buck.
And look what the fuck is happening. You see what I mean? So yeah. Oh yeah, and remind me, man, when we do Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, man, please make a footnote so I don't forget it. Joe Wilson come on there. Oh hell yeah. We're gonna have Joe Gibson. We're gonna have fun with Joe Gibson on that. You know what I mean?
I agree, Shabaka. So I think this is great news. Like Shabaka said, I hope that they all get indicted and they all get charged, but in a perfect world that would happen, but this ain't that.
No, and keep in mind that this is Los Angeles, okay?
Exactly. So
it's our own planet.
Are in cahoots with these mugs. They already know about them for years. So
now keep in mind.
Somebody probably got extorted. They refused to pay the money.
Yeah.
And as a result, the whole crew went down. The Peckerwoods. Ironically enough, their name is called the Peckerwoods.
Okay, well, that's the most appropriate name for them.
Straight off the Aryan Brotherhood. Mm-hmm. So, and they're in cahoots with the Mexican Mafia. So we have.
So we got two enemies out there.
Mm-hmm.
See, Brother Che, everybody is against us.
Yep, that's why it's FBA versus everybody, Shabaka.
Yeah, and then the cold part about it is that these tethers.
Oh, we're going to get on the tethers next, Shabaka. As you can see on the next title, it says tethers are everyone's enemy.
Yep. And they especially are our enemy. But what is going down now, Brother Che, is that with this situation we just saw here in Los Angeles, okay, too bad, man, you know, that the Pan-African movement, man, defunct it. You know what I'm saying? Because now you would have need a such movement, man, to defend ourselves. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the tethers messed that up, Shabaka. So we're going to get right into it with these damn tethers. So we'll keep y'all updated on what with this case in California with these white supremacists being arrested and busted and indicted.
Yes, sir.
Known as the Peckerwoods.
Yes, sir.
So moving along, the tethers are everyone's enemy. So Black Truth is going to give us an update on the tethers.
Oh, okay.
This YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. Tonight, I want to go ahead and put a capstone on a particular subject that's very important by addressing a group of people who are completely unimportant. Yes, we're talking about the tethers. I know that there's going to be those who will say that this follow-up is unnecessary, but I think that it is, because the most important part of communication is always clarity. And I feel that my earlier remarks from a little over a week ago were perhaps not clear. Obviously, we don't want a conflation of tether with immigrant family. They are two completely separate, different groups.
Right.
The only thing that our Black immigrant family and the tethers have in common is accidentally being born in the same geographical location. The problem comes in that the tethers cosplay as being us, but they began their career of hiding in sheep's clothing by pretending to be Black immigrants who came to the U.S. with honorable intentions. The tethers are one of the main reasons why Africa and the Caribbean are in the shape they're in. They're the ones who did the most to utterly destroy the loyalty system that Blacks outside the U.S. should have had and been able to rely upon.
Right.
But why are we being so strident and aggressive about calling them out, some may ask? Well, when you have graffiti on the wall, you can't remove it with a feather duster. Right. You got to bring in a sandblaster. There's just no other way. If the tethers are going to be cast out, then they have to be cast out. And that will involve making sure that any others who are hoping to walk in their footsteps can't. The political and social pathways that they use have to be identified and dismantled so that nobody else can come along after them and duplicate their treachery. For the longest time, we tried to tiptoe around the issue, and all that did was allow more of these turncoats to come to the U.S. and begin bad-mouthing us and stabbing us in the back. It increased the political confusion. But understand that the tethers are the enemies not merely of foundational Black Americans, but of all Black people worldwide, whether you reside in the U.S. or not, whether you happen to be of our bloodline or not. We have a common enemy, one who's been betraying us since before the first white slavers showed up on the shores of Africa or the Americas. Now, the overwhelming majority of tethers came to the United States since the mid-1960s, when Black Americans kicked open the door for them. And that being the case, it is impossible to talk about them without addressing the fact that they don't come from the United States. They came from abroad. Now, we also happen to have a lot of Black folks who came from abroad, and they're not with the BS. And as a result, some of them may feel some kind of way when we address this issue because they also immigrated here. But let me tell you something. If the only thing you have in common with the tethers is that you both are immigrants, then you don't really have anything in common with them because you don't share a common mentality. And as I've always said, Blackness is supposed to be more than just whether or not you got a requisite amount of melanin. It also comes down to your mentality. The tethers are and have always been fighting a war against Black people worldwide. That being the case, they have to face opposition on all sides. Now, of course, you got a lot of the immigrant family who will say, these guys don't speak for us. While I don't doubt that that's true, it is true that they're not getting enough pushback yet either. As long as the tethers think that there's not enough Black immigrants who are going to call out their off-code behavior and won't do it aggressively, then they are speaking for you. The tethers have to be shut down and shut up. It is the responsibility of everyone to make sure that nobody speaks for us except us. And that's why you see Black Americans doing what we're doing. We realized it wasn't enough for us to just grumble amongst ourselves about what the Tethers were doing. This was a problem that was allowed to fester for generations. It was on the tip of everyone's tongue, but nobody wanted to say it out of fear of fracturing some Pan-African unity that, truth be told, never existed. Can Pan-African unity become a reality? I think that it can. In fact, I think that it should. But not like this. We got a lot of house cleaning and a lot of repairs to do before that happy day can arrive. As Black Americans, we gave birth to an overarching definition of Blackness, one that crossed all pre-existing lines. As a result, that made it possible for us to unify here. And Black people in the Caribbean, they only did it once in Haiti, and then it immediately fell apart afterwards. And as for Africa, Jamaica, and the rest of the islands, we have to put it bluntly, family, Black unity never happened in those places at all. The previous generations in the U.S. had a false assumption that all Black people worldwide were serious about Black empowerment like we are, but that just wasn't true. So it was this generation, starting with Generation X, continuing with the Millennials and Gen Z, who have gotten serious about finding out why these things never happened, and about separating ourselves from the people who don't want Black empowerment. As I've said for 15 years now, we have to take a hard-nosed approach to our power. We're not going to please everyone, but power isn't about making everybody else happy. It's about getting what you need. So I want to be clear that if you happen to be a Black immigrant who just so happens to listen to my content and you consider yourself to be B1, then you need to also be calling out these Tethers too. They are the enemies of all Black people who want empowerment. So we all have to be uncompromising about making it clear they're not with us. Any of us. In an earlier video, I had said that there's an uncomfortable conversation that has to do with immigration in general, and it strikes at the heart of why so many immigrants claim that they feel quote-unquote like they don't fit in. Immigration, especially transnational immigration, is the result of people who were trying to get out of the way of something. They were trying to run away from something. Well, why do people do that? Because there was some circumstance that came along and forced them to have to move. Now, where did they go? Usually to a place where there were people who were strong enough where they didn't have to flee. It's just a fact that when a group of people are trying to get away from a particular circumstance, they don't go and live in a place where the locals are also trying to leave. Now, where Tethers are concerned, they all will break their necks to get into the United States. There's plenty of places around the world with higher standards of living than Africa or the Caribbean, places that are closer to them geographically, and that have immigration laws that are far more lenient. So why do they decide that they have to get to the U.S. or bust? Because the U.S. has a population of Black people who have made it where this is a place with the highest standard of living for Black people in the world because we made it that place. Also, these Tethers tried to flee to Latin America, but as Coleman Cruz and others will attest, Latin America never had a civil rights movement, much less a Black power movement. So when you go down there, you run into all of that improve the race crap, and they made it clear it wasn't the white race that they thought needed improving. You have entire Black states down there in some of those areas, and yet they have less rights than we do because they failed to fight for them. Not trying to be messy, I'm trying to make a point. That's why so many of them deny being Black. They're still hoping that if they just deny being Black and claim, well, I had some conquistador in the family or some Portuguese, whatever the heck in the family way back in the day, they think that that's going to mean something to those anti-Black racists down there. They've been doing that for hundreds of years. They think that embracing the one or two Europeans that might have been in the family is somehow going to get the others to stop mistreating them. That's what the Coleman Cruzes and his ilk did. But instead of running from their problems, all they really did was to just learn how to suffer in silence. And that's why, having failed to take a stand in their homeland, they decided to take a walk instead. And they came here because there was a group of Black people who never ran from anyone. We created a place where being Black actually means something. And whether anyone wants to hear it or not, that's something that the Africans and the Caribbeans did not create at home. That's why all these people want to get here, because it's the only place where Black people fought to establish some kind of rights. And we're still fighting to this very day. As Dr. John Henry Clark said, every generation must fight for their freedom. And that freedom is not secure until they make it secure. We've been fighting for 500 years because we recognize that our freedom has never been free. Compare that to the Tether, on the other hand. He claims that he's already free because he thinks playing the part of the pet mascot for white power will get these racists to look kindly on him. And that's never worked. But then again, the Tether's not willing to build, not even for himself. So how is the Tether going to make their freedom secure? They wouldn't even fight for freedom at home. So when they come to the US, they think that it's our job to fight for their freedom. And for a while we did, until we saw that they weren't lifting a finger on their own behalf and that they in fact have been actively fighting against us. And now what you see going on is us putting them on notice. We're not fighting for anything on their behalf. And that's the reason why it's necessary for us to have some sort of conversation about immigration, because when immigrants have to leave home, that messes with their confidence. A lot of them begin to think that the people in the places that they fled to must look at them as having failed, that they look at them as being weak, that they had to come take refuge among the strong. And that messes with people's sense of confidence and dignity because they suspect that it might be true. The only way that you're supposed to leave home is if you do it like Muhammad did, and that's leave just long enough to raise an army to come back and take your homeland. Right. That's why Zionism is such a powerful idea for so many Jews. After hundreds of years of being exiled from so many countries in Europe, they now had a movement that said that they would fight to control a piece of real estate. I'm not saying to agree with what's going on in Gaza or to agree with anything the Israelites have ever done. What I'm saying is to understand why even those who disagree with Zionism still appreciate and support the overall goal of maintaining the so-called Jewish state. Because to them, it represents the first time since the Old Testament that they took a stand. And that's why even among Jews who don't necessarily support Zionism, the David Ben-Gurions and the Ariel Sharons, the Moshe Dayans, and even the Benjamin Netanyahus occupy a large part in their collective imaginations because of what they think these warmongers represent in terms of their own self-image. And this is all is what's at the heart of why so many Tethers hate foundational Black Americans. Their having fled from home didn't mean much to us because we recognize white supremacy as a global enemy.
What's going on, Daniel's Sports Highlights?
Our conditions in the U.S. have been far worse than anything in Africa or the Caribbean, but we didn't run. We didn't get on trains or boats to take us to Canada or Mexico. Oh, sure, you had some Negroes who were talking like that, but we know white supremacy is global. So no matter where we go to, we'd have to wage the same fight regardless. Our roots run deep in this land. So no matter how bad it gets, we're not running because we're tied to the soil. That's why we're called the Black Grass Roots, because we're tied to the soil. Victory and defeat are not choices, but whether you fight or flee is. And the people who flee, well, they tend to have to do that a lot. Once one group of enemies puts you on the run, you better keep on your track shoes because everybody else will figure they can do the same thing to you too. Their calculation will be that if you didn't stand your ground in one place, then the chances are excellent you'll also run the next time someone pushes you around. Either you'll practice fighting for yourself or you'll practice running. And while people may feel pity for the Tethers for a time, when they see that Tethers only believe in running, that pity will eventually turn into contempt. The Tether wants the honor and reputation and esteem that comes with having established a history and legacy of standing on one's own 2 feet. But that only happens when you stand on your own 2 feet. The Tether thinks that boasting that they begged their way into a government loan or into a token job is going to be a substitute for the honor, reputation, and esteem that they're supposed to have. But it's not. They're charity cases at best. When the Tether has to tell their story, they don't get to talk about what they built. They can't talk about any battles they won or deeds they accomplished. All they have is a sob story and a sad tale about either colonialism or corrupt government or what have you. But what they don't have are any valiant stories of victory. Reputation is what precedes you into the room. And when a foundational Black American comes into the room, everyone from Frederick Douglass to Dr. Claude Anderson precedes us. When the Tether comes into the room, what reputation precedes them? What do people think about when a Coleman Cruz enters the room? What esteem does Candace Owens have? She doesn't even dare to mention the Caribbean where she's from because she can't point to any victories there, certainly none that she created.
No, she's a big witch, Professor.
As much as Candace Owens attacks Black Americans, shouldn't she be lecturing us about what a paradise that she built down in the islands? Instead, Candace Owens fled, and she makes a living kissing white supremacists' behinds full time. Now, they may like the lies that she spouts, but no white supremacist has ever said that they respect Candace Owens, even before she began biting the hand that fed her. And notice how Candace Owens has never talked about the Caribbean as being a bastion of peace and prosperity, because it's not. All of the grimy, slimy stuff that she says about Black Americans goes several times over for the place that she's from, and yet she doesn't mention that at all. She's trying to talk down about Black Americans, but she doesn't have the ability to talk up about home. She claims to be so educated that she's more educated than the average Black American. There's another talking point. But can anyone tell me if university is the place that Candace Owens has come from?
And I called you a bitch, Candace Owens, calling
Black
Keisha
Americans
Fox's
don't
Black
work hard,
experience enhanced
and I'm
if you
going to be
don't
looking
like
at the
it,
places they
bitch.
came from to see whether or not these are bastions of industry and hard work, or are these places basically very poor and that they don't have any factories to speak of, certainly none that the locals made. If someone's going to be claiming that they're better educated than Black Americans are, then the first thing I'm going to be doing is looking at their educational infrastructure. What kind of universities have they established? What kind of research institutions have they pioneered? If the only thing that they have is that they got a degree from someplace and they immediately got on the first thing smoking to the US, what that tells me is clearly their education didn't do them a whole lot of good, because as Dr. John Henrik Clarke explained, the entire reason that you educate the young is to teach them how to hold the state together. But if people get an education and their first move is to immediately leave home, that means they don't care about holding the state together. They don't even care about home. And this is why the Coleman Cruzes and the Candace Owens and others, they decide that they're going to attack us full time, because they figure that if they talk trash about us enough, it will distract people from the fact that these tethers don't have any sort of wins at all. They can't point to anything and say, this we have done, because the tether only did one thing. They ran. So to our immigrant family from wherever it is that you hail, whether it be from the Caribbean, Africa, or anywhere else for that matter, you have a responsibility and obligation to stand up for yourselves, because if you don't, you're going to be letting these tethers be the face of your group, and you should never do that. It's time for Black people worldwide to stand on our own 2 feet, speak with our own voice, and not allow these
I've been saying for the last 9 goddamn years.
Try to palm themselves off as speaking for us. And that means any of us. It is not some victimless crime when the tethers are running their mouths and the people who come from the places that they do don't immediately slap them down. This gives the tethers room to operate. That's the lesson of the last 65 years in this country. As Black Americans, we saw what the problems were, but we were hoping that these guys would grow out of it, that they would drop that nonsense, but they never did. In fact, they only got worse. We're refusing to allow the tethers to camouflage themselves and try to hide amongst us any longer. And with the Black migrant family, we implore you to do the same. Don't let the tethers try to tie themselves to you. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Maurice Soul, Mark Anderson, Janitha Blue, Alice Ransom, and Kenneth Prescia. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Sprocket, what are your thoughts on that? The tethers are
the professor, man, was absolutely correct. Once again, his logic is inescapable. And what has happened, brother Paris, going back to memory? Okay, yeah, I watched it breakdown. I watched it degenerate, man, you know, like in the span of about the last 35 years. Okay, now, when you had the rap industry going on, which is of your generation, you did have like Shabba Ranks, you know what I'm saying? You had the other cat, man, that was out of the Caribbean too. I forgot his name.
You talking about
Wycliffe?
Wycliffe. Well, Wycliffe came later, but you talking about Shabba Ranks?
Yeah,
Mr. Hot Stepper. What was his damn name?
Shaggy.
You talking about the dance hall?
Yeah, and the thing is, though, is that when the rap industry, man, you know, was at the peak of its thing, what was that? There'd be the 90s, early 2000s. The Queen Mother had even made a statement, you know, on her channel, and long live the Queen Mother, our sister in Cuba, Assata Shakur. She is 77, and may she have many, many more.
Yeah,
because she made an ultimate sacrifice herself, and she was saying is that the rap, or the art of rhythm and poetry, could be used for a very, very positive influence throughout the whole diaspora, okay, or diaspora as it's commonly referred to. But however, excuse me, We know who controls it. We know the puppet strings that they on. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And what have you. You say, but don't nobody spend money like we do, Brother Che, rather if it's in the United States, rather if it's in Europe, except the continent. You say, but we don't have, and I'm not trying to offend anybody or anything like that. Let me get that disclaimer out there. But we don't have, as Dr. Claude Anderson said, the financial literacy to reinvest in ourselves. Now, if that there was to happen in the next 10 minutes, Brother Che, you will be in my age group, man, before you even see the first round of the effects of it.
Yeah.
You see, because they say I'll be gone when you get my age. You see what I'm saying? Just off the law of biophysics, okay? And all the work that I've done, that you witnessed, that you've been a part of over the course of my lifetime, to quote, the Queen Mother, I cannot go before the ancestors with my head held high, not knowing that I did not try my best. I am trying my best, but there's all kind of monkey wrenches getting thrown in our works, hateration, as you're very well aware of, you see. But as Dr. Newton said, that when you go on such a path, remember that the odds are against you, and your chances are for success are very, very slim. But you got to lay it down for the next generations. And the first thing our people need to do is get this transgender Al Sharpton banana in the mouth shit out of our mindset. Totally. The motherfuckers got the human rights, they got their civil rights, but they don't have the goddamn right to come up there and try to influence our children with that bullshit.
Yeah, we get no argument from me about this. So, shout out to Neely Fuller Jr. It was his birthday yesterday.
Okay, happy solar return to the brother. You know what I'm saying?
I believe.
And also, too, I just want to say
94 or 95 now.
Huh?
He's 94 or 95. Huh?
94 and 95?
Yeah.
When he was murdered? No, yeah. I thought that was like 2016, 2017. Hold on, Brother Trey. Let me see something here. I'm not doubting your wisdom. Let me see here. Neely, yeah.
29.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Okay, I'm trying to pull up some data here. Okay, yeah, because he did, he was on the Rock Newman show, okay. And I'm just trying to get, of how old he was. Okay, he was a writer and activist who advocates for justice and eliminating racism. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, that was back in 1984. Oh boy, let me see here. Neely Fuller Jr. age. Neely Fuller Jr. was born June 6, 1929. Okay, in Galax, Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he was an older gentleman. Okay, yeah. Who was the younger man who got killed?
That's a whole bunch. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
Been a whole bunch of young men that's been killed, so I don't know how to narrow that down.
Okay. All righty. Okay. So what I'm gonna have to do with Mr. Fuller right here, man, I'm gonna have to research him, Brother Che.
You don't know about Neely Fuller Jr.
Yeah, I've heard the name. Okay, but what I've heard the name, but what I got to do is I got to study him.
Okay.
I got to put some work in to study him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because he was born in Virginia in 1929. He was born 30 years before me.
Yeah.
He grew up in a segregated society and experienced racial discrimination firsthand. Okay. And he's a Korean War veteran. Okay. Yeah. And he had, let's see right here. And this damn Bing shit. Now I got to go through all the damn advertisement. Okay. All right, okay, there's the professor, okay. Fuller's experiences in a segregation society led the foundation for his lifelong commitment to understanding and combating racial discrimination. He served in the U.S. Army during the Korean conflict. He relocated to D.C. and became actively involved in the civil rights movement. Okay, now here's what motherfuckers has got to understand. There's a big difference between the civil rights movement, okay, and the Black empowerment movement. Now, also, too, while working as a barber, now here's something that's interesting I didn't know. Fuller dedicated himself to studying and write about issues related to racism. His deepening understandings of the complexities of racism led him join the NOI, and he became a member of the Black Panther Party. However, he eventually distanced himself from these organizations to pursue his unique approach to addressing racism. Interesting.
Yes, about that. He studied with Dr. Francis Cress Wilson.
And funny you should say that. Here's a picture of him with Dr. Welsing, okay? Yeah, there's a picture with him with Dr. Welsing. And Dr. Welsing, pretty much one lecture that I saw her give, which she was right about, right? As when she was saying is when you look at these, the NBA, the golf, and the NFL, right?
Yep.
She would say, why is it that everybody is going to watch this brown ball go inside this white net?
Yep.
Why does everybody watch this brown ball go through these goal posts? Why is it that white men take this very, very little stick trying to sink this small little white ball in Mother Earth? Connect the dots.
Yeah, it's all sexual at the end of the day, Shabaka.
Basically, that's what she was saying is what her reasoning was. And like I try to tell old crazy Sarge, you know what I'm saying? Well, you know, I wouldn't even exist without that, which is bullshit, man. Only Almighty knows, man, of how you're going to be here. You see what I'm saying? And I don't believe that shit, Sarge.
All right, but getting back to the Tethers, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on when the professor brought up the fact that there hasn't been extensive Black empowerment movement outside of the United States?
Yeah, he's right about that. You see, as I research it more, I see his reasoning. Now, in the course of my lifetime, as I've told you, I was up on the UCLA campus, man, about 2002, 2004, right? And I came across this crew, and there was a sister from Nigeria standing there with this crew, right, getting educated. So I went up there and I said, "You're from West Africa?" She affirmed it. And I says, "Are you from Nigeria?" And she said, "Yes." "How did you know?" I says, "Why would I not know?" And then I asked her if she was Igbo or Yoruba. She identified that she had lineage, you know, to both crews. You see what I'm saying? I says, well, that's a wonderful thing. And then, you know, and I could see the white folks who are around her tensing up a little bit, right? So, you know, I de-escalated because you know me, man, because you know what the hell was getting ready to happen next. You see what I mean? Okay. So I says, okay, well, welcome to Los Angeles. I says, you know, be sure to go check out Hollywood. And I left there at that, you know, very lovely complexion, you know, just like the sister I had met from Eritrea. Yeah. And I knew she was East African, and I asked her if she was Ethiopian, and she read me the riot act with them nice set of jugs and that big old ass. Yeah. Man, that felt so damn good. You know what I'm saying? You know. Okay, so I got educated, and I do know the word is educated. Okay, and I did not know that Eritrea had split off from Ethiopia because they had a fucking civil war, which is one side funded by the U.S., the other side funded by the Soviets or whatever. So it's still white folks on both ends of it. You see what I'm saying? But this tetherism, yeah, man, that, sir, is extremely dangerous.
Yep.
I'm on the verge of saying, man, the motherfuckers need to be charged with treason.
They really do, Shabaka, at this point. They really do. So, like we've been saying for the longest, y'all in the diaspora, that's Black first. Y'all need to be checking these tethers.
Oh, absolutely. And to you white folks out there, this does not mean that we hate you. It does not mean that we despise you, although we should. What it is that we are making a reconnection to our ancestral ties to upgrade the quality of our lives for our self-preservation on a worldwide basis. But it's an uphill battle, Brother Che. During my time, man, it was a 45-degree incline to climb. Your generation, man, you all got a 60-degree incline to climb.
Yeah.
Which is much, much, much more difficult, you see? So I'm just hoping to those that's listen to Shabaka's Black Experience, see me on Facebook, seeing us here at Frontline Black News, to quote the words of a very, very wise Asian man, okay, take what is useful, leave what is useless. And that picture there of Eldridge Cleaver is right there in Defirmary Park.
Yeah. But don't get me started on Eldridge Cleaver, Shabaka.
Yeah.
So yeah, tethers need to be checked. So if y'all on the diaspora, y'all need to be checking y'all tethers, these damn tethers. These Kundus Owens, these Coleman Cruises, Roly Polies. These
that fat fuck.
They need to all be checked.
Oh, absolutely. And let me they will call in at Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced at any time, and let's argue.
Yep, they can join us this Tuesday to be exact.
And let's argue. You know.
So moving along.
Yes, sir.
We got Biden, Sleepy Glitch and Joe Biden.
Yeah, he's a mess. How often do they change his diapers?
It all depends, Shabaka. It all depends.
Damn. Only thing I can say, if I make it to that age group, brother, and if you see me in that condition, kill me. Put me out my misery, because the day I can't change my own drawers and wipe my own ass, I don't need to be here.
Right, I concur, Shabaka. So, did President Joe Biden just throw VP Kamala Harris under the bus?
I'll say I would take $50 and go into this casino and say it's a fair bet. What you got?
I would say yes, especially after the horrendous way they treated him. They literally threw him out of the presidential race. Threatened to invoke the Fifth Amendment on him if he didn't.
Yeah, the 25th Amendment. Yeah, because he's incompetent as such.
And he got 14 million votes, while Kamala didn't get no votes in the primary. Kamala wasn't even in the primary.
She was in the primary, remember? She got shut down by this representative from Hawaii. Because what had happened, because
that was in 2020, Shabaka. I'm talking about in 2024. She wasn't in the primary.
You're right. Yeah, because they shifted gears, man. Yeah.
In the person
third quarter.
Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah, that was back in 2020 when we knocked her out the first time. So this is Biden's revenge. So Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on this.
Okay.
At Volkswagen, we take safety seriously.
If you are ready for it, usually normally at 4 o'clock, but so I was kind of busy. I'll cost you a lot of money for that. Now it's like you got AI, and I know some of y'all don't like AI, man. I told y'all I'm embracing AI. Give me all AI I can get. Give it to me. Because I'm not gonna be that black person being left behind like we normally be as black people.
Dangerous,
So let's talk about your
bank account, Jack.
Your president here, Joe Biden.
That motherfucker ain't my president.
Kamala Harris been saying that we need to turn the page, we need to move forward, and she kept saying this over and over and over. Are we not going back? But yet she's in office right now. She's talking like she's not in office, ladies and gentlemen. She's in office.
Yep.
I want y'all, when y'all hear her talking, remember, she's a vice president. She's not just a candidate that's running for the White House. You understand? So when you say moving forward and not going back, I mean, what technically moving forward would actually be away from you also, ma'am, because you're part of the problem right now.
Right.
Now, many people have saying, and the Democrat shills have said, well, she's the vice president. She didn't have nothing to do with anything. Y'all don't know the role of a vice president. Take a civics class because y'all don't know the role of the vice president. Well, President Joe Biden recently came to the press room over there and he made Karine Jean-Pierre move to the side. And he was going to start answering some questions, something he's never done during the time of his presidency. But interesting enough, he did it now. At the time he did it at the time when Kamala was having a rally. So anytime the president goes to the press room, right, most people gonna pay attention. So when they turned their cameras kind of away from Kamala, they paid attention to him. Okay, they say, wow, he just showed up. What is going on? What is he about to say, right? Well, Kamala said so many times that she's not Joe Biden. Obviously, she says she's not Joe Biden. She's different. She's this, she that. Okay, cool. Fine, ladies and gentlemen. Fine. Mackenzie, what you say about you loving AI to elevate your thinking and organize your thoughts? I'm telling y'all, AI changing the game. It's changing. I'm telling you, you better learn how to work AI or how to service it because some of you not going to have a job. And speaking about a job, we got to talk about that later. But anyway, let's check out what happened with Joe Biden and what he had to say here. Now, pay attention to this. And I have a question. Is this Biden's revenge?
Obviously been a number of crises that the country has been facing over the past several days with the hurricane, with the port strike, with the situation in the Middle East. Can you talk about how your vice president, who is running for the presidency, has worked on these crises and what role she has played over the past several days?
Well, I'm in constant contact with her. She's aware we're singing from the same song sheet. She helped pass all the laws that are being employed now. She was a major player in everything we've done, including passage of legislation which we were told we could never pass. And so she's been, and her staff is interlocked with mine in terms of all the things we're doing.
All right, wasn't that long of a conversation, but basically why I said Biden's revenge, Kamala has been trying to decouple herself or say like, I'm different than Joe Biden. What Joe Biden did in that short little window right there said, oh, no. She's not different than me. Everything I done, she did it too. From the hurricane, which y'all are mad about right now, and rightfully so, she's part of that. Every policy that you're upset about right now in this country, she was a part of that. She's a part of that Asian hate crime bill that a lot of black Americans are upset about. She has something to do with that. She has something to do with the inflation. She has something to do with, because of the inflation, the high prices that's all over the place. She has something to do with every bit of it. It is her fault. According to President Joe Biden, it is her fault. He just said that her staff and my staff are like this. So we are one. She is not separate from me. So the question I have is, was that Biden's revenge? Was that Biden's revenge? Because remember, do you really think, yes, Joe Biden got his cognitive issues, but he's not all the way gone. He's not there yet, okay? Joe Biden has been a person that has a temper. Most people know that about him if you study Joe Biden. Do you really think that man liked that this woman and the Democrats, because she was a part of it too, ousted him when he wasn't ready to go? How do you think his wife felt, Dr. Jill Biden, when he was ousted? And they did it so dirty, they did it on a weekend. They did it on a weekend while this man is in Delaware at his house chilling. They decided to wage a coup against Joe Biden. Did not ask this man anything. You forced this man out. You forced this man to give a speech before the country. Clearly, this man was not ready to go.
Clearly.
How do you think this man would feel? Ever since he's been ousted, he's been kind of, a little bit MIA. Maybe he do a little minimum things here and there, but he hasn't been kind of like, the same a little bit. And why should he be the same? Let's look at it from Joe Biden's point of view. You would think that the person you picked to be your vice president would have more loyalty to you, and she went along with it. Now, if she was real, if she was a real down for Joe Biden, she would have said, I'm not doing that. Y'all pick somebody else. If y'all gonna oust him, you pick somebody else. You pick somebody else because I can't be a part of that. Right? I just can't. I'd rather just, hey, I finish my term. Yeah. And then if I want to run for president, I'll wait till the next time.
She has none.
That's showing loyalty to Joe Biden, right? I'm a person that believes in loyalty. I do. I believe in loyalty. If somebody help me, I don't forget that junk.
Right.
If somebody stand up for me, or if I do something for them or whatever, then I believe in loyalty.
Right.
That's like the cloth I come from.
Right.
But this woman does not believe in loyalty to Joe Biden. Trust me, I'm a married man. Do you think that his wife wasn't mad? His wife wasn't throwing nothing. I know his wife was pissed. I know his children were pissed. I know more pissed at Kamala and Barack Obama too. You can't tell me they weren't mad at Barack. I'm pretty sure he picked up the phone, called him, and say, man, what the hell, bro? What the hell? And notice at the DNC, he didn't stay. He did it because whatever they told him, I guess, right?
For the money.
Hey, look, you look, don't go cause a wave. We make sure you have a bag. Look, you could stay in office and
that's all they was concerned
pardon your son on the way out, let him plead guilty, and you can just pardon him so he won't go to jail. You can pardon him quietly and everything will be all good or whatever. Or if you don't do that, we're going to 25th Amendment you and get you removed.
That's what they did.
They threatened that man to get out. So that man not happy about that, y'all. He's not. And why should he? Why should Joe Biden be happy about that?
What Biden had in
Joe Biden had 14 million people vote for him.
Mr. Flournoy.
And if he was going to step down, it should have been a choice of his own, not the party.
That's what.
But Kamala Harris, it lets you know what kind of person she is, because she's not loyal. She always wanted to be the president, clearly, because she tried to run. But sometimes you got to play, support for people. Sometimes your time will come, and people need to look at that about her. Like, look at what she actually did, Joe Biden.
Right.
Like she should, because she could have said, "No, I'm not doing that," because no, I'm his vice president. I'm not taking his place. I'll run the next time. In 2028, I'll run. And let's see how it works out. That will show integrity on her part.
Right, but she has.
But she don't have integrity. You think Joe Biden don't see that? She worried about herself. So, since Joe Biden sees this, ladies and gentlemen, since Joe Biden sees this, his wife sees that, right? You think they're not trying to throw their little digs here and there? They see all the time. She always trying to separate herself from Joe Biden. Now think about it. In Joe Biden's house, his wife, because listen, the wife's gonna put something in your ear usually before I'm just talking as a man. Your wife gonna point some things out another woman doing more quicker than what we can see as men. And think about it. All in speeches she's doing and trying to separate herself from Joe Biden a lot of times. Think about it. What if she said something recently that caught Dr. Jill Biden's ear and said, "Oh, really? This is what you're doing? Okay, well, check this out. Hold on. Hey, Joe, listen. I want you to go to the press room and go ask her questions. And if you get a chance, just say that she was a part of our administration. Just go say that." To me, that sounds like, because I don't think that's something he would look to do, even though he is petty. I think his wife, just my opinion, had a part of him going up there and saying that. Because, you know, women have a way of kind of getting back at other women, too, in their own way now. And now, since he laid that on her feet, that everything going on in the country right now is her fault, thank you, President Joe Biden. I greatly appreciate it. You have definitely helped me to really go in on the things that she has done now. You said it, sir. She's done it all. Fine. So this hurricane relief, y'all only getting $750. That's Kamala's fault. That's Kamala's fault because her FEMA spent all the money on the migrants. So when we talk about this election, remember Kamala giving y'all $750, but she gave the migrants free hotels, y'all. She gave the migrants free EBT. She gave the migrants free phones. She gave the migrants free food, but y'all ain't got nothing right now. Y'all don't even have electricity. Do you know that there are truck drivers sitting right now?
Join large-scale battles with military vehicles. The online action game War Thunder has received a major update.
That don't even have a FEMA load to go with generators or water or anything. The truck driver's been showing that too. And hey, so Vice President Kamala Harris, why are you campaigning right now? There are people hurting. There are people dying right now in a lot of states. And they said this is the worst hurricane since Hurricane Katrina. That's what they're saying now. And why are you out there campaigning? You should be over there being a vice president and go and help the American people. But you didn't care about your boss. You didn't care about Joe Biden. You weren't loyal to him. So why would you even be loyal to people in America? See, that's a character flaw. That is a character flaw. You say, where's Rolanda Martini and Dusty Plies? I don't know where they at. But Boulay Martin, he's not going to say nothing about what President Biden just said that tied her to everything. So we say these prices, so we say the energy costs, so we say the open borders. You know, hey, he specifically put her as the border czar. He put her as the border czar.
They try to lie.
So it's her fault. She's to blame for everything. Thank you, Joe Biden. Now you need to put a new battery in my back. Because when the Democrat shields come along, try to say she had nothing to do with it, not according to Joe Biden. He said you had everything to do with it. So what are you gonna say? Oh, well, he didn't know he see now. Oh no, he ain't see now. Nope. Because when people was questioning about his mental ability and the different things that he had, y'all was saying nothing was wrong with him, right?
Yep.
Oh, y'all said.
Until that first debate.
Yeah, see, Kamala is not worried about the American people because Kamala is ambitious. Kamala wants to be president. She's not thinking about the American people. She's the vice president right now. Kamala could literally win the election by her moves she make as vice president. She can win the election. All that stuff she's telling y'all day one, she's already in office now. And see, because Joe Biden said this, now we really can say this. You're in office now, ma'am. All that mess you're talking about, what you gonna do it today. Show the people what they're gonna get by voting for you. Enact all that plan that's on your website. Do it to this week. So it means that you're lying at this point because you can do it right now and you haven't done anything. You talking about the child tax credit and all that? Well, go ahead and start working on that right now. You talking about small business and all that? Work on that right now.
Right.
This is you less than 30 days now. Well, let me see what today's date is.
Yep.
No, you're exactly 30 days. You're 30 days out from the election right now. You can do what you got to do. But you're not worried about the American people. You're worried about your ambitions to be president. And of course, we have a lot of silly people who is still going to think that she's the best thing since sliced bread. And let me tell y'all something. All that, don't talk about her and this and that and the third. Look, if you don't want to be talked about, let's go back.
Mm-hmm.
When it was Reagan in office, they talked about Reagan.
Yep.
When it was after Reagan, you had George H.W. Bush.
Yeah. Daddy.
They talked about him.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They talked about him all day long.
Then you had Slick Willie.
All right.
Oh,
you
yeah.
had Bill Clinton. They talked about Clinton a
Mr.
whole lot.
Florida, this is what Obama
You
said
had
about Biden.
George W. Bush. They talked about him. President Obama. They talked about him.
This is sisters.
Right? Trump. They talked about him. So why is she? Why some of y'all want to handle her with kid gloves that you can't talk about her?
It's a sister, Shabaka. It's one of our sisters from Chicago.
Oh, Miss Flournoy. Okay, sorry, Miss Flournoy. My bad, man. No disrespect. Apologies.
That's what I'm trying to figure that out. If she don't want to be talked about, then she needs to go and just see. Once again, if she was honorable, she wouldn't be talked about right now because she'd have been supporting Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
See, they wouldn't have ousted Joe Biden if she would have stood with him.
Right.
You understand? See, if the moment she heard them doing that, she could have came out and say, "Hey, y'all do what y'all gonna do, but I am not taking no mantle of anything. I'm committed to this administration.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I choose to run in 2028, I'll do that. But I'm not going to be a part of y'all forcing him out and then installing me. I don't want no part of that because that's not going to even look right down the line about my legacy." You understand? So clearly, that lady is not it. Well, she been ain't it, but that lady is not it. Just based on what she'll do alone. Like how you basically cut the throat. And we talking about politically. It's a political. How do you sabotage? How do you betray the person that got you in that position? Remember, Kamala had bowed out of the presidential election.
Yep.
Remember?
Yep.
She couldn't even get any delegates.
Yep.
And Joe Biden took you from being a loser, because you was a loser, you lost, you quit, so you was a loser. Joe Biden took you as a loser of a presidential, race and brought you to the White House. He brought you there.
Yep.
And that's what you do to Joe Biden. That's how you repay him, Kamala Harris.
She said none taken, Shabaka.
That's a character issue. But let's go back. All right. She's always had character issues.
We've created the best currency the world has ever known. Okay, big opening statement.
Shit, since Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced has been around, we've been pointing that out.
Uh-huh.
You say, Phil, what is her character issue? Willie Brown.
Yep, low down.
Hello.
Yeah,
Willie Brown.
Low down, Willie
you say,
Brown.
Well, what do you mean, Phil? Well, Kamala Harris knew that man was married.
Mm-hmm. And she didn't give a damn.
And she still fooled him anyway. Well, he the one who took the vows, not her. Don't matter. And because she knew he had took vows, it should have repulsed her that a married man was trying to mess with her and lay up with her, right? But didn't matter to her that she was hurting another woman, but she all for women now, but hurting another woman, right? Parading herself with a married man at the time, Willie Brown, downtown Willie Brown, because of her own political ambitions. You understand? She don't care about no morality based off her history. I'm not making it up about her. You can clearly go see this stuff yourself, right?
I agree, folks.
When she wants something, she don't care how she gonna get it. She gonna get it. It don't matter if it's right or wrong. She don't care about betraying people. This is her character that she has portrayed. I'm not lying on her.
Yep.
Nothing I'm saying is a lie.
Yeah.
I'm not making up a thing on her. Y'all can go look this up yourself. Y'all know her history with Downtown Willie Brown. And because of Downtown Willie Brown, she became the prosecutor in San Francisco because he was pretty powerful with the Democrats in California. Then with his help, she became the Attorney General of California, all because of Willie Brown. Not because she was just so smart and she was just the best person ever. No, she was willing to betray another woman to get what she wants.
And that's what she is. That's the top of.
Then look at the guy she married to, Doug. She married a guy that cheated on his wife with the nanny and got the nanny pregnant. And when you met this guy, this was known already. She knew this before it came out in the media. And yeah, you married that guy? What woman in her right mind to say, wait a minute, hold on. If you did that to your wife, that means you're going to do that to me, right? So I'm not going to trust you, bro. Ladies is in the chat. Wouldn't you kind of think that's kind of funny when you hear about the reason why the wife divorced the guy you talking to is because he slept with the nanny and got the woman pregnant? Wouldn't you think that's funny style?
Yeah.
You say maybe she is a hustler? That's not hustling. Why would you use the word hustling?
She's a hustler.
That's hoeing. That ain't hustling, bro.
Hoeing, exactly.
A hustler work hard. A hustler don't got to do nothing immoral. A hustler don't have to betray people. A hustler don't have to do any of that.
Was also
and when a person's a true hustler, everybody respect it.
People are really
they didn't have to do nothing wrong or moral or whatever or betray people to get what they want. He'll say, man, hey, that woman right there, she a hustler. She started at the bottom. Man, she worked her way up. She established this business. She did this, man. Now she got to the top. I can respect that. Think about it. Do you really want your daughter taking the route of Kamala Harris? Do you want your daughter to go lay up with some old man because he was old, an old man to the point? I don't know if y'all remember that clip where they asked was she his daughter? I don't know if y'all remember that clip.
Yeah.
And she said no.
That's why they call them
no
tricks.
man I know wants your daughter to go lay up with a Willie Brown. I don't know no man that would tell his daughter to go lay up with a Willie Brown, a married man. Okay? I don't know no man that want his daughter to take that route.
Right.
And really, if you look at her history, how is she an inspiration to young girls?
How?
Should our young girls go do that? Go lay up with a Willie Brown type to get what she wants? Should our daughters, if somebody helped them, elevate their career, should they betray them in the end?
That's why they call them tricks.
It's a dirty game.
And like Great Black Shark just said, her day one began with the inauguration. That's right. He said the Democrats didn't realize it, but they're teaching American youth how political conditioning with deception works. Yeah. Man, I wouldn't want somebody like that with those kind of character flaws working around me. No. See, that's one thing that'll get you away from me real quick. If I notice some character flaws with you, I don't care if you can do a job. But if I notice you conniving, if I notice you double talk, if I notice like you willing to do some immoral things, man, you can't work around me. No. Because I'm setting myself up to be betrayed, man. I'm setting myself up to be betrayed.
You're right.
When you have a business, ladies and gentlemen, don't have nobody working for you that has a questionable character. Don't have nobody working for you that likes to lie.
Yep.
Or don't mind betraying somebody, because whatever they did, and think about it, you're not special.
Nope.
What I mean by that, just because they'll even tell you, in the past I did that, this and the third, like, am I really gonna take this risk with this person that was doing this mess publicly? And it's not like she was fooling around Willie Brown quietly, like nobody knew. That's one thing.
Right.
Everybody knew.
But she was open with it.
Yeah.
This game,
you're not ready for it.
That was just commercial.
She was open.
Mm-hmm.
But I know I don't supposed to say that. I know, because why? Oh, let me guess. What about Trump? Okay, what married woman was Trump laying up with to become an attorney general?
Right.
What married woman was he laying up with? You know, everything you say is like, you don't talk about Trump. Yeah, I talked about Trump. I sure did. So like I said, he shouldn't have laid up with no doggone porn star being a doggone married man. That's what I said. I don't look at that as right either. Now, his wife chose to stay with him. That's their business. That's how I look at it. That's not right, but that's what Trump chose to do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's the difference? What's the difference? Because he was married, he laid up with a porn star, and Kamala, she laid up with Willie Brown. So what's the difference? Well, this is the difference. This is a major difference. Number one, she was actually having a whole relationship with Willie Brown. It wasn't a little fling. It was a whole relationship. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, she kept this up for a while. It wasn't like just a little fling and then that's the end of it. It shouldn't happen regardless. Number three, she didn't really get her way all the way up to where she was at by her own merits. Like, you know, like we talked about earlier, like being a quote unquote hustler, right?
Mm-hmm.
When she got in these positions, she harmed black people. That's for sure. When she got into the vice president seat, she was a part of doing things that harmed the black community, like the migrant crisis, right? That's something that's very important, right? And also, last time I checked, didn't y'all say don't compare women to men and don't put them in the same category? I thought y'all said not to do that too. See, the fact is with the Democrats, they don't want to hold her accountable, or no Democrat accountable for that amount. Listen, y'all talk more about Barack Obama. See, we never heard Barack Obama with these issues. Listen, you may disagree with Barack Obama's politics, but we've never heard nothing about Barack Obama. We never heard nothing about Michelle Obama either. We may disagree with some of their politics, but we never heard anything about them, about their character. We didn't hear that about those two. And I even said, if the Democrats were to pick Michelle Obama, Trump would not win that election. I promise you he wouldn't win that election. And I'm gonna keep it 100. Michelle Obama is a very smart woman. She's very articulate. She's very articulate. Kamala can't barely if she don't have a teleprompter, my lord. Barack and Michelle can actually talk. I'll give them that. If I had to make a choice between Kamala and Michelle, if I just had to, I would vote for Michelle Obama all day long. All day long. I would not vote for her. And I saw this one brother the other day, he was talking about when somebody say, well, he didn't support Kamala. He said, you don't want a woman to be president? He said, nah, I'm cool with a woman being president, just not that one. And that's how I feel about that too. I don't have an issue with a woman being a president, it's just not that one. You want a president that actually can do a doggone speech. You want a president that can actually not be afraid of the doggone media. You want a president that can actually say who they are, and not 1 minute you're one thing, the next minute you're something else. You know, you talking about this, that. Like, bro, what are you talking about, bro? People don't want to hear that. I think the biggest mistake the Democrats made was to put her up.
Yep.
I think that was a big mistake. Now, I don't know if they feared some of these black women out here to say, if you don't put her up, we're not voting for her. But I tell you this much, sisters, who's out there that's hardcore Democrats, if she don't win, they're going to lay that at your feet. You thinking black men going to get it? Oh, no. Y'all going to get it worse. Because they're going to say y'all strong-armed them to put her up there like that. Y'all did it. Because it wasn't black men strong-arming the Democrats about her at all.
Sorry, y'all.
Yeah, Rhonda, she can't put two sentences together. Hold on, say, Phil, if someone is desperate, sometimes it's challenging to control emotions. Desperate in what way? I don't know what desperate. I don't know who's desperate.
I'll take
I don't
your
know.
word for it, Pastor. Please.
There are people every day that have protected their integrity.
Yeah. Can't never give black woman a bad name.
men
at least not all of us.
It's millions of dollars.
That's what
there are men that say like F y'all.
That broad is a bad example.
I'm not sitting up there doing this mess. Like Cat Williams. He said, "Nah, I'm not doing that. I'm cool. I don't want your money." And Cat Williams is doing just fine. Let me tell you something. In life, all our integrity have been tested. All of us.
Yeah,
there'll be certain situations that you're put in that nobody will know about. That's a test of your integrity.
Definitely a hoe.
And in that moment, the Lord
you might be hearing about Obama when those
test. If you pass that test, blessings be known. If you fail that test,
I can't wait to see that.
But you can pass that test because nothing.
Carlton, is that you there on Twitter?
You cannot bear.
Yeah,
it don't matter what it is.
Kamala wants
if you a man or a woman come up to you, like say you're not trying to do nothing, a woman coming up to you.
Right, that's what she does.
You got to trust me. I said, nope.
At Carlton Way 1, I followed
don't
the
get down like that.
They started the Trump
your wife ain't got to know. It's not about my wife knowing anything. Number one, I know. And
that's when Russia.
I love my wife. That's number one. And I wouldn't dare do nothing to hurt her, betray her, or betray my family. I say number two, God is watching.
Blow their secrets.
He watching me, and he watching you too. So stop working for Satan and go on by your business. I am just fine. And when you pass a test like that, God gonna give you some blessings. Now, if you listen to that devil that's talking to you, maybe through that woman at the time, and you go with that woman, you better walk into a curse. I always tell men that. Be guided by the head on your shoulders.
Right.
Be guided by your spirit. Don't be guided by the head in your pants. So the head in your pants is stupid.
Right.
You don't know no better if you guided by that. And that's why some of you who are old still having children when you're 60 doggone years old.
Yeah.
With some little young woman that was trying to run your pockets. Mm-hmm. You're silly.
That's why they call them tricks.
You say, but who is righteous in today's world? Plenty of people. Plenty of people. Right. You can't tell me they ain't got people in this world that's choosing to do the right thing every day. That's a lie, because every person's not evil.
Right.
Every person's not evil. And another thing about men, not every man hard up for a woman like that.
Right.
I don't know, fellas, have you gotten to a point, some of you, that none of them women just impress you? When you get to the point like that, it's not saying you don't like women. It's just, I ain't impressed by that. Ain't nothing you do. Ain't nothing. Listen, when you get to a point as a man, you're like, okay, well, all right, well, whatever, like that. And you thinking about the higher things in life. You're more disciplined as a man. You weigh all your consequences. You're just not impressed with nothing.
The Biden administration finally agreed to ban Peter Daszak and EcoHealth Alliance from.
This is not impressive to you.
They still prosecute Fauci.
You've seen it, been there, done that, whatever, right? Then that's when you listen. Think about the men who are your millionaires and billionaires. You notice something about them, because I study them. Mm-hmm. They all have a discipline. Yeah, they're not out here being reckless in nothing they're doing. They're very calculated in what they're doing.
Very true.
From the time they wake up in the morning, for the time they go to bed, to the health regimen. Notice they all get them a woman, and they stick with this woman. They marry them, they do whatever the case may be, but they got them one woman, and you don't see them out there doing this and that and the third. See, Puffy, let's go back to Puffy for a minute.
Like it's Joe Rogan.
If Puffy would have moved like all the other billionaires move, Puffy would be sitting in a jail cell right now.
How you doing?
Puffy would be at the house with his kids. See, when men get to that level, they get a wife. And they stick with that woman, and they don't be doing no freaky deaky freak offs or nothing like that. They're not on drugs. They got holistic doctors and private chefs that's making them good organic foods, and they taking vacations, and they doing whatever they got to do. You know what I'm saying? Puffy should be at home with his family, but Puffy want to be a deviant. Mm-hmm. That's really what it is, unfortunately. And my thing is, you look at the Puffy situation.
At least they should be, exactly.
I think it's sad. I think it's real sad, because Puffy did have a lot of talent. He did. You can't take it away from Puffy. He had a lot of talent.
Been around the world.
He did good on certain things with business and everything like that. You see that. I mean, in order to make the kind of money Puffy made, you know, I mean, he had some good bit. Now you may say, well, what if it's some of them tapes that he had to have leverage on people?
Did he have?
We don't know, so can't confirm that.
Oh my God, Pastor
but
Billy.
Just even the Diego deal that he had, where he was making $60 million a year,
did not
and he
help
got
him
with them,
build.
like,
Yeah.
and eventually every year he was making $60 million on the Ciroc. Like, bro, I'd have been cool on that deal. You know, I understand he wanted to own his own stuff, but you know, you can't really, you know, he sued him and all that stuff, and he won undisclosed amount of money, but. You know, it's like, sure, was there some racism in it? Probably so, because when you start wanting some ownership or something as a black person, then folks funny about that, right? But I'm a firm believer of moving in silence. See, I would have did something else and you wouldn't even known about it.
Right.
I would have been so quiet, silent, you wouldn't have known nothing until I put it out.
Right.
I'm not going to, you know, I'll keep collecting this money until the time I'm done. And sorry, now I got my own money. Now I learned the game from Diego. So now I'm about to go make my own play. You understand?
Yeah,
so he thought he could own his own brand and use Diego, and that's what really got him in trouble. Man, them folks are not trying to be out here helping us make a lot of money like that, bro. Once you get your bag, you got to move to ownership, and then you just move in silence.
Well, remember, I played that interview for y'all.
And Puffy was because he was doing things he had no business. And because he wanted to party all doggone day, Puffy and his dog. Listen, when did the partying stop, bro? You 54 doggone years old and you still partying? Your sons, that's stuff for your sons.
After club.
You 54?
Party.
Man, you should have had your wife and chilling at your doggone house. And okay, if you did some freak offs in the past and whatever the case may be, then that would have been the past, and that'd been, you know, you've been done with it, right? You just chilling at the crib.
Right. I don't know anybody that was signed up voluntarily, given the fact that
you say Deborah Ann Cruz is they pulled the Diddler's folder in retaliation. Yeah. You can't play with them folks, man. You can't play with them folks. See, how to move with Diego? I'm like, okay, I've been collecting my $60 million. I've been collecting it. I've been stacking my bread. I'd have been like, okay, we cool and whatever. If you didn't want to fool Diego no more, man, bro, just say I'm not gonna renew this contract and just shake hands with him and say peace out and just go do your own thing. I do believe that they went after him because of, you know, they called him racist. Because a guy like Puffy calling him racist, that'll stick to him. He's not no regular black person that's just talking. He say the dealer say he won't stop. And one thing about them folks that I've learned about them, as long as you're making them money,
yeah, like Stephen A. Coon,
they won't say nothing about your dirt, but they collecting it.
Oh yeah,
they collecting the dirt on you, and then when you're not making them money no more, or you step out of line, then they gonna put you in your place. You understand? And a person like Puffy got put in his place, and they know the things that he was doing, because a lot of them was there with him doing it. Oh yeah, you think them Diego people wasn't over there at his party doing dirt too? They're not gonna get caught. They're not gonna go to jail, because them powerful folks like that, they got these politicians in their back pocket. You better believe that. They got them.
Yep.
Yeah, we've been saying that. We've been saying that.
Well, you talking about Kamala? Yeah, Kamala's attached to everything. So because of Joe Biden and what he had to say, and you know, speaking about the Diddler, he was attached to the Democrats, wasn't he? Yep. He was out here talking about vote or die. Yep. He was interviewing Obama. The Diddler was with the Democrats, just like all these music people for the most part. All these musicians and actors are with the Democrat Party. Think about it. They all campaign for the most part for the Democrats.
Yep.
Now, minus a person like Killer Mike or something like that. But the majority of them are straight Democrats. And Puffy was a Democrat. He was helping them, talking about vote or die and all this other stuff. Puffy was helping the Democrats. And it's quite funny, the same Democrats that Puffy was helping, it's the Democrats that got him.
Yep.
It wasn't the Republicans that got him, it was them Democrats in New York.
Yep.
Yeah, Jane, did he forgot he was black? He thought he transcended blackness.
No,
I don't think
yeah,
about
yeah,
in
yeah,
America.
yeah,
See,
that's
this
it.
y'all understand, bro.
Yeah.
When you get a certain amount of money, hear me out. When you get a certain amount of money, you got to understand that in this country, you will always be a ninja to these people. The only
Bro,
time
we've
you
been
could
telling you that
transcend your
on this platform
ninja-ness
for the last 8 fucking years.
going to another country where your Black American value, you being a Black American has a lot of value in itself, right? Even a regular Black American has more value outside of America than in it. I'm telling you, be on with you, I'm gonna be straight on with you. That's one of the nuggets I like about traveling outside of America is that we actually respect it. Black Americans are very respected throughout the world. You're not respected in this country at all. This country teach people that even come here yesterday to disrespect the Black man and woman of America. They teach that. You want to be good with us? Disrespecting Black Americans. You want to be good with us? Be anti-Black towards the Black American.
Africans.
They teach everybody that you can get ahead in this country if you.
The diasporic Africans are all treated the same, Shabaki. What he's saying, when Black Americans go outside of the country, we are respected. And like I've stated numerous times before, outside of the United States, there is no civil rights movement. There is no Black empowerment movement. There is none of that. If there was, then Africa wouldn't be in the turmoil it's in. If it was, the Caribbean wouldn't be in the turmoil it's in. If it was,
yeah, well, you got a point on that.
Still wouldn't be in the turmoil it's in. So
yeah,
they can't even get it together within their own countries or continents, and they expect us to be the ones fighting and championing on their behalf, but it's not reciprocated, as we've said numerous times. So,
okay,
goes on to something with this.
Are anti-Black racists. They teach them that. But if you get outside this country, even some of the same immigrants that come in from these different countries, if you go to their own country, man, you'll get nothing but respect and love. Oh, you Black American? Oh, man. And they so excited to talk to you. That's why I'm a firm believer of telling Black Americans, travel outside this doggone country and go see how you really treated. That's why some Black Americans I've met, they told me, I'm not coming back to America. I'm too respected out here. I get American money out here, so it's not like I got to go back. And so I'm good.
Imagine if ChatGPT and Canva had a baby. That's at Creative AI. It's the only
fuck AI.
I met him. And I remember this one brother I met in Costa Rica. Older brother.
Chicago's now
he had told me, he said, look, man.
In comparison.
He said, I was out here fighting in the 60s, 70s, 80s. He said, man, I was always fighting these folks. He said, man, I fought my whole life. He said, but now, man, I'm done. He said, man, I'm out here in Costa Rica. I talked to this brother at the airport. He said, I'm in Costa Rica. I'm chilling, man. He said, I am good. I'm not going back.
Yeah,
he said, I go back and visit friends and family. He said, but I ain't coming back to America, bro. I'm done. I'm just done. He said, I pray for everybody, but I'm done. He said, because I'm just too chill out here. And that's really what it is. Because some people say, oh, well, you know, because some conversations that come up say, oh, we don't run. It's not about running. No. But sometimes you need a break. You need a break from America sometimes. You need a break from the hostility. We live in a country as Black Americans. I haven't seen this in no other country, at least I've been to, that everybody's against one group of people. Everybody. It's truly Black Americans versus the world.
The FBA versus
especially in America. We got to fight everybody. But at the same time, everybody want to use what we fought for to get ahead at the same time.
That part.
And if you ever, you say Great Black Shark, you say you've seen it, right? You say you experienced it. See, Great Black Shark is telling y'all he experienced it. He's traveled outside this country and seeing how he's respected. You can go to the African continent, you're going to be respected. You can go to the Caribbean, you can go to Latin America, you can go to Europe, you can go to Asia, you can go anywhere, right? You're going to be respected as a Black American.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I tell Black Americans, when you get anywhere, speak. Immediately speak to people. Once they hear you speaking, oh shoot, they're gonna say, you Black American? And then that's when they gonna change. You actually get an American privilege outside of America. In it, you don't get it. But outside of America, you get it. And there's nothing wrong with that. And everybody gonna be asking you questions and whatever, you know, and some people gonna marvel about you. Even in some Asian countries, they probably want to stare at you, or some of them want to take pictures with you. Don't get offended by it. They just excited to see you. You're almost like a celebrity to them, right? Because I know some people say, that's offensive. Why they want to take pictures with me? Look, you're a celebrity to them. You're a Black American. They're not doing that when the folks show up, but when you show up, they want to take pictures with you. And so, I say be nice, take a picture with them. Why not? Yeah. Black people need to have a U.S. passport, man. I always advertise the U.S. passport. You know, one thing I made sure after I went out of the country the first time, I made sure I said, listen, all my children is going to have a passport. My grandson, me, my wife, everybody going to have one. Because I don't want none of my children without an ability to travel outside the country if they so choose to.
Yep, no problem do that.
Now, some people say, well, I ain't got no money for that. Man, you go waste money. Well, I think it was $130. Some of y'all go to the restaurant and spend $130 on dollars. A passport costs $130.
Mm-hmm.
Some of y'all have spent more than that at the club. Some of y'all. Or the lounge. Or a birthday party. Or whatever. And that thing is good for 10 years. I seen something also funny, y'all, talking about the dating thing. I think it was funny. They said that if you really want to make sure that the person you're dating has a clean record, ask them if they got global entry. I thought that was funny. Global entry is with the where you get, like you don't have to go through the regular line. They got a global entry line when you come back in, and you just go over there. They put your passport down. They scan you. Then you go and you done. You ain't got to go through that long line when you come back. It's only good when you come back into the United States. But with global entry, they really, like the FBI and all them other ones, is going through your records, right? And just checking, making sure you're good. If you got something going on, you're not getting a global entry. So if you're dating a man or a woman and they got a global entry, then you know they're not really a threat to the country. Yeah, you say they spend $200 at the club. Yeah, they spend $200 at the club. They'll spend they're going, spend money at the vape shop. They'll spend money at the liquor store. Mm-hmm. They'll spend money everywhere. But you say, hey man, let's go travel somewhere. Man, everybody can't afford a passport, Phil. Like, man, I guarantee you, if I go through your bank account and I see your transactions, I promise you spend more than $130 on things that wasn't necessities like food, gas, water. Things like that, right? Your bills, $130. And you're right. S down there. I'm just a firm believer that Black people need to travel. I'm not saying you got to move out of the United States. That's not what I'm saying. Because let me tell you something. Even if you're outside the United States, America's home. I'm telling you that. America's home. You're going to start missing the United States because you're used to the United States, you're used to the culture, you just miss home, right? And then you could, let's say if you chose to do that, not everybody's going to do that. Some people stay so many months one place, they may come back to the United States. I've seen people do that back and forth. Like I say, eventually that's what I want to do. I want to do the back and forth thing. I want to say, hey, I'm over here a couple of months, then I come back home. I'm over here for a couple of months, I'll come back home. That's kind of like I want to do it eventually. But I mean, I can't just leave America completely. I mean, who's to say I won't leave America completely one day? I don't know. But like I said earlier, I just like the way I'm treated outside the country. I just really do. And then, Great Black Shark, like my little girl, right? Great Black Shark, she's been to several countries, and the conversations that we have based on some of those experiences is something that I never got at her age, right? So I want her to be well traveled. I want her to be, have a lot of knowledge, and I want her to be better than me. I want her to be completely better than me.
Right.
All my children, I want them to be better than me. So if I can give them opportunity to travel, it opens up their mind. It opens them up to other cultures, which we need to be open to other cultures, because America kind of make us dumb to a point. Beyond which we kind of dumb, the way they educate us. And you don't realize that till you travel outside of America, because our education system is, and then the way it is, it's so isolationist. And the rest of the world just don't even operate like we operate here. They just don't. They teach us we the best country on the face of the earth, and we only have free healthcare. But other countries got it, but we don't. We the best country on the face of the earth, but we got school shootings all the time. There's a lot of countries don't even have that crap. You send your kid to school, and that may be the last time you see your child, because Connor decides to go in there and air out the place. And they're so racist how they enact the laws here, because good and well if Tyrone was constantly shooting up schools, they would have all kind of new laws, gun bans. The freaking National Guard be protecting schools.
With the world in chaos, what's really needed is someone to finally make sense of human sin.
If Tyrone was doing it, because Connor's doing it. Oh, it's mental illness. Oh, well, we got to talk about mental illness and no new laws, no hate crimes, no protection for schools and children.
Come on,
just
man. Kamala will destroy the damn world.
Completely racism. Versus other countries, like go to UK, even the UK. Go ask the UK people how many school shootings they had. They can't even have guns. So go ask them how many school shootings have they had. Most countries don't even have that crap. A lot of them don't. Look at our insurance. We pay insurance, and then your insurance could deny you a claim. Insurance is a freaking scam in this country.
It is.
You buy a house, right? In a lot of countries, once you buy your house and your land and you pay it off, it's yours. You ain't paying nothing no more. In America, you can buy a house today.
Exactly.
Pay it completely off. And still charging you property tax on a house you paid for. You paid the bank off. You got the title. You could lose your whole house
not paying
behind $5,000 to $10,000 worth of property taxes that you paid off. You paid off an $800,000 house and could lose it for $5,000. Let's say for some reason you got sick, you couldn't pay your property taxes. You still could lose your doggone house. Somebody could come, pay the back tax bill, and get your whole house that you work hard for and pay it off for $10,000, $20,000 because of back taxes.
Yep.
How is that? We have to revisit these laws, y'all.
Right.
I'm talking about to all my younger people who's going to get into politics and government. We got to redo these laws. Nobody should lose their house. If you paid for that house, you shouldn't be paying no property taxes.
That's right.
That's your land. Do what you want to do with it. You pay tax. Think about it. You pay sales tax, all kinds of tax, state tax. You have a driver's license. They tell you, well, driver's license is a privilege, not a right. Well, but I pay for them roads, though.
Right.
Let's say you have a car. You can pay the car off. You're done. Pay the car off. If you don't have liability insurance, you can't drive your car legally on the road that you pay for, or the roads that you pay for.
The state of California will impound it.
If you don't have a registration sticker, you can't drive the car that you own, that you hold the title to, on the roads that you pay for. I mean, really think about what I'm telling you. I'm just saying, just think about it. Well, some could say, well, insurance is important because what if somebody hits you? Well, liability insurance, I do agree with that part of it, because somebody could hit your car and then they need to pay for it. Now, that part I do agree with, but the driver's license being a privilege part, I don't believe it should be a privilege. I think it's a right. You pay taxes. You understand? Look at the medical industry. That's for profit.
Yep.
They got countries that got free health care. It may not be perfect, but it's free. Right? If we don't have no money, sure, you can get the Affordable Care Act, or better, aka Obamacare, but you're still paying money. But we got money for war.
But we can't feed the poor.
But we don't have money for health care. Child care is like a mortgage, right? For some people, it's like a mortgage in this country.
That part.
But we got money for migrants.
The
And
hypocrisy is
I think
real.
all parents should get free child care. Why do I believe that? Because, hey, do you want to earn more tax dollars? Well, if it's free health care and the government subsidizes health care, child care, then more people can get out there to work. More people to work, more tax revenue. That's how I think about it. Insurance is a ripoff. I think the only good thing about the Affordable Care Act was they couldn't deny people for pre-existing conditions.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That was a good thing that Obama and them did with that. I always say that's the best thing Obama did.
No, it wasn't, because if you didn't have it,
you have homeowners insurance. Something happened. They can deny your claim, but they didn't deny your payments all them years. You had that insurance for 5 years. They missed the payment. Now you need it. Oh, well, we're going to deny your claim. Well, if you want to deny my claim, run me back my...
Right, the only good part to it was that they couldn't exempt you for pre-existing conditions.
Yeah, well, fortunately, man,
was they made it mandatory, like they did the jabby jab, and that's what hurt a lot of people.
5 years of premiums I just paid you. Run that back, and we'll call it even. I'm just telling you, man. It's like I can be that. You say the private tax is about to be through the roof in Chicago because of the migrant mess. What's worse is Tiffany Hinier or Brandon Johnson. Man, it's the system, really. It's not even them. They just part of the system.
Yeah.
They part of the system. You can't put it all on Brandon Johnson. You can't put it all on Tiffany Hinier, because both of them going to be gone out of those positions one day, and the system going to remain the same. It's not them as you know, they're not the author of the system.
Right.
They just participate in it. So no black person is the author of the system.
Right.
But yeah, I just say think about that. Yeah, you say your kids can stay on insurance till they're 26. That's a good thing that the Affordable Care Act did. Listen, I give Barack Obama credit for that. That was good. That was a real good thing, because I remember your kids used to get cut off your insurance at 18.
Yep.
Right? So that was a beautiful thing that they did. And I give credit where credit's due. Shout out to Obama for that. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, he was like, Kamala put the super mayor in her cabinet. Yeah, why not? Make her the Secretary of the Treasury, right? That'd be so funny. Super mayor be the Secretary of the Treasury. Y'all ain't getting no money.
Judah, Kamala was sent from God to save us. No, man.
No, she was sent to destroy us.
Yeah, no, man. No, Judah.
I can tell you all day about her record in California, so no.
Yeah, man. You misinformed, Judah. Straight out.
He's just trolling, Sabaka. It's a troll account. He's trolling Judas Nazareth from Solar Vision Debate League. So he's just a troll.
All right. Well, is there any way to block his ass?
I don't think any mods are in the chat. I got to give Carlton Way a wrench, and I'm going to give Miss Filoni a wrench. I don't know if I can do that while we're on air. Let me see.
Okay, what do you mean by a wrench? Please specify.
Moderator wrench.
Oh, okay.
It's usually twin or Mac 285 or in the chat, but they're not in the chat today.
Oh, okay.
Put these notes on timeout. Okay. You've been timed out. We don't have time for that bullshit. Kamala is the goddess of destruction, like Shiva. Just like the Hindu god Shiva, that's Kamala. And she means it's no good, Black family. None whatsoever.
Now, this ain't no relation to the Queen of Sheba, is it?
Sorry, Leonard. I'll get you a wrench too. Let me see if I can upgrade you now. Let's see how I can do this on here. I think I gotta go into the settings for Frontline Black News. I'm gonna get you a wrench, Leonard. I have to wait till after the show though.
And definitely check out the championsbrew.com.
Yeah, let me switch the account real quick. Yep, definitely check out the championbrews.com. Okay, what are your thoughts on Biden's revenge, Shabaka?
Okay, Dr. Phil is right. Biden, as he stated back in 1973, pretty much that he hated black folks. You know what I mean? So he's just been using us as pawns. You know, he authored that federal crime bill, you know, that old Slick Willie signed in, who was the main victims of it. You see what I mean? So hiding Biden, he needs to go change his diapers, man. Need to sit his old rusty, dusty ass down.
Well, he's going to have to do that in less than a month, Shabaka. But I think he got them back pretty good because, you know, they did try to throw his ass out.
Yeah, but you see, but Biden, he will be the president, man, all the way till Inauguration Day.
Yeah.
That's in January.
January 20th or something, 2025.
Yeah, I think it's the third Tuesday in January. It's either the second or third Tuesday in January.
Yeah, I think it's the third Tuesday because it's usually after MLK Day.
Right. And then also, too, we want everybody to keep an eye on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced because toward the end of the month of October, we will be celebrating and discussing the 50th anniversary of the Rumble in the Jungle.
Mm-hmm.
And for those of you who weren't there, definitely check it out. And I will be recalling from my memory what's left of it, of how it went down, the hoopla up to it. 1974 was also the same year they declared the energy crisis. It was also the same year the Patricia Hearst kidnapping case. It was also the same year that the Oakland A's won the World Series for a third time in a row with Mr. October, Reggie Jackson. Also, it was the same year that Evel Knievel tried to take his raggedy ass rocket ship or whatever what that bullshit was and try to jump the Snake River, and he blew it. It's also the same year that Billie Jean King smashed Bobby Riggs in that Battle of the Sexes tennis match. She was like 29, his old ass was 55, so that was a setup just off the law of age.
Yep.
Oh yeah, and then and definitely we'll be discussing the significance of the Rumble in the Jungle and what have you. Ali Boumaier and Mr. Ali did state when he had signed that fight that he had wanted it on the continent of Africa because he had wanted to win the championship back in front of his people, and people came out in droves. Ali Boumaier. Ali Boumaier. Translated means Ali kill him.
Yep.
And then another thing I want to say. Yeah, okay, just one more sentence on Ali Boumaier. And after he had won the fight, after George was counted out, and he was in the ring, getting the praise from the crowd, it started raining. So I was definitely a sign from the ancestors.
Oh yeah, big time. It's definitely a sign from the ancestors, Shabaka.
And so therefore we'll be accepting all hate mail, derogatory comments. Haters are welcome to call in as well too.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, Shabaka. But I'm gonna move us to the next topic, and that is Hurricane Helene has killed over 200 people, and Hurricane Milton is on the way to Florida. So that's
the spirit of the ancestors.
To those that are in Tampa and St. Petersburg, I got family down there, so
Then also too, hope our girl down there, Rashida Strober, that she'll be okay.
Right, because it looks like it's gonna make a direct landfall on Tampa.
Okay, I've been through Tampa.
Okay, Leonard, I gave you a wrench. Let me give Carlton Way a wrench. And I'll give Anne a wrench. If I can find her, I can't. Oh, so, where's she at? I can't find her off the top. Where you at, sister? I don't see her. Damn. All right, well, Carlton Way, you got a wrench. And Leonard, you got a wrench.
So what does that mean with them having a wrench?
They can moderate the chat.
Okay.
If we get trolls in here, they can get them out of here.
Oh, okay. Biden has a nice cushy spot in Ukraine.
Yeah. That explains a lot. That's why they keep giving Zelensky all that damn money.
Right. And Zelensky, he's going out there on yachts, taking his 6 o'clock bimbos with him as well, too.
Oh, yeah. He's mad about that, Carlton Way. He's very mad about that.
And then these motherfuckers can't give us no damn reparations. See, they kiss my ass with that shit.
Yep, that hurricane.
That hurricane is no joke, Carlton Way. You're right. And I don't know what part of the country you're in, Carlton Way, but try an earthquake, man. And I lived through 5 major earthquakes in Southern California.
All right, y'all. Y'all should have wrenches now. Let's see. Yeah, y'all should have wrenches now, both of you. Did y'all get the wrench? Let me know in the chat if y'all got the wrench. I just added y'all. Yeah, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 moderators now.
Oh, okay. All right. And so they can keep the trolls out. Okay. But I'm just going to ask if it's something ridiculous in it.
The wrench ain't wrenching.
Okay, the wrench ain't wrenching. Okay.
Because it usually pops up on the live. Are you on the phone or a computer? Because I just did it on the computer, so you should have a wrench.
Yeah, he probably has to do it on a computer.
Yeah. So this is what Google YouTube Studio looks like. So you got a wrench, Leonard. Carlton Way got a wrench. Twin got a wrench. Sablos got a wrench. What's cracking with
Jay Militant got one. Okay. Mac 285 got one. Okay. Okay. Appreciate those brothers of throwing out trolls. You know what I'm saying? What have you?
Let me get up out of here and get back to the. So Kamala, our next topic is Kamala has no plan for border patrol.
Mm-hmm.
So she finally made it down to the border. The unofficial borders are, or the alleged borders are, even though we've seen it on live television when she was appointed, the borders are, but they're telling us disinformation and misinformation. So we're going to say the alleged borders are, finally made it to the border in the last month.
Yeah.
She has no plan for border patrol, Black family, none.
Wow.
Anything that come out her mouth, she has no plan for border patrol.
Okay, well, it's just like what Dr. Claude Anderson had told us 10 years ago. You know, those migrants are the new Ku Klux Klan.
Dr. Claude Anderson just recently said that we are, what he warned us about is coming into fruition right now.
Yeah, that we are a permanent underclass here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah.
Let me see if I can find this video of them rushing the border.
Mm-hmm.
It's on Twitter, x.com. Let's see. Here it is. Look at this shit.
Yeah. Straight bum rush. And what they should do is have the National Guard right there on that border busting caps on them.
Sorry, y'all. The audio. Yeah.
Yeah,
like
because and
look at this shit.
Man, look at this shit. California may be having an earthquake because there's a heat wave occurring now. You're right, Carlton Wade. There's a definite correlation, man, between the heat wave and the earthquakes.
Right.
It is weird that they gave Kamala a Russian title of Tsar. She does have a plan. She will keep the borders open. Now, what is this bullshit I'm getting on my phone right here?
I don't know about that. But yeah, you see how they rush the border, y'all. And Kamala has no plan to stop this. See that shit? That's ridiculous. If that's not in it, I don't know what is.
Yeah. And then, of course, as soon as we talk about reparations, oh, man, you all don't deserve reparations.
100%.
Yeah, that's what Bernie Sanders said.
Yeah, the hypocrisy is real.
What would be specific steps to strengthening the border?
So it's a wonderful and important question. My background was as a prosecutor, and I was also the elected attorney general for 2 terms of a border state.
Yeah.
So this is not a theoretical issue for me. This is something I've actually worked on. Okay. I have prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. I take very seriously the importance of having a secure border.
Go tell that there to Zell Ford's
family. You all have seen, this
go
video
tell that
is
there to Mario
essentially
Wood's family.
a question that was actually presented to Kamala Harris VP, and it was on the issue of border control. So here, a man was able to ask, what are your specific plans in strengthening the border, right? So she goes on. It says a lot of nothing at all. She's just been, when I was a prosecutor, I understand that, the border issue is a problem. And that's something that I really want to help to combat during my tenure here. And there's many policies that I will pass. There's many things that I would do. I'll make sure that this does not become an issue. You didn't answer the question. He said, what specific plans?
Right.
And she didn't give any. Then there was a second part where she was talking about a policy and then starts rambling off into some other discussion to the point where Oprah had to say, okay, that's cute, pero, but would this actually help with strengthening the border? Oh, yeah, of course it would. Now, Oprah's not a politician. Now, granted, she's been doing interviews and having her talk show, the Oprah Winfrey Show, for years and years and years, okay? So I get it. But at the same time, for you to be the VP, shouldn't you be able to answer these questions without getting derailed?
Right.
I don't know. And that's where I was a little confused, because I'm like, well, why is it that Oprah's having to bring you back? And then when the guy originally asked what it is that you're going to do, you were just like, I mean, I don't really, what? And then that also goes into just this whole border crisis that's going on. I've seen some new stats today, which I'm like, wow, okay, where quite a few of these people that were coming over illegally had criminal records. Okay, and it wasn't just writing bad checks. So I found that to be quite interesting as well, in terms of homicides and other activities, if you guys know what I mean, you get my drift. So, I'm looking, I'm like, so you just let all these people in and you're saying like, oh, this is what we need because they want to get some more votes. But I remember a while back, there was a video of her saying, if you would be coming here, just do not come. But you were for the border, and then you were saying don't come. And then I guess people are scrubbing that from the internet, whatever. And then now you're saying, oh, we got to have them. Then it's like, what are you going to do to strengthen the border? I mean, we're gonna put some things into motion and implement some stuff. It's like, that doesn't, I'm sorry, but that doesn't really answer the question at all. But this bullshit. Is what I'm saying. It's been a lot of just talking. It's been a lot of word salad where she's just moving things around and not really saying much of anything. Loud. And I guess I'm supposed to just be like, but she Black, y'all, so let's go ahead and vote for her.
Rambling is insufferable.
I need to hear something. And I need to hear it in a cohesive fashion and without all the extra, jumbled words and all the word salad and we're building blocks and all the Legos. I don't need to hear all that. Okay. Just tell me what it is that you're about to say. Just tell me what your policy is for this. And then she's so used to just rambling off. That's actually what Mr. Judge Joe Brown even had to say. He was saying like, yo, this lady, I've seen her for a while. All she does is just ramble. She's not really saying anything. He says she's rambling. She's just giving you word salads. Just, oh yeah, just hitting you with keywords. And then you're just supposed to be like, woo, yes, girl, yes, queen. It's like, no, you're not saying anything. Let me know what you all think about such story down below.
Carlton Wade took the words right out my mouth, what I think.
This is why I stopped shopping on Amazon.
Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial. You got to pay us, motherfucker.
Kamala has no goddamn plan for the border, y'all. Period. She's been drinking too much wine with her wino ass.
Yeah, it ain't wine, bro. She's on that other shit. On there with JD and old granddad and what have you. And
yeah, the sister was on point. She was right on point with everything she was saying. Like, Kamala ain't got no damn plan.
No, she done. Her plan is to fuck us around as Black people again.
So Rob from Black Light Revelations is going to expound on this. Shout out to Rob. He shows us love, so we show him love back. And he's going to give us what he learned from Kamala's fatal mistake in regards to the border and FEMA.
Mm-hmm.
Mayorkas said during a press conference, shout out to Tetra for supporting the Fox shit.
He going along with the Fox shit. Don't touch me! I'm about to change on your ass! I'll beat your ass with my elbows! Werewolf style!
Werewolf style.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Hulk, as Tropical Storm Milton strengthens and is projected to reach hurricane strength Sunday night, tonight, with possible land.
Oh, wait. I actually jumped ahead, y'all. There was another clip I was going to play by SETI. Where is it? I'm going to play this SETI clip because it's about how much money is being spent. Oh, where is it at? Over 230 people dead from Hurricane Helene, with another one, even more powerful one on the way. She skipped ahead, so let me try to get this video from SETI.
Yeah, that's the spirit of the ancestors.
Mm-hmm.
Amen.
Shout out to Sarah Sue. I hope they'll take it down. Let's see. He did a live earlier. I was gonna go over. Damn, they might have took it down. Oh, here it is. Okay, so over 200.
Link right down in the video description is in the chat. Click it. You get a video introduction rundown on the membership, what they entail. You see one you like, you should most definitely join, even if you with your family and friends. And comment. Just don't say nothing stupid, because I will ban your ass. Now they talking about,
well, you can go ahead and ban me right now. Fuck
people.
You go ahead and ban me the fuck now.
Shabaka, y'all on the same accord. He's still on that Pan-Africanism too. So I don't see him blocking.
From this hurricane, what is it? HELENE, Helen, I don't know, whichever one it is. You see, with another even more powerful hurricane coming right behind it.
Milton.
And so, you know, the word on the ground is that the numbers is crazy. Whatever they saying it is on the news, people's is saying it's far more people dead than that. That's what the word is on the ground.
You got all
the administration in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, because remember initially there was like, oh, it's 100 people dead. And it's 200 people dead. Now
well, they need to get the cadaver dogs out.
Ain't shit. That's just all it boiled down to. I mean, just catastrophes after catastrophe after catastrophe. And where is the hell the United States government when this shit is going down? You know, this speaks to this damn election that's coming up. The administration, and you hate to agree. You know what I'm saying? You know, you don't want to find yourself agreeing with a racist like Donald Trump. And that's not, and like I say, it's not for any type of endorsement or anything. Based on what how I feel about this shit. This is about the worst goddamn administration I have ever seen in my life.
Right.
I have never seen a goddamn administration so weak when it comes to, doing what it's supposed to be doing. Now, if they know good and goddamn well it's gonna be a hurricane, then it's the same shit they did during Katrina, where they just didn't even goddamn show up. Just didn't even goddamn show up for damn, literally weeks. You see what I'm saying? Peoples was out without water, without food, without clothing, without medicine. You see? No goddamn places to go. Bodies just floating all in the damn water. You see? It took that long for a weak, dusty, goddamn demonic George Bush Jr. to get his ass out there and do what the hell the government is supposed to do for people in a time of crisis.
Right.
And so here it is. You didn't have literally. This one might go down as one of the most deadly hurricanes of all time. You see, this may very well may go down as one of the most deadly hurricanes of all time. We're talking some big numbers here. And they really don't want to come out and say how many are dead because of the fact that it's not, it's not but a 45 days or less than that to the election. But this is, this speaks to the administration. This speaks to the administration. of what's going on out here. You know what I'm saying? They should have already been mobilized. You know what I'm saying? When you know it's gonna be so, but you sending all our goddamn money over here to Ukraine. You see, that's where you sending the goddamn money. You sending the goddamn money over there to Ukraine. You sending them over there to goddamn fortify all them military bases. You sending all our money over there to the Israelis so they could commit genocide on the nations over there. I ain't got nothing to do with it though. I'm just saying where the money going. You see, you got our money going over there to the Israelis. You got our money going. And here, when the people are in a time of crisis, you feel me? No government. Where the government? I haven't seen yet. And maybe I missed it. Maybe I missed it. Have anybody seen any, like the president, the vice president, down there?
Yeah, Kamala.
You see what I'm saying? In North Carolina, because I think that was one of the major areas that got hit. Anybody? Any secretaries of interior? I mean, what the fuck? Has anybody even made a visit down there? You know what I'm saying? Some head of goddamn military or something. Somebody to go down there and get that together immediately. I ain't seen shit. I ain't seen a damn thing down. Nobody seen nothing.
You get $750 checks.
Yeah, this is a damn shame. This is a damn shame. But this speaks to and I'm gonna just tell you, man. You know, they make a motherfucker say, man, look here. Don't and it's almost like a side. And I don't endorse no motherfucking body. But this is almost like a sideline damn endorsement. Like, you know, please, we can't take no more of them. We can't take nobody. They need every motherfucking body in the Biden and the Harris administration. They need to fire every last motherfucker on their team. Everybody in the cabinet, everybody, the head of the chief of staff. Give her 4 more years, huh? Yeah, goddamn it, give this motherfucker you give Kamala Harris 4 years, man, America look like goddamn one of them apocalyptic movies. This motherfucker will be a barren land. You see, if the damn borders is wide open. You look and I mean, you got migrants all over the goddamn place. The damn nation is in. I mean, this shit is ridiculous. This is totally ridiculous. The damn the dock workers is about to strike on their ass. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, they talking about how filthy rich them damn the people that own the dock say them motherfuckers are so rich they don't even know what to do with the money. Yeah, I seen one guy, he talked about it. Them motherfuckers that own them docks, they say one company, they had made so much money that they paid their workers for 50 months, not 50 months in advance. They gave them a bonus. Of 50 months.
Not that complicated.
Up for like Christmas. You understand what I'm saying? 50 months pay bonus and shit. Because we already did that, Ray. I'm gonna give you the link. We already did the origins of the Uralian monkey. Yeah, we did that. We're gonna have some new file up there in a minute. It's time to cut into these holidays. But yeah, this is serious, man. This is serious. You would expect that any one of them, I don't know if Donald Trump, I don't know, but goddamn it, this is a national crisis.
The first on the scene.
And here we about to go into another goddamn hurricane. And I ain't heard nobody say shit about nothing. You know, no preparation. They so mad at DeSantis because he's a Republican. He been banking on their ass. They probably ain't gonna rush to do shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, Florida on their own. They on their goddamn own because he's a targeted man. They trying to assassinate You understand what I'm saying? They trying to assassinate goddamn Trump down in Florida and shit. So they don't give a goddamn about DeSantis or none of them. You see, they don't give a fuck. So if something is to happen, they on their damn own. They on their own in Florida. So that's the ticket on that. And so, but to see the devastation of, we're talking about in North Carolina. In North Carolina. Say I'm in Tampa, Shell's already empty. Yeah, you got to, whatever you gonna get, it's time to get it now. Shit, and if you ain't got damn Tampa, you might want to think about fleeing from that motherfucker.
Tampa.
Cause they talking about that damn near ground zero. You see what I'm saying? They're gonna be ground zero. You know what? Ain't no telling, man. Cause like I say, when nobody show up, it's almost giving you the perception that this is what they want to happen. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no goddamn doubt about it that they got technologies to fuck with the weather. So is they using HAARP to create these damn hurricanes and push them into certain areas and shit to cause the necessary destruction that they need. You understand what I'm saying? Is this an overt attack on the people? You see, are they using this technology against their own people? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous that they, and I got to go on there and check this news.
Meteorocracy.
Yeah, I got to go on here and check this news, and to have another goddamn hurricane come back to back. And this motherfucker supposed to be as powerful or even more powerful.
Oh yeah,
I seen Asheville is gone. Gone. Just wipe that motherfucker out. Man, I seen the before and after. I seen the before and afters, man. Just took it away. It might not even be no more Asheville. They might just go on and do away with Asheville. That's how bad it is. Asheville might be over with. You know what I'm saying? They might, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. They might just have a goddamn sign. Motherfucker gonna be hiking through Asheville. That shit gonna be hiking. Where you hike through, and it's gonna be a damn what they call one of them tribute signs of tribute.
Yeah.
That says this is where Asheville used to say the sundown town's gone. Say them were sundown towns. Shit. Well, maybe it was the answer. Now I don't want to speak. There wasn't no black people in there.
Oh, hold on, sister.
I don't want to speak ill on no black people. But if it was a sundown town, goddamn it, then goddamn it, good. Goddamn it, if it was a sundown town, goddamn it, you got what you deserve. Wasn't no black people in there? Zero. Oh shit.
Evidence from a book.
Oh shit.
Written in
all right, well shit.
Hurricane.
I ain't gonna put it out there like they been take my
reason.
Motherfucker throw a party and shit. You know how they had the little things for New Year's and shit where you blow it out. Blow that. Yeah, put one New Year. Yeah, put one of them New Year's hats on and celebrate. Say, you got loose. Ray crazy.
I sure y'all donate to the Cash App.
Say it's 88% white.
Management.
Yeah, motherfuckers, y'all been down there y'all been doing wrong. Ancestors came through. Yeah, came through. Told some shit up. Y'all been wicked down there. What the family saying in the chat? They saying y'all that Asheville was wicked, and I believe y'all from the area. Yeah. Okay. Well, then it is what it is. And, but wherever our people's at, then I have a complete and utmost respect and mercy for the family. I hope that they could, get what's, their belongings and get to safety, and that's what I'm really focused on. I ain't focused on shit else. You see, that's what I'm focused on.
Right.
But anyway, it is a very devastating situation. And, it was other areas too. from goddamn Georgia to Florida, North, South Carolina and shit. And so, but I heard that, North Carolina got 50% of the brunt of all the deaths and things of that nature. And so that's still, the numbers is ridiculous. So if they is out there and they is using HARP and shit like that to, cause these, well, motherfucker, you misfire. Yeah, you send that shit up into the to the hills of damn North Carolina where them Pharaoh, them goddamn hillbillies be. Goddamn it, and you took them out. You misfired, motherfucker. Yeah, it says white, Hispanic 84, black or African 4 point. What is that?
Yeah, Asheville.
What was that? That's Asheville.
Yeah, Asheville is mainly white.
Just 4.13%.
White hillbilly.
Yeah, they probably jetted up out that motherfucker.
Imagine how they would
say they was. Yeah, well, you know what?
This would have hit Wilmington.
You know what? It's a season. It's a season. It's a season. You know what I'm saying? And you got to. That's one of the things we got to get back into, because even when you study the animals, they can't just lay in no one damn area. You know what I'm saying? We want to live wherever the hell we want to live.
We have seen a video of the bears in the trees right before the hurricane hit. Like the bears already knew what was up. They was up in the trees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, you got to understand, it's a season. When you think about
was in the house.
When you think about the savannah and shit, and during the summertime, that shit get hot. That shit dry up. Ain't no water. Ain't nothing out there. So the animals have to go where it's water. They have to go where it's vegetation. So even a lot of our nations in Africa, they wasn't confined to them lines that you see on the continent of Africa. Those were drew up by the damn what you call the Berlin Conference. That's when they went to carving Africa up. Peoples moved where they had to move. They migrated where they, No, well, I was talking about the savannah. I'm talking about terrain, not Georgia. Say they abandoned it. Well, I'm talking about the savannah. I'm talking about the terrain, that too. You see what I'm saying? The terrain over in Africa, the savannah, then up under the savannah, you got the forest and the forestry and things of that nature. But a lot of time the animals, when you watch on National Geographic, majority of the animals be on the savannah, where it's low grass and things of that nature. That's where the lions and shit. But during the hot season, that shit dry up. Don't be no water out there. You see what I'm saying? And so a lot of the animals leave and they go down where it's water and into the forestry. They leave that area. And so just what I'm saying is that a lot of times you just can't permanently put yourself in a predicament, because it's gonna come time where shit you gonna have to get the fuck up out of there. You understand? It and it's based on not just saying it's winter, it's summer, but what constellations and what house in the zodiac we moving in, because as you move in different houses, I mean the earth is changing. You see what I'm saying? It ain't just we blame it and say, and I believe he does have some effect on how this nature is changing, but it's changing regardless. We done lost the connection to the ancient knowledge that let us know that. This shit don't stay the same. Only a fool would believe that. If the damn the solar year, when we talk about the great years, 25,000 years, and only a fool would believe that the shit the weather and all that gonna stay the same. That, you know what I'm saying? It's changing, and we done lost the knowledge, the ancient knowledge that would tell us that these things are gonna happen, and they're gonna happen regularly, which means that a lot of people might have to go inland. You see what I'm saying? That's just the reality. Wherever there's a coastline, anywhere in the world, is gonna be in danger. In certain areas, it's gonna be in danger. The water is rising. Them goddamn glaciers is up there melting, and these damn oceans is getting deeper and deeper, and it's overflowing its boundaries, and it's coming on the land. All it takes is a couple of drops of rain, and goddamn it, it's on the land. That's just how it is. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's why when you look at a lot of them damn movies, they are you notice that that the water coming up to the damn mountains.
Yeah.
They goddamn it, they come up to the mountains. Is they have they unlocked some information that we don't know about? You see what I'm saying? That they already know what what this shit gonna look like. Imagine tidal wave that could come up on the damn land and literally drive people up into the mountains if you got some. If you ain't got none, it's just a wrap for your ass. But anyway, family, I want y'all to come right back. We got a heavy lineup.
The birds is like all over. We thought it was a scene from The Birds. We had a bunch of damn crows descended on this one building. And I think somebody was in the building because they was over there like super heavy. It was nothing but crows. About like 50 of the mugs was just posted on this one building. I'm like looking around like, what are they trying to tell us? Like, is the weather about to change? And sure enough, the weather did change. We had a cold front through, and it dropped the temperature like 10 degrees. Lady Che, greetings. Thank you for joining us. What are your thoughts on over 250 or 230 people dead from Hurricane Helene, with another even more powerful storm on the way?
I mean, we went over this yesterday on your case. We went over this yesterday. I think that another hurricane behind it, pretty fucking crazy. Them Kamala and them saying that, the website or whatever, to put in there to get instant help or whatever, it's probably inundated with backups of everybody trying to log in and file their reports to get FEMA help. I think that's really, that's how websites go. They're just down there, so I think that it's probably inundated, backed up, and kicking motherfuckers out the server. That's probably the most realistic thought. Secondly, I'm sorry I lost my voice. Just extremely frustrating. Frustrated day. The other thing about the bears, I thought that was a trip that I had never seen them so high. But also in bear news, it's also Fat Bear Week. So that's pretty much going to be the highlight of my week. And that I perceive it's going to be hella depressing and hella angry. So other than that, I'm here. So I didn't know that. I didn't considering that. I think this is like some form of shadow banning that's going on with stuff on Facebook.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna get worse.
Canceling our pages, whatever. I didn't get the link and I couldn't find it, so I didn't know until like basically as soon as, I don't know, like 15, 20 minutes ago, whenever I popped in here. So I also think too, it's late starts. This late night shit is like, whoa, with the Facebook, with the Frontline Black News. So it's like really late, Frontline Black News.
Right.
Kind of different, so I don't like it. I don't like it.
Well, they don't want to regulate the corporations, but they want to regulate you.
I think that what on the Facebook thing, I think it's something that's more nefarious because it is happening all day. It's everything I worked on from campaign shit, and then I fucking can't get on to like all of the Facebook pages are down, like, or at least the ones that I need to get access to or I need to get to. Even mine, I can't look at nothing. It's like seems very targeted.
Yeah.
Kind of nefarious. Mm-hmm. So like, fuck y'all. Like I'll figure it out.
You on the same bullshit too.
It's the way before everybody else. The internet wasn't always the answer.
Right.
have for Generation X. You don't really have to rely on the internet.
No, we were out in the street. We were out on the block. We were off.
And Flournoy says when they get rid of regulations at the behest of the corporations, this is the result. These issues can be monitored and controlled. At least I think so. No, that's a fact. Oh, hell yeah, they monitor and control. Look what they do. Yeah, look what they do with this damn social media shit.
No, it's all monitored. It's all monitored.
Right.
All monitored. We can't do shit.
And if Kamala gets in, it's really going to be monitored.
Man, what are you talking about? Because you got a Google account. It's all being monitored. It's all monitored. There's nothing you can do.
No, Lady J, they do it at the speed of light. You see, this is why they always want to cross-file this shit with your phone number and all that old bullshit. You see what I'm saying?
All right, man. Like, and then it's fucking it up. So that's what it's called. Like, what do you call it? Campaign interference. This is the broader version of that. For whatever reason, who the fuck knows? But it's not really that deep. Google. You know what I mean? Like, you could just stop doing it. It's not that deep.
Well, Google got a monopoly.
Outside.
Google has a monopoly on all of these social medias.
They do. Yeah, that's Bill Gates.
Mm-hmm.
It's all bad. It's all bad because, you know, I mean, nobody should even care about making hot boy statements anymore. But here's the thing: it's like it don't matter what you do. It's stupid because if you're trying to do something important and you need to touch social media, you can't do it if they shut your shit down. Like, for example, I was trying to share several things on Twitter today, right? Mm-hmm. As soon as I went to the Twitter, it just scrolled to the left, right? I didn't even know there was other fucking platforms to the left when I shared shit.
Oh, yeah. So, in other words, Musk hopped it.
It's like 9 motherfucking different types of things.
Well, he won't let you post certain things on there. Like, there's
not even that. It wouldn't even let me touch it. Like, as soon as I scrolled up with the mouse, it jumped immediately to the left. I didn't even know there was something like you post one on Pinterest, WhatsApp, all this extra shit. To the left, okay? You just press share. It only shows me 5 things. I didn't even know there was more. But I didn't care about that other shit. I was more looking for Twitter and Facebook. You dig? And it wouldn't let me even touch it or open it. So all the shit I saw today, I couldn't share it if I wanted to. And believe me, I wanted to, okay? So it was like stupid. It was like I watched all this stuff that I could have shared and, you know, like and share. Can't share shit. It's kind of intentional. Kind of make me feel
it's big time intentional. And this is good. It's going to happen for the next month, y'all. We already called it. I already knew they was going to put a monkey in the wrench of the game. And
until the election is over.
Yeah. Because they did.
Therefore, so much for free and fair elections.
Yeah, that's been done since 2000. In 2022, they was going to pull this shit. Because remember, Lady Tay, that whole block out for like 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of this. But we were able to get online, kind of. Oh, it does kind of feel like that.
We couldn't post nothing political for like 3 weeks.
I wasn't even posting nothing political. I was just watching all kind of different content. And I was just like, I was all over, because I was work. I was doing all kind of work. I was doing
I call him Bill Hates. Yeah.
Yeah, I was doing something else.
Club Shadow Band says, well.
But they shut our whole, that's right. They shut our whole Facebooks and stuff down. Like, I can't even reactivate it if I wanted to.
No, they tore down your page, Lady J, is what they did. They tore it down. Ask me how I know.
They want us to submit our IDs, talking about we need to.
No, hell no. That's a scam right there.
It's past that.
Now they're trying to wipe out your bank accounts. That's a hack job.
It's past that. It's like, say that your site, everything went through, like your password and all that shit's all to the good, right? Yeah. But I say as soon as you go, it's like, the site's down. Your particular page is down for maintenance. We're working on your page. That's what it said. We're working on your page.
We're working on tearing down your page.
Yeah, no, they're working on scanning that motherfucker word for word, video by video,
all that shit, all that shit, all that shit.
All that. That's what they're doing. And I'm like,
Speaking of they've been watching us. They've been sending their agents to us.
Yeah, no, I'm not tripping about that. I just think it's funny. It's like, look, man, at least let a motherfucker know you're gonna do it. I don't really give a fuck.
No, Lady J, they can't do that. Is because that's how they try to build up their case. See, what has to happen with Facebook is
they're definitely watching, and we control the narrative now, Carlton Way. So they're definitely watching.
Is that like
so
is they're watching the wrong shit? Because all you're watching is a motherfuckers having a different perspective of a conversation on some shit they see on the internet, while one person has ideas of running for office to create policy for the end but not neglect. So, like, what are you really watching? They're just so worried about. You know what I mean?
They're worried about Kamala and the Democrats losing power. That's what they're worried about.
What the fuck that got to do with us? Nothing.
We're
worried about something else. You know what I mean?
It has to do with us because we're the signal boosters of the new black media.
Yeah, but either way, we're gonna be signal boosted anyway, regardless, because it doesn't matter who's in office. Reparations is still owed.
Exactly, like the sister just said. The only reason they fucking with us is because we're telling the truth. She said, "Count it as a win."
I've been good with it. I'm just like, so like right now when I'm trying to do something, I can't even get a hold of Jesse because all that shit shut down.
Mm-hmm.
So like if I needed something, like I need something right now for this campaign that only he can do, I couldn't access him at all because all the shit's down. Email, everything's down for me on my end, and I'm like, that's it. I've got to like pop my collar on that shit because I'm like, yeah, our greatness is about to be seen.
You say we weren't making a difference, and we just wasted.
I'm making a difference in my own amusement because it's my own amusement. I'm amused by my own shit. Like I'm doing some stuff, and I'm like, well, I guess they gonna see it because it took it, but like, you know what I mean? I'm laughing to myself, but in reality, it's really fucking up some shit because it's letting white supremacy rule.
Well, we're embracing villains.
Like, we won't see it and be able to be outside talking shit about it when we see it in person.
Like your name says, the black villain. We're embracing.
The next thing.
We're embracing villainy. So I'm gonna move to villainy, and it's Black Right Revelations. Brother Rob. He's gonna tell us what he learned from Kamala Harris's fatal mistake. Before we go there, though, I want to say thoughts and prayers to those that have lost their lives due to Hurricane Helene. We're definitely with y'all, and those that are about to go through it with Milton, we're definitely with y'all as well. Heed those evacuation warnings, y'all, especially our black family that's in Tampa, St. Petersburg, Clearwater, because I have family down there. Y'all definitely need to heed those warnings and get out of Dodge, because this is going to be a massive storm. They're talking about a Cat 5 potentially making landfall on the west coast of Florida this week. So take those proper precautions. Get out if you can. Get to high ground if you can. In this case, you will probably have to go further northwest because it looks like further north is flooded and further east is flooded. So your best bet is to head out west.
That's so true, Carlton. Yeah. Sorry, I lost my voice. That's why I couldn't do a voiceover. I lost my voice. So I couldn't figure out. I could finish my project. Couldn't do the rest of the
Vane, y'all. Y'all know Ace Vane that does the voiceovers for the Justice League.
Yeah. Batman shit.
Perspective conversation is very dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't do it because stress my voice out so much. Now I don't even know if it'll ever come. Some days I ain't never lost it this bad for this long. It's been gone like damn. I think it'll come back is it everybody stop fucking with me.
So yeah, definitely the Black Light Revelations 2. This brother been on it. He got like 10 channels, but this is the main one.
How long is this one?
This one is pretty long. I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I just want to get to the part about the FEMA thing.
Yeah.
So shout out to Rob. He shows us love, so we show him love back.
Yeah.
That's out of Ohio. So he's gonna give us
brethren.
Okay, and this is gonna be the last segment for me. You gotta save this data.
That's understandable.
And then, and put that Cash App up there because I want to see if it works.
Yeah, I did, Shabaka. I'm gonna put it back up. So
yeah,
it's cash management, right?
Yeah. Cash management is what it is. That's what the link is.
It's shut by Cash App that too, so I don't even got a Cash App.
Management. I thought that
all that though.
Left out.
This is what I don't understand. Yeah, see, that's what I don't understand about it is that, when you get these links up here, man, they omit some of the characters out of the link. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so is it management or management?
Okay, I got management up here.
Okay.
Yeah, donate to cash management. Yeah, and click the link, man, and tell me what you get on it, man.
On Cash App, well, they shut down my Cash App, so I can't even check it out.
See that kind of such shit. They said I have no account, no way to get in my account.
Yeah, they shut
down. That's been like a month.
We closed your account due to suspicious activity or some stupid shit. I'm like, what the?
Ain't that a bitch?
Mine was more like they were working. Everything's we're working on your account. I'm like, bitch, I didn't ask you to work on shit. What's wrong with you? Like,
right.
Like, fuck you mean I didn't ask you for shit? You could have worked on sending me a physical card. I didn't have no physical card for like a whole year.
Yeah, so get ready for it, y'all. The grid's going, probably going to go down this week.
Personally, I think it's just us. Might not just.
Then
I've been hearing, well, when I've been out on about talking to people about this, they're saying it's happening to them too.
Yeah, it sounds like a First Amendment violation to me.
I haven't really heard too many white or OTB people talking about it's happening to them, but definitely black people.
Yeah. So it's not a conspiracy.
Declares state of emergency in Polk and 34 other counties as storm strengthens. All right. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has declared a state of emergency in 35 counties, including Polk, as tropical storm Milton strengthens and is projected to reach hurricane strength Sunday night, tonight, with possible landfall along the west coast of Florida on Wednesday. The state of emergency includes these counties: Broward, Charlotte, Citrus, Collier, DeSoto, Flagler, Glades, Hardy, Henry, Hernando, Highlands, Hillsborough, Indian River, Lake,
Florida,
Lee,
Southern Florida,
Manatee, Marion, Martin, Miami-Dade, Monroe, Okeechobee, Orange, Osceola, Palm Beach, Pasco, Pinellas, Polk, Putnam, Sarasota, Seminole, St. John's, St. Lucie, Sumter, and Volusia. All right. In Polk County, sandbag sites will be open Sunday and Monday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. as the National Hurricane Center forecasts Milton to strengthen and bring risk of life-threatening impacts to portions of the west coast of Florida next week. Now, let me ask you guys this, right? Based on the response that the United States government had to Helene, what would you guys' advice be to the people in Florida?
I already gave.
Shout out to Jay Bird. What's good?
I'm like, I don't understand why you don't have to go back.
Right. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said Jaspo's drop is a perfect segue into the March of Dimes. Bro, facts. I'm telling you, shout out to Jaspo, man. My man Jaspo is a living drop factory. Like, I'm telling you, you could just chop up one of his entire streams, and like the whole stream, you'll have like you'll be great on drops for like your next 2 or 3 live streams. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Shout out to Miss Nisi, right?
Yeah, shut up.
Miss Nisi says, don't expect any help from FEMA. Facts.
Exactly.
If you guys agree with Miss Nisi, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
You can't.
Now, here's the thing, right? I don't know if you guys have seen, but the mainstream media is trying to get ahead of all this, and they're calling any information that is critiquing the pitfalls of FEMA mis or disinformation.
Hell.
We are going to show how it is not mis or disinformation. We are going to show how this is fact.
What are your closing thoughts on your way out? Shabaka?
I think he dipped.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you for joining us, Shabaka. We appreciate you. We will definitely chop it up later, and join us this Tuesday for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced at our regular scheduled time of 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And the call-in number is 516-418-5996. You press 1 and you'll be live on the air. We love to hear from you cop molosexuals, and you dumpsters, as in the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. I want you to vote for either one of them clowns. Yeah, I'm going to let the video continue. So thank you, Sabaki, for joining us.
Facts AF. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DJ Elmo. What's good with you, bro? We're going to show how this is facts AF.
Right.
All right? And shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit that bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. All right? So, Milton, Tropical Storm Milton, is currently located about 250 miles north of Veracruz, Mexico. Hurricane and storm surge watches are expected to be issued for portions of Florida on Sunday. National Weather Service forecasts are calling for 40% to 60% chance of rain in Lakeland for the next 4 days. All right. So now here's the Polk sandbag locations. And, you know, you only need to know this if you're down there. All right. A maximum of 10 pre-filled sandbags will be provided to each household to address each household address to help prevent water intrusion into homes. Bring a driver's license and show your local address. All right. So I don't know if people are aware, but I told you guys about that flood insurance. I used to work for this company that was an insurance company. They insured commercial fleets of trucks, and they also offered flood insurance. When you live in places that are in the natural path of hurricanes, that flood insurance can get extremely expensive. Shout out to Lanessa. I wouldn't disagree with that. Lanessa says Florida should vote not Democrat. If you guys agree with Lanessa, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Vote not Democrat.
Now, next what we're gonna do, let me see, hold on real quick. We're gonna just take another look at this Hurricane Milton stuff, because they're saying that Hurricane Milton is supposed to be really bad when it comes, when it graduates from Tropical Storm Milton to Hurricane Milton. All right. West Central Florida braces for Hurricane Milton, potentially the region's worst storm in 100 years. So, you know, and again, based on what we've seen with the response to Hurricane Helene, if this is indeed going to be one of the worst hurricanes that Florida's seen in 100 years, good luck. You know what I'm saying? Less than 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene struck Florida's Big Bend, Milton is threatening to do the same, but given the state's distinctive coastline, the angle of landfall could allow the new storm system to be the worst in over 100 years for parts of West Central Florida. The area is certainly storm weary, having recently experienced impacts from Helene, Debbie, Ian, and I think this is Adalia. However, the Fox Forecast Center warns that the unique angle of approach makes the situation similar to what emergency managers have dreaded but prepared for over decades. All right. So now, again, shout out to Crew Reality. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to James Sumler. What's good with you? As far as the prep goes, I'm not too impressed with the prep. You know what I'm saying? During Helene, communities of South Florida's Big Bend experienced a storm surge of 5 to 8 feet on average, which was on the lower side of the spectrum due to the wind direction and the distance from the core of the Category 4 hurricane. A track that sends a hurricane over or just to the north of the Tampa-Sarasota metro means significantly more water will be piled up compared to previous cyclones. The west coast of Florida is spectacularly vulnerable to storm surge, as we have seen. Even a tropical storm can push Gulf water to dangerous heights, let alone a strong hurricane. It's critical that everybody in Central and South Florida stay well informed since things are developing quickly, said Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. During a Category 3 hurricane, a storm surge model known as SLOSH shows wide areas of Hillsborough, Pinellas, and Pasco counties under feet of water. All right, so here's the map of the storm system right here. All right. Yeah, shout out to James. I wouldn't disagree with that. If you guys agree with James, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. James said the Democrats should lose this election by this crisis alone, besides everything else.
Right.
Yeah, facts. And, you know, if you ask me, people should be extremely weary of the media as a result of this. You know what I'm saying? They should absolutely be weary of the media as a result of this. So now here it says, due to topography of the shoreline, a water level rise of more than 9 feet can be expected if a major hurricane follows the worst case scenario for the metro. Trajectories significantly to the north or south of the metro lead to greatly altered outcomes, scenarios that some Floridians have experienced in recent years. Hurricanes Idalia and Helene made landfall around 130 miles north of Tampa and produced storm surges on the order of 3 to 8 feet around the metro, due in part to the southerly flow. On the flip side, Hurricane Ian in 2022 triggered a northeast flow over the region during its landfall near Fort Myers. All right. So we talked about these bags and all of this stuff that they got popping off over in Florida for tropical storm Milton graduating to Hurricane Milton. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to talk about some things with this FEMA situation. All right. So shout out to Undocumented, right? With this FEMA situation, FEMA is saying there's no money left. FEMA's saying that there's no money left. Now, how many of you guys believe that? If you guys believe that there's no money left, give me a thumbs up. If you guys think that there is money left, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Miss Nisi. Miss Nisi says, question, Rob, why would you want to live in a state prone to hurricanes? I'll tell you what, nightlife. That would be my answer, because I'll tell you what.
Yeah, they have a good nightlife.
But if somebody gave me now, I'm ending the stream and I'm leaving, and I'll start the stream back up once I get to Miami. Probably a couple hours after I kick it. You know what I'm saying? I'll take the chances on a hurricane. You know what I'm saying? But I don't expect my logic to be everybody's logic. You know what I'm saying? I don't expect my logic to be everybody's logic. So most people would probably be like, nah, I'm cool on that. I'm cool on that. You know
no.
And now, you know, Florida is also prone to water level rises.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, and shout out to Ryan Glenn. Ryan Glenn says, if you understand economics and sovereign debt, you know that they're lying. Facts.
Right.
Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre says the left is calling it divine ethnic cleansing, which is wild, right? That's a wild statement to make. And Republicans vote against their own interests because their presidential nominee calls climate change a hoax. And these canes are due to it. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Jada Informant. What's good with it? Yeah, facts. And not only are the hurricanes due to it, there's literal scientific proof of water level rise, especially in Florida, especially in South Florida, Miami in particular, right? And that's undeniable, right? So, you know, whatever they want to say about the climate change or whatever, there are still geographic condition changes that are affecting those areas that they just deny.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, guess what? Feds say there's no money left to respond to hurricanes after FEMA spent $1.4 billion on migrants.
Whoa.
All right. So we're going to take a look at this video here. All right. So what they're saying is that because of faulty spending, you know, in relation to the migrant crisis.
Oh, you're saying you're not going to
no money
what I heard.
for the people affected by these hurricanes, and you know, if something does affect people as a result of Hurricane Milton, like it probably will, no money for them. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Shout out to Sybil. Shout out to Black Spider. What's good with y'all? All right.
Yeah, so let's
see what they're talking about here.
I definitely.
Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas sounding the alarm on FEMA funding right after the devastation of Hurricane Helene. Listen.
We are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have. We are expecting another hurricane hitting. We do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season.
This all comes as the Biden-Harris administration spent over $1 billion from a FEMA program on services for migrants.
Wow.
It's a lot.
Yeah. And I don't know if you guys saw TD Media Group's most recent live stream that he did, but he actually he actually showed that with receipts. So if you guys haven't seen TD Media Group's most recent stream, make sure you guys take a moment and check that out, because he actually proved this with receipts. Now, I'm going to talk about this in a little bit of a different way than he did, because I have some other things that I want to show you guys. All right. Just remember that they say they don't have the money.
Right.
Right. Just remember that what they're saying is that they don't have the money.
That's not the point of FEMA. That's not even the rule.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas set off outrage Wednesday when he told reporters that the Federal Emergency Management Agency does not have the funds to see Americans through the rest of this Atlantic hurricane season, after the agency spent more than $1.4 billion since the fall of 2022 to aid the migrant crisis. Okay, not the good, right? Not the good at all. You know what I'm saying? We are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have. Now, I don't know if you guys have heard this, but apparently they have these like $750 vouchers, and people are getting or applying for at least these $750 vouchers. In many cases, a lot of these individuals, a lot of these people are getting denied. Right? $750 is going to help you do what exactly? What is your entire life has been destroyed in front of your eyes. What is $750 going to do?
Shelter.
You know what I'm saying?
It didn't even cover that.
A little bit.
We are meeting the immediate needs with the money that we have, Mayorkas said during a press gaggle on Air Force One en route to tour damage from Hurricane Helene in South and North Carolina. Now, I wouldn't even say that they're meeting immediate needs. They're not meeting any needs at all. And honestly, if you ask me, I think what's going on is that people are just getting upset and annoyed with the situation. I don't think that they're meeting any needs at all. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Mayorkas said during a press conference on Air Force One en route to tour the damage from Hurricane Helene in South and North Carolina. We are expecting another hurricane hitting, he added. We do not have the funds. FEMA does not have the funds to make it through the season and what is imminent. So what does that mean?
Right.
Where's the tax money been going?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? How do you, man, listen, there now, what administration is responsible for this?
The Biden-Harris administration.
Whose administration is responsible for this? Shout out to Jesse Pears. What's good with it, bro?
Yes, sir.
Now,
come on now, cuz.
If you ask me, this was a opportunity, right? This was a wonderful opportunity to show us how, as a leader, Kamala Harris would think on her feet and save the United States from these imminent natural disasters that are tearing apart communities nationwide. Right?
He just went live.
It's an opportunity. However, instead of the opportunity being seized to do that, the opportunity was seized to verify and validate the fact that people in the United States who pay taxes into this country under this administration or under any administration led by one of the two current sitting people now will not prioritize you. This has solidified that fact. That is no longer speculation. That is now a undeniable, usable fact.
Damn.
If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now,
a whole bunch of
how does FEMA not have any money? And here's another question. Let's just say FEMA doesn't have any money. Aren't there other agencies that the money can be rerouted from in case of an emergency? Isn't there a emergency budget diversion protocol? Right? Isn't that what happens? Guess not in this case. Right? Critics pointed out that the Department of Homeland Security allocated $640.9 million this year in FEMA-administered funds to aid state and local governments coping with the influx of asylum seekers. Now, you know, I don't encourage quote-unquote anti-immigrant sentiments, right? However, I'm not justifying anything that people might do, but do you understand, like, do people see how watching the government do this can create anti-immigrant sentiment?
All right, so Rob just went live.
I mean, is that a stretch to say?
That's not important. You got to show your student. I'm going to go.
If that's a stretch to say, you know what I'm saying? You know, by all means, correct.
Actually, come over here,
right? But I don't think that that's a stretch to say. I think that when people
tell you after internet, so much better.
See stuff like this. This is when things start to fester. This is when people's blood starts to boil. This is when all negative sentiments that somebody might have or that they might not have had start to develop and turn into a real thing.
Yeah, that sounds like some Trump shit.
So when it comes to quote unquote sentiments and anti-immigrant sentiments and all of this in the United States, you got to ask the question, how much of that did the United States government itself contribute to?
Right.
Man,
how much of that did the United States itself contribute to? Then if you make content like this where you point these things out, somehow this turns you into a xenophobe. This is literally what an accountant would do at their job. If they had certain cost centers and there was ABC costing model, they would have to allocate certain amounts of money to different cost centers, right? If there's an accountant that manages the federal government's money,
like a
right?
good, nice, hearty audit. I'm a firm believer of audits. Audits might make motherfuckers feel good, especially when they know they've been fucking off money or fucking off knowledge or whatever.
Would be a cost center. That
audits. I recommend audits.
Migrants, whoever else, foreign aid, whatever, those are all cost centers. Now, if you ask me, in a ABC model, in an ABC model of accounting, right? Shout out to James Hudson and shout out to Main Chick. What's good with y'all? Shout out to AW1. What's good with it, bro? In a model of ABC costing, in the United States government, the people who invest into the United States government, the people who pay into it, they should always be prioritized first. It shouldn't even be a question. We're the reason why the government has its lifeblood, its currency, right?
Right.
Apparently, the current administration and many administrations and a lot of people who are on the side of the party of the current administration, for whatever reason, don't agree with that.
Right.
They don't agree with that.
Of course not.
Here's my question. How can you not agree with that?
140.
Who should be the priority?
Million.
You know what I mean? How do you if the people paying the tax money are not the priority, well then how do we create and define a priority? And by those definitions, who should be the priority?
Right,
and
but if you say you don't want to pay taxes, the more because you're
how is that xenophobic?
When you need it,
you know what I'm saying? To ask those kind of questions. And shout out to DeAndre for enforcing the likes. I appreciate you, bro. If you guys haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you're not subscribed to the channel, please take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and also please share the stream to your social media.
That's a long story.
Now, let me ask you this. Based on how this entire situation has been handled, based on how this has been dealt with, is this a show of competency or is this a show of incompetency?
I don't know, but I would hope it would say incompetence. But I would hope that
So
FEMA was fine.
now here it says Mayorkas office fired back late Thursday, insisting that those funds couldn't be used for hurricane relief because Congress authorized them specifically for the migrant crisis. Okay, well, why did they authorize them for the migrant crisis?
You can't do that.
Right.
This is easy. Mayorkas and FEMA immediately stopped spending money on illegal immigration, resettlement, and direct those funds to areas hit by the hurricane. Put Americans first. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott tweeted Wednesday in response to the DHS chief. And then, of course, Elon Musk, who, speaking of, drowning, his businesses are drowning. Yeah, agreed Elon Musk, the billionaire owner of X and CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, the billionaire who's trying very hard to get an apprenticeship with Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? Got to make sure we throw that in there, right?
Why does he have to try?
Abbott is a top critic of Mayorkas' mass parole of asylum seekers into the U.S. after President Biden repudiated former President Donald Trump's Remain in Mexico policy, with the governor busing migrants to Democrat-led jurisdictions such as New York City, forcing local budget cuts to house them. Over 2 years, more than $1.4 billion has been committed from FEMA administered programs to support non-federal entities that are taking care of migrants. Now, this is a dumb question, right? But we got to keep asking the dumb questions because we're dealing with dumb politicians.
Unless it's a state of emergency.
If that $1.4 billion had not been spent
right,
like if you file a state
on the migrant crisis,
right?
Do you think that the response to Hurricane Helene might be better and more efficient?
Then it makes sense.
Let me know what you guys think.
Then it makes
DHS
sense.
allocated $780 million for the migrant crisis last year, initially through the FEMA Emergency Food and Shelter Program, which funds relief not associated with natural disasters, and then through the new FEMA Shelters and Services Program, which was authorized in late 2022 by Congress to respond to the migrant crisis. So they created specific cost centers within FEMA to respond to the migrant crisis. Shout out to Leonard and shout out to Deneen and shout out to DC. What's good with y'all?
Homelessness. So we robbed fucking FEMA to take care of them. So we fucked ourselves later.
Now they're calling this misinformation. You know what I mean? But it gets worse though. You know, like they say, like a good YouTuber always says, in order to see how it gets worse, make sure you watch this stream, or if you're watching the replay, this video,
right,
all the way through to the end, right? The $640.9 million spent this year comes solely from the Shelter and Services Program.
Right.
So now, of course, DHS is saying these claims are completely false. DHS said in a statement Thursday to Fox News following the Republican outcry. As Secretary Mayorkas said, FEMA has the necessary resources to meet the immediate needs associated with Hurricane Helene and other disasters. That's not what Secretary Mayorkas said, though.
I got the homeless crisis.
Again, we literally just read what Secretary Mayorkas said. Is that what Secretary Mayorkas said? He didn't say that. What did Secretary Mayorkas say?
Like the day in California.
The Shelter and Services Program is a completely separate, appropriated grant program that was authorized and funded by Congress and is not associated in any way with FEMA's disaster-related authorities or funding streams. Why was this even set up?
Because
that money that is being allocated to that program should be allocated for what FEMA is. So what does FEMA stand for? Federal Emergency Management Agency.
Money for it. That's how
I would say that a hurricane that has displaced multiple people is an emergency.
Yep. That's how they did it. That's exactly how the fuck
they
did
it. You know what I mean?
That's how they did it.
So now here it says it's unclear if federal officials have the power to redirect migrant-focused funds to natural disaster victims. Which is wild. Why is that not built in?
Somebody wrote it in. There you go.
The original program from which migrant funds flowed aimed to alleviate homelessness. Now, were they even used for homelessness?
See, I just
so, you know, again, we can still use the same argument, right? We still got homeless people.
Right, exactly. Because they took that money.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AW1. Yo, AW1 wants
because we got
the Reaper
an influx.
YouTube.
But it did it under the guise of
somebody could drop that link to the Reaper. You know what I'm saying? In there for AW1 because AW1
is a state of
emergency. All about the fuck shit.
Damn, the money
going along with the fuck shit.
You know what I mean?
Don't touch me! I'm about to change on your ass! I'll beat your ass with my elbows! Werewolf style!
And you know, as far as this, you know, response to the hurricanes and all that, you know what I'm saying? We got to shout out the Reaper again. The federal government, they responding to this crisis
just like a woman. Because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Reaper keep it 1,000.
Yeah, Reaper kept it 1,000, but FEMA did not. You know what I'm saying? FEMA did not keep it 1,000, but they kept it over $1 billion with their migrant. No, you know what I'm saying? They definitely kept it over $1 billion with their migrant. You know what I'm saying?
The governor.
So now here it says the original program from which migrant funds flowed aimed to alleviate homelessness. But again, how much homelessness was alleviated by these programs? This is a question that we got to ask. With 1983 legislation setting up the Emergency Food and Shelter Program, calling for projects and activities in civil jurisdictions with high unemployment or in labor surplus areas or political units or in pockets of poverty. None of that describes anything about dealing with an incoming migrant crisis.
Yep.
Right?
Right.
The December 2022 funding bill authorizes the split-off program for spending on migrants, vaguely described the purpose as for providing shelter and other services to families and individuals encountered by the Department of Homeland Security. Now, we got to talk about this weaponization of being vague, right? Hey, shout out to Shaka Nulu. What's good with you, bro? Yep, I got you, bro. Appreciate you being here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, what does this mean? And again, this even ties into, right? This even ties into how the undocumented bros are loosely related to the box bros, right? And we kind of alluded to this. I haven't really had a chance to cover the homeless crisis and the housing crisis and all this stuff, right? But you guys can connect some of this stuff on your own.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I did it for
so
you.
Now here it says a relatively paltry $4 million has been paid. Look at this. $4 million has been paid directly to the families and individuals in the week since Hurricane Helene ravaged the Southeast, deleting at least 202 people, and I think the count is up, causing severe flooding damage from Florida to North Carolina. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said on Thursday. Now, let me ask y'all this. Is there anybody who has ever dealt with flood insurance? No. that's what we call the migrants. Shaka, we call them the undocumented bros. We call them the undocumented bros. You know what I'm saying? So $4 million. What's the policy limits on hurricane insurance? What's the average policy limit on hurricane insurance? The reason why I'm asking, right, is because if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to commercial trucks, the minimum insurance coverage is $1 million. If I'm not mistaken, it's $1 million per vehicle. But don't quote me. It's been a minute since I've underwritten a policy, right? If I'm not mistaken, I think that flooding is either $1 million or $2 million. Don't quote me. It might be less, and it might be less for residential. I worked in the capacity of commercial, so it might be a little bit different. $4 million has been paid to all of the people. So this $4 million has been spread across all of the victims of Hurricane Helene. There is no way that that's going to help with anything.
Right.
And honestly, a lot of these areas that are dealing with these issues, they don't even have electricity or running water. Some of these people can't even get onto the internet in order to be able to access the funds or even apply for this stuff. And a lot of these people that are applying for this are getting rejected. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says those funds are from a $10 million FEMA allocation that allows storm victims grants of $750 for groceries. Now, $750 for groceries. Let me ask y'all this. Let's see how good y'all memory is. How much money was directly deposited onto the ATM cards, the Visa MasterCard logo,
over like $3,000
debit cards that they gave the migrants in New York City?
I think it's like over $3,000.
More than $750.
Yeah, they gave them
right?
$4,500.
Yeah, they did it here too.
More than $750.
They basically went on that basic income shit.
But
well, that's not the same thing.
No, listen. How we got denied that, remember?
Yes.
Right? And it was supposed to be like one of three options. Well, they got like a bigger version of that automatically.
Yeah, but the basic.
Yeah, but it's different. Yeah, it's for them. Do you hear what I'm saying though?
Too.
Do you hear what I'm saying though?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but you're saying that just
We didn't have. They just denied us. They didn't even let us try or whatever. They already had their parameters.
Right.
They got everything.
Yeah. Well, they only give it to you if you're unhoused. If you're housed, they're not gonna give it to you.
Oh yeah, but I understand that part, but Jesus Christ, like, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're unhoused. Really, if you think about it, you're not really living anything but a glorified fucking tent, cuz.
Either way, you got an address, you got a key, you got a door that you can lock and come and go as you please. So you're not unhoused.
That's not the rules.
You're actually on the streets where you got to be told to move along every 5 minutes.
All right, so we were unhoused.
Right.
It still said no. So that's the second point. That's the second point. Point is that they gave them, all of them, immediate access to that. And it was really heavy. It wasn't like the 3-tier option. And they were picking and choosing whether they wanted to give it to everybody or to certain people in certain age ranges or women in certain conditions, or you know what I mean? They're like choosy with us and non-choosy with them.
Yeah.
And that's why they're driving nice cars, living in nice apartments, such and such. And victory all in their heart. Excuse me, what? But that's just frustrating.
Yeah. It is frustrating, but if they want to go for Biden and Harris or Harris and Walsh, they expect more of this bullshit.
FEMA only gave shout out to DC Precise, $3,000 to $5,000. Shout out to Jesse, $4,500. They only gave from FEMA. Now this is from FEMA.
I think
$750 for groceries. Where they gonna buy groceries at?
Right, the grocery store is on the.
You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Biden said Wednesday during an operational briefing on Hurricane Helene in North Carolina that it's going to cost billions of dollars to deal with this storm and all the communities affected. And the Congress has an obligation to ensure states have the resources that they need. Okay, that sounds good, but Mayorkas said that there's no money left.
Exactly.
The lack of available FEMA funds stoked outrage among congressional Republicans who are not due back in session until after Election Day. The Biden-Harris administration took more than $1 billion tax dollars that had been allocated to FEMA for disaster relief and used it to house illegal aliens, fumed Representative Jim Jordan. Now they've abandoned American hurricane victims in North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, and Tennessee. Representative Tim Burchett, whose district neighbors the disaster zone, tweeted, FEMA spending over $1 billion on illegal while they leave Americans stranded and without help is treasonous. U.S. citizens are dying. Pray for our country, folks. Now, here's my thing, right? Again, these funds should be locked up and should be allocated and used for taxpayers only. So here's the thing, right? You talk about this, and then the critique comes. We now have to critique the current administration. You can't critique Kamala Harris. if you critique Kamala Harris, then there must be some other issue than the data that we're looking at. It can't possibly be because of the information that we're talking about. There's got to be some other issue that you have with Kamala Harris.
Well,
okay, well, what if we just don't mention Kamala Harris and we talk about Biden?
Somebody had to walk that through.
We can't not talk about Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris is Biden's vice president.
Right.
They are working, or at least claim to be, or at least are supposed to be, working on this situation together. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
As far as
so now, here it says Representative Eli Crane added the Biden administration spent over $1 billion on funding illegal aliens. America last. Connect the dots if you can, wrote Tim Murtaugh, an advisor to former President Donald Trump's campaign. DHS says FEMA might not have enough cash to help people through hurricane season, but in 2 years of a new Biden-Harris program, they've spent $1 billion on housing and other services for migrants. And again, now mind you, what they allocated this money away from the disaster part of FEMA was not even for migrants. It was supposed to be for homeless people.
Yeah.
But they can change these definitions and say, well, the migrants were homeless, right? The same way they did with the right to shelter law in New York City. So, of course, FEMA did not immediately respond to the post request for comment. And that's because they're busy saving people's lives, right?
We hope.
They're too busy saving people's lives to be able to respond to any type of comments that we might have, right? So
I don't really think it's on them. I think that they're the ones. Somebody has to write that shit in.
I don't really want to go deep into this, right? Because I'm gonna be talking about this more on Undocumented tonight. All right. So shout out to the people that are subscribed to Undocumented. If you guys are not subscribed to Undocumented, do me a favor, take a moment and subscribe to Undocumented. All right. If one of the mods could put the link to Undocumented in the chat, I would really appreciate it.
Except over here, dude.
12:55 tonight. We're gonna dive into this a lot deeper. All right. As far as on the migrant crisis and exactly what's going on. Now, in the midst of all of this happening, they don't have any money for people in the United States, but Kamala Harris announces $385 million, mind you, which is more than the $4 million that's already gone out, in aid for Lebanon because of a humanitarian crisis. Now, let's look at this current situation right here.
It's all bad.
People in America have just suffered from a hurricane landfall. There's another hurricane on the way that's supposed to touch down tonight.
What are you doing?
We're out of money for those people.
I'm promoting Rob Stone.
Kamala Harris, with a smile on her face, announces $385 million in aid for Lebanon for humanitarian crisis.
I have no idea.
Somebody make it make sense.
Like, you can't even get him to fucking promote my shit. But
oh, well, you know, FEMA doesn't have the money. Okay, so what? Find the money somewhere else.
Good stuff. I was sorry, but like
literally nobody's going to be okay with this.
Revolutionary.
Shout out to the title.
Over there.
Kamala Harris making this announcement. If you ask me, if most people have a functioning brain in their head, this should be campaign suicide for her.
It is.
If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. This should be campaign suicide.
It's not really waiting too late in the election anyway.
You know what I'm saying?
All it's really doing is making it look bad because the fucking weather and all those people out without everything.
Shout out to you, Law. I appreciate it, bro.
All the fucking they don't get.
This should be campaign suicide. So now here it says Vice President Kamala Harris announced in a statement on Friday that the United States will provide nearly $157 million in additional humanitarian aid to Lebanon.
See, basically taxpayers.
Okay.
For more aid to Lebanon.
The funding will address growing needs of civilians affected by the country's ongoing humanitarian crisis. What about the ongoing humanitarian crisis that's going on right here?
Right.
Shout out to Cindy. What's good with it, Cindy? And shout out to Last Not Late. How do you classify this type of decision?
I don't know, but I don't really think that I mean, we're too far into
How do you support? How do you justify this type of decision? Is this logical? Is this rational? Yeah, facts. Shout out to my man U-Law. U-Law said, I'm here lurking, bro, since 2019. Facts. Shout out to my man U-Law. Good to see you, bro.
Seriously, though. Like,
how do you justify this?
You can't.
So my question is, who would feel comfortable with this type of logic being utilized as the logic leading the country?
Not me.
We're already living under this kind of logic leading the country. How's it working out?
Horribly.
A lot, it's really bad. It is a lot.
How's it working out? You know what I mean?
It's going to get worse.
This comes just days after the U.S. Department of Homeland Security said it does not have enough money to get through the hurricane season after the vice president announced $750 per person in aid for victims of Hurricane Helene. The new assistance package will be allocated toward essential needs such as food, shelter, water, protection, and sanitation, according to Harris, which is probably literally every single one of those things, something that those people in North Carolina or other areas that have been affected by, you know, Hurricane Helene could use.
That's nothing.
They could use all of that, right? But instead of providing that for the people here, they're going to provide it for people elsewhere. I don't even know if Lebanon is like, I mean, are they even political allies of ours? Or, I mean, is there any type of attachment or any type of contract or any type of agreement that requires us to have to provide them any aid? I don't understand that.
I provide
This aid is intended to support those displaced by the recent conflict and other vulnerable populations across Lebanon. All right, so here goes the official tweet from Kamala Harris, right? So we're going to take a look at this official tweet.
This is fucking black.
All right.
Black, it's black, it's black.
We're going to take a look at the official tweet. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull it up. And shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. All right, so here goes the tweet. All right. The people of Lebanon are facing an increasingly dire humanitarian situation.
Oh my God.
Okay. I am concerned about the security and well-being of civilians suffering in Lebanon and will continue working to help meet the needs of all civilians there. To that end, the United States will provide nearly $157 million in additional assistance to the people of Lebanon for essential needs such as food, shelter, water, protection, and sanitation to help those who have been displaced by the recent conflict. This additional support brings total U.S. assistance to Lebanon over the last year to over $385 million. How nice. I don't know if I really would have. I don't know if I really, you know, first and foremost, I just wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have done that. The you know what I'm saying? Americans would have got the money first and foremost, right? Second of all, if I was going to do something like that, after the secretary just made the announcement that we don't have any money, I'm for sure not about to be going around, you know, all loud on Twitter to all of my Twitter, you know, supporters saying, hey, y'all, you know, I know y'all dealing with a hurricane over there, but look what we just did for Lebanon. Are you crazy?
Right.
You know, people got to be heated about that.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know, people got to be heated about that. Kamala Harris, she with the fuck shit.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me. I'm about to change on your ass. I'll beat your ass with my elbows. Werewolf style.
All right, I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
Oh, yeah, she definitely with the fuck. She didn't hear about that. Give me a thumbs down. It's a lot of weird stuff going on with this. But it's always weird stuff going on with the Biden administration because they're crazy. You know what I'm saying?
I just don't understand why.
So here it says when Jordan Seedholm Woke up Saturday morning, he saw a Facebook post that tens of thousands of people were commenting on and sharing. A family was stranded on a mountain in Banner Elk, North Carolina. They had run out of water a day earlier and had just enough food to last 2 days. Seedham, the former head of Chesterfield County Sheriff Office Narcotics Unit, knows a thing or two about finding people. He researched the mountain chain where the family was located and found a place to land using his mapping software. All right, so let's just check this out real quick. It's probably going to be I figure it's going to be of course, 15-second advertisement. Real quick, if y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share this stream to your social media. All right, let's see. Hold on, here we go. Let's check this out real quick.
Now being shared days after Helene wreaked havoc in North Carolina, but one Pageland man's efforts to help are now the source of controversy. He flew his own chopper on his own dime to help stranded victims, but that man says he abandoned his rescue missions after a fire official threatened to have him thrown in jail. Well, that man now wants answers and turned to Queen City News chief investigator Jody Barr to help figure out what went wrong here.
This is the original post that I was reading when I decided to go up and help. It's a long post, but she's saying that her kids and family and animals are trapped. No way out, no supplies, and the only way in or out is accessible by helicopter. Limited cell service and no water since Friday morning. I thought I have a helicopter and maybe I can help.
Jordan Sidham piled food and water into its helicopter Saturday and headed up toward Banner Elk. The only way through a mountain gap in Lake Lure.
This is the mountain valley that you would have to fly to get to Blacc Mountain, where we were escorting people out. This is a mountain range, and this is a mountain range. The only place to fly through with bad visibility.
I mean, like, that's what I would want. It's my tangibles.
Cloud coverage.
Helicopter in.
The cries for help from people stranded without food, water, or electricity hit social media soon after the flooding last Friday.
My parents are stuck there. Their address is Banner Elk. They are in the first condo. If you receive this, please give me a call back. Thank you.
Sidham's phone started lighting up on Saturday with people begging for help.
I mean, I could hear the desperation in her voice. This is multiple phone calls I've received like this.
I wouldn't even announce that because, man,
people.
I need my cell.
Sidham and his son rescued 4 people on Saturday and spent the night in a nearby pilot's lounge, then decided to fly again Sunday morning.
I spoke with my son, which is my co-pilot. I said, hey, do you want to go back out and try to help today? And his response was, there's so many messages, I don't think we can't not go help.
Sidham and his son were headed up to Blacc Mountain. Flight tracking shows no flight restrictions in place Saturday or Sunday morning when Sidham flew through the Lake Lure Gap. But that was all about to change. The Sidham spotted an older couple waiting for help, then landed in what's left of their driveway.
Hey, I want you to let me get in, you step out and go out and help her in, put her bag in the back, get her strapped in. I'm going to take her now and come back. I'll take him, I'll come back, and then I'll get you, okay?
I originally left my son, co-pilot, on the side of the mountain. It was kind of unstable, so I didn't want to put more weight in the helicopter to lift back off. So I left my son with the other victim, and I was just going to take one person down at the time. And you could hear me in the video talking through with the victims and with my son what we're going to do.
3 minutes away, Sidham spotted a group of rescuers just down the river. He landed and found someone in charge.
Told him my background experience, law enforcement, firefighting, pilot. He immediately started helping with coordination. He gave me radio frequencies to coordinate with them on, set up a landing area for me to come back with the other victim. And in the middle of the whole conversation and then blocking the road off, I was greeted by the, at that time I didn't know, but Lake Lure fire chief or assistant chief maybe, and he shut down the whole operation. So at that point, I felt like the conversation wasn't going any further. And again, he asked me to leave, and I said, hey, I have no problem getting out of your area. If that's what you want us to do, we'll leave, no issue. At that point, I asked him, what was the reason I had to leave there? And he said, again, you're interfering with my operation.
So this is important, right? I want y'all to keep this in mind, how they wanted to get this individual out of there because they were saying, quote unquote, he's interfering with the operation. Because based on some reports, they really don't have any business turning away help.
Right.
Based on some of the reports that have been coming out, they don't have any. They better be taking all the help they can get.
I just need you to get out of the area. I said, sir, I don't know where you were trained at, but I know how my training is, and I'm not going to leave personnel behind. I'm going back to get my co-pilot. He said, if you turn around and go back up the mountain, you're going to be arrested.
Damn.
I said, well, sir, I'm going back to get my co-pilot. I don't know what to tell you. And he said, I'm letting you know.
Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, Rob, have you seen Walls on Fox News yet? They asked him all about this. Did they? I know he was looking confused. I know he didn't know what to do. He's still he's still happy he survived JD Vance. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Jay. Yeah, I agree. Jay said they should have said your operation sucks. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. And I don't. Did you guys take a look at the community post that I posted about that lithium mine? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Make sure y'all check that out. And real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't hit that like button yet, do me a favor, hit that like button. Also, if you guys haven't shared the stream, take a moment and share the stream. And if you're not subscribed on Rumble or subscribed to the Discord, hit those links that are pinned in the chat.
No, and at that point, he waved for 2 law enforcement officers to come over and told me that again, if I go back up the mountain, I would be arrested.
He flew the 3-minute trip back, picked up his son, and left the woman's husband behind.
I'm sure he was flooded with emotions and trying to rescue other people, and I just felt that it was best at the time to leave. So I did follow his instructions, and I had a conversation with the female victim before I left, apologizing and explaining. She was standing there. She heard the whole conversation, and they were both very...
Hey, shout out to Kurt for being a 1-to-1 enforcer. Make sure y'all throw some 100s in the chat. We got the 1-to-1 ratio popping off. Appreciate y'all, man. That's what's good. I definitely appreciate it. Throw them 100s in the chat. Let's get it.
Very, very surprised, very upset. The husband, as I was leaving off of the side of the mountain, at that point, separated from his wife. He was upset. I can only imagine.
Sidham and his nearly 1,400 flight hours turned his chopper around and headed back to South Carolina, passing people waving for help along the way.
As I was actually leaving to go back to get my son, the original chief or captain that I spoke to, his crew and himself, they came back over and said, hey man, we can't tell you to go get the victim. We can't even ask you to go get the victim, but we can tell you if you come back with the victim, we'll have you a designated landing spot, and we'll make sure they don't come over here.
So there was no flight restriction when you went in?
No flight restriction when I went in. It went in place 20 or 30 minutes after the confrontation with Mr.
You feel like that was coincidental, or do you think that was because of what happened?
I don't think it can be coincidental when there has not been one in place the day before doing rescue operations, the night of, the morning of, that took place after our altercation. I think there would have never been a TFR put in place had we not had that conversation. If I had to do it over again, I would have stopped and I would have rescued as many people until they decided they were going to arrest me.
Well, for now, we've chosen not to name that Lake Lure fire official because...
Yeah, that shout out to DeAndre. That post that I put on the community tab, there should be a link on the community tab that'll take you to the article that I screenshotted that from.
Communications in and out of that town are still difficult. We want to include his side in this story, and if and when he responds to our messages, we will include that. The good news is I saw a video of a Coast Guard helicopter landing in Lake Lure this morning, so hopefully some of those mountain rescues are underway today. From Pageland, Jody Barr, Queen City News.
All right, so there's that. All right, kind of crazy. Now, here's why that's important, right? That's important because of this. All right. Look at this. Look at this right here. FEMA abandons devastated North Carolina town residents because they can't drive around road closed sign. You turning away helicopters, but y'all can't drive around the road closed sign. Like that's crazy, man. Hey, again, how
Come on, man. It's FEMA.
I don't know.
They've been doing this forever.
All the and again, I want you guys to understand these kinds of terminal inadequacies, these types of terminal incompetencies. This is the reason why people so adamantly deflect and divert away from critiques of Kamala Harris when she's being directly critiqued for particular actions that she's involved with. Right. Shout out to David Brown. What's good with you, bro? This is why. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's been bringing in supplies except civilians. All right, that's according to what they're saying here. All right. Residents of a tiny so you know you in the outback, you know you in the woods. This city is called Bat Cave. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you know. Yeah. Residents of a tiny North Carolina town called Bat Cave that was almost totally destroyed by Hurricane Helene is fending for themselves after FEMA told them that a road closed sign is an insurmountable obstacle for the agency to navigate. Well, if again, shout out to the world is correct, right? If a road closed sign tells you that you cannot get in there to operate or to help those people, you know that you're dealing with an incompetent agency. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. I mean, that right there, you shouldn't expect anything. Once they've said we can't drive around this town, you're doomed. Yep. You're on your own. Yep. At that point, understand you're on your own. Start doing what you got to do to take care of yourself. If you ask me, see, I'm not trying to be. That's how I operate. If I'm in a situation and I need to do something, and I start saying things or giving off basic commands, if you say something crazy, I've immediately erased you from the environment. You're done. Yep. Right. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Like if I'm like, oh man, look, we got a grease fire over here, and then you be like, here, I got a bucket of water for you. You're done. Right, if you survive, I'm not talking to you until we're out of the situation. We're done, because I don't have time for that. I don't have time for you handing me a bucket of water during a grease fire. Right. I need something to smother the fire with. I need foam. I need something. I need something that's going to work, not something that's going to make it worse.
I'm gonna use some baking soda.
If your initial answer is you can't do it or something that's going to make it worse, stay out of my way.
I'm not. I'm using some baking soda.
I hate to say that. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Go sit down somewhere. Right. You know what I'm saying? You're not helping anything. We'll all be dead dealing with you. Right. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to.
No, that's real shit, dude. That's real shit.
Funny here. Not trying to. Again, you know, personality coming through. That is literally the exact way that I would deal with it.
Exactly. Right. That's exactly how I would deal with it.
Anybody that knows me in real life can attest to that. We got a situation going on. I'm gonna start saying some things. If it's not registering or if it's not connecting, get out of here. Go sit down somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Get out of the way, because if you can't help, then you've become a hazard. So just go somewhere.
You're a liability.
You know what I'm saying? You're a liability. Yep. That's what's going on right here.
Yep, that's almost 90.
And on top of it, they're not capable of getting beyond this road closed sign. But a helicopter that clearly is probably able to reach areas that a vehicle on the road can't reach, they're threatening to arrest and send those people back. It doesn't make any sense. Right. It doesn't make any sense.
So you know what I'm saying?
So now here it says FEMA called me and told me they wanted to inspect my house, then called me back and said they couldn't drive around the road closed sign. They weren't allowed.
Anybody with helicopter is useful.
Chelsea Atkins, who is 38, told the Post. All right.
You got to get a pilot's license, so.
If you drive by it, or for sure, it's not that bad. You just have to drive around the road closed sign. I explained to them. They said they couldn't. She said, recounting her maddening exchange with the embattled federal agency. Left to fend for themselves, Bat Cave residents banded together, opening the roads and starting the arduous work of cleanup and recovery. Residents told the Post that they don't need FEMA now, and at this point, they don't even want the disaster relief agency to come. And I get it.
You better not say that. So shut the fuck up. You know what I'm
saying? I get it. I would be highly.
You're just upset.
I would be highly irritated.
You're just upset. You know you need them. Calm down.
Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with it, Brooklyn Queen? I would be highly irritated.
Because at that point,
you know
right
while the sick and elderly residents of Batcave were airlifted to safety a week ago, those left behind have seen virtually no sign of government agencies, save for a handful of Louisiana State Police troopers, quote unquote, keeping an eye on everything, who locals say haven't done much of anything. Okay. The intermittent whir of military Chinook helicopters buzzing over the town serves as a reminder that people in the devastated west of the state are getting help, just not in Batcave. Here, apple orchard workers armed with chainsaws worked with a local grading contractor to clear the roadways well before the Department of Transportation arrived to help, although they were grateful for the assist when it finally arrived. The few remaining locals have scavenged building supplies to shore up homes teetering on the edge of the Broad River, which is now 10 times wider than it was before Helene carved its path of destruction. Atkins, a health researcher originally from Buffalo, New York, said she thought she was going to die when the storm hit Batcave. She and her husband, Andy Wells, who was 40, sought shelter Friday morning in the foyer of a small white brick post office across Highway 64 with neighbors Kendall and her fiance, Curtis McCart, 58. It was wild, Atkins said. When floodwaters started to dulge their makeshift refuge, the displaced locals next made their way to empty houses on higher ground, trudging up the side of a mountain in a desperate attempt to reach safety. The first home they tried had a gas leak, and the ground beneath the porch of a second slipped out from under them. I mean, that's wild. Like, you just striking out. Like, look at that. The ground slipped out from under. That's what it looked like when the ground slipped out from under the house. Yeah, that's a great question. Shout out to Tedra. I wish I could tell you. Tedra said, so where's our tax?
Right. Overseas.
Dollars going. That is a great question.
It's everybody else's pocket.
They need to sing some old Motown songs asking about that. Have you seen them? Have you seen them? Have you seen them? Seen them?
The tax dollars.
Because I haven't. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Antithesis. Antithesis says, I bet if invaders were out there, responders would have found a way around those signs. I'm just saying, not only would they have found a way around those signs, but I bet you some money would have found its way there too. More than $750. Matter of fact, I bet you credit cards equipped with RFIDs and PayWave would have got down there somehow. Matter of fact, preloaded Apple iPhones with Cash App cards with cash already on them probably would have found their way down there. You know what I'm saying?
That's it.
So now here it says, at first, we thought we'd be fine waiting out the storm in the post office for a couple of hours, then walk back home. With every minute that went by, the situation got more and more dire, she said. The post office flooded, and that's when we realized stuff was really hitting the fan. Atkins says she's not usually frightened by weather, but admits at this point she genuinely feared for her life. I'm not very ruffled by nature. I really can handle a lot. But I looked at my neighbor and asked, are we going to die? Like, real talk. Are we going to die? She said, like, real talk. The next cabin group tried a screened-in porch and provided them with shelter they had sought. Atkins said FEMA called her to arrange an inspection of her house on the Broad River, rendered uninhabitable by the storm, but that they never showed up because the road was closed. The very same road the post successfully traversed on its way to Batcave. The road is treacherous but navigatable. It's littered with downed power lines and whole sections have collapsed. One portion of Highway 9 is entirely washed away, forcing traffic to navigate a huge chasm through someone's front yard. FEMA hasn't been here, Atkins said. The Department of Transportation has been here, and random fire departments like Canopolis, they were great, but nobody's bringing supplies except for civilians, she shared. So let me ask you guys this. When the government fails like this, right? When there's a failure that happens like this, how should the public deal with it?
I don't know what we could do.
How should the public deal with it?
Honestly, I don't know what we could do to be constructive.
Shout out to Patrick. Patrick says this has always been FEMA's policy. They won't come if debris is in their path. They told me this when I lived in Florida and went through a hurricane. And that's wild. You would think that they would get some type of training for that.
I mean,
well, remember,
yeah, facts. And shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said those NGOs that are peculiarly placed all over the globe. Yeah, facts. And you know what's the name of that? What's the name of that little cartel that we was talking about? What's the name of that cartel that we was talking about? Hold on, real quick. I'm about to find out real quick. Let me see. What's their names? The Clan del Golfo. Yeah. Thank goodness there were no Clan del Golfo members down there. It would have really been a wrap. Yeah, I gotta agree with Black Spider. Total failure. Total failure. So my question would be, who's responsible for this? How should they be held accountable?
Right.
And if people are going to say this is not a reflection on Kamala Harris, what is her level of involvement? How is she not responsible for this? And if this is critiqued or if this is criticized, how would this be an unfair critique? Because it seems like fact-based critiques of Kamala Harris are unfair critiques.
Mm-hmm.
And my thing is, you know, the people that support Kamala Harris, they should be honest in their support. If she did something wrong or if there was a failure, if she's that good of a candidate, one failure is not going to make her, quote unquote, unelectable. Right? But here's the problem. She is that bad.
Mm-hmm.
And shout out to Patrick. Yeah, they'll say that it's misinfo. You know what I'm saying? Instead of actually addressing what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So now here it says, at this late stage in the recovery effort, Atkins says there are concerns FEMA showing up at this point could do more harm than good. It's been a civilian-run operation since day one. You can't ask the authorities for help. They'll say you need to leave, she said, calling Batcave a country boy can survive kind of place. We're handling it. Leave it to us and we'll get it covered. Her neighbor, Curtis McCart, a retired Los Angeles Fire Department captain and paramedic, estimates a dozen houses along his stretch of the winding Highway 64 were washed away in the storm. The town itself has been ripped in half. A 15-foot segment of bridge connecting two halves of the town was destroyed. Though the gap is now spanned with pieces of sheet metal, it can't support a car's weight, forcing residents to traverse the span entirely on foot. The broad river was only 10 yards wide in front of the McCart's home before the hurricane. Now it's a 100-yard wide riverbed sown with trees, concrete slabs, twisted tin, and power lines with their transformers still connected.
Damn.
And these are like, this is what the damage looks like.
Ooh,
that's crazy. Looks like a demolition crew came through there.
It does.
We had huge 60 feet tall sycamores in front of the house, which must have been 100 and something years old, that are all gone. Because of their age, they must have been here in the 1916 flood, which I heard was 27 to 30 feet. This flood must have been worse. I heard this flood was 40 feet, he said. McCart hasn't seen anyone in Batcave wearing a FEMA uniform, and like Atkins, he worries about what will happen if they show up, as he works to address the third floor of his home to stop the attic roof from toppling. At this point, I don't care if FEMA comes by. I don't want somebody to pull me out of here. I'm saying I'm working in an unsafe spot. I'm wondering if Big Brother is going to allow us to rebuild. Now that's interesting, right? Because why would somebody ask that question, quote unquote, I wonder if Big Brother would allow us to build? Well, look at the community tab post that I just put up. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jacoby. Jacoby says Kamala has more W privilege than a W person.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't disagree with that. You know what I'm saying? I definitely wouldn't disagree with that. Shout out to MoFax. MoFax says, where is the state and local government as well?
Right.
This is a failure at all government levels. Yeah, facts. Absolutely. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre says it's some crazy brainwash going on if someone can support this administration, actually even defend it. Yeah.
Right.
I can't wait to see the defenses. I can't wait to see the defenses.
I don't think you
now,
really
who is this? I think this is
can't do shit
yeah,
about
I
it.
think this is
I mean, like,
ABC.
that's really fucked up.
Well,
if I'm not mistaken.
Or American Rescue Action Plan.
Right.
ABC. Yeah, ABC says that there are misinformation being spread about this particular situation. We're gonna.
I thought we're gonna tend to believe the people.
We're gonna take a look at that. We're gonna take a look at that claim of misinformation on Undocumented.
Yeah.
Tonight.
That's
all right. The last thing that we about to do is we about to take a look at this video from Fox. All right. And in this video from Fox, they're accusing the Biden-Harris administration of mismanaging this crisis. Now, if you ask me, right, I don't know a crisis that has occurred during their administration that they have actually managed effectively or appropriately. I don't think that they've managed any crisis that's going on in the last 4 years effectively. You know what I'm saying? But they focusing on this one for now. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna take a look at this and see what they're talking about.
It's too late. I mean, they took too long. It took them 5 days to get here, and I mean, it took 5 days for Biden to come here, and he didn't think we were worth coming down to see himself. He had to fly over on his way to Raleigh. It's disgraceful. They tell us what we need instead of listening to us. There's people that have lost everything, their home, their everything, priceless items that were thousands of dollars. And I'm not expecting her to give us thousands of dollars, but they can do more than that. I mean, I feel betrayed. I feel like we're not worth it to them.
But there's just a complete failure of weak leadership here in North Carolina, the federal government, and it takes my strong leadership in Florida to send us up here. If it wasn't for DeSantis sending the state guard special missions unit up here, this never even would have happened. But there's just no support here. There's no leadership.
Okay, enough already. Help HELENE victims. That was North Carolina resident Jordan Lanning speaking to.
Now we got to bring it here, right? We got to ask these questions. Did anybody send anybody anywhere during Hurricane Katrina? I know they sent a bunch of people to jail. Just saying.
They let our people sit in that water for weeks.
Right.
Jesse Waters, also John Howard with the Florida National Guard Special Missions Unit. You just heard from them about their frustration over the Biden-Harris White House bad response to Hurricane Helene. Let's bring in National Border Patrol Council Vice President Chris Cabrera. Chris, thanks for your service to America. Okay, frustration over prioritizing, sending funds to illegal aliens over citizens where Helene victims are feeling abandoned. It's also border communities feeling abandoned, inner cities feeling abandoned by Biden-Harris. What do you make of the spending of $1 billion in FEMA funds on illegal aliens?
I'd like to say that I'm shocked by it, but unfortunately I'm not. I think this administration has their priorities out of whack, and it's unfortunate when you have people in some of these states like North Carolina that are really suffering right now, and there's no money left in the coffers for the United States citizen that's in need.
Yeah, I gotta agree. Shout out to the specialist. The specialist said this just might be the nail in Kamami's coffin. If you guys agree with the specialist, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, here goes my thing, right? What I'm interested in, not only am I interested in her defense of what's going on in this situation, I'm interested in the people who defend her,
right,
and how they defend her from this. I want to see the logic that they use. I want to see the data, the information, the explanations. I want to see what they say.
Yeah, they got a whole lot of explaining to do.
I want to see the deflection.
I don't think you can, because the facts are the facts.
If you ask me, at this point, with this on public display, there's not really a reason why she should get a vote at all.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't understand. I don't understand how any vote can be justified for her. But we'll see. And it'll be all deflection. It'll be all deflection. I want to see what Joy Reid has to say about this. I want to see what Roland Martin has to say about this. All of the usual suspects. I want to see what they all say. And I want to see if they present legitimate arguments or if it's just nonsense.
It's just gonna be
because most of the time it's just nonsense. It's just nonsense.
Okay, so the thing is, if they're spending FEMA funds on illegals, I mean, if you look at it this way, that's FEMA's a disaster agency. Is the Biden-Harris White House admitting the border is a disaster?
Yeah, even if they were to admit it was a disaster, I mean, the FEMA funds should be the last funds to go to illegal aliens. That's for home, disasters here that, whether it's a hurricane.
Shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker got a great point. Black Free Thinker said, "What is this Kamami mess? If she's not black, then how is she a mammy?" Yeah, that's facts. I ain't even think about that. That's a great point. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, "Rob, if you ask a lot of blacks, they'll defend it." I'm curious to see how. I want to see what the defense
is. The mammies.
You know what I'm saying?
Mammies will defend it.
I will not defend that because
I want to see what the defense is.
You're not a mammy.
I wouldn't disagree with you. I just want to know what are they gonna say? What are they gonna say? If I put it into a slot machine, you know what I'm saying? Will I get a jackpot?
Tornado or whatever the case may be, that those funds should be set aside just for American citizens.
Chris, this is a reality about the White House's open borders. About 13 million, including gotaways. We tracked about 1,700 terrorists in between the ports of entry, all the borders, caught. People they've been leaving everyone else, all taxpayers on their own to deal with this and higher crime and higher taxes. We got a study showing the cost of illegal immigration is about $150 billion annually. That means everybody's state and local taxes go up. Swing state voters and taxpayers in the swing states, they pay about $15 billion of this. I mean, the swing states have seen a major increase in illegal aliens since 2021. We're talking like the triple digit increases. I mean,
shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, "It's crazy how much I've been agreeing with the stuff in this chat and this stream, bro." You know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to you, bro. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to my man KO Kid Fit. Shout out to Patrick. Make sure y'all show Patrick some love. We definitely appreciate you contributing to the fuck shit.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me! I'm about to change on your ass. I'll beat your ass with my elbows, werewolf style.
Super chat with your elbows, werewolf style.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Patrick said, "Rob, they're not gonna say anything. Just ignore it." Yeah, facts.
I mean,
big
like,
facts.
they put that in.
Y'all know what time it is now. The specialist done.
Arizona's right on the border.
Say nothing about Colorado.
I know, but where do you think our spending is on this shit?
Our shit's way up there.
For the whole state.
It's way up there since the new mayor. I mean, look, he filed for a state of emergency twice. Once on homelessness and once on the motherfucking influx. That's the only way FEMA activates at a state of emergency. Once you say you're not a state of emergency, FEMA activates.
I want to say the state of Colorado is between Arizona and Nevada, which it geographically kind of is, but in the spending.
Yeah, it's up there, but I don't know. It's probably not in the. It's probably like, I mean, look, where's Chicago? Where's New York?
But these are states. You're thinking of cities. I'm thinking of states.
Oh.
And Nevada is where Shabak is at. Georgia is where a lot of our people's at. North Carolina.
New York had fucking a lot of spending too. They activated their state of emergency as well.
Swing states. The list that he's showing us is swing states.
Yeah, but why is that so damn important? It's every fucking state that activated their state of emergency to deal with the migrants.
Yeah, I was just curious about Colorado. Like if
Oh, yeah, no, we're way up there. It's just not gonna show right there on that. We're up there too. I mean, you should know. We're up there.
For the whole state, though, he's thinking of just the city. I'm talking about the whole state of Colorado, where the spinning is on it. I'm guessing it's between
Not the whole state. Not the whole state.
Arizona and Nevada.
I mean, not the whole state had to pay for that for FEMA, like that. You know what I mean? Think about it. The migrants are only congregating in one area where they're really allowed to go. You know what I mean? Where they have a state.
That's Denver, Boulder.
Boulder's
Denver
not
and Boulder.
city,
What it's an immigrant-friendly city.
but it's not a sanctuary city.
Okay, so Denver's the only sanctuary city in the whole state of Colorado.
Yes.
Okay, so all the spending is coming to Denver. Is what you're saying?
Well, it's going from Denver, and it went into like all the housing and all that shit. You know what I mean? They filed for, like, you don't remember? Filed for a state emergency.
I'm talking about the whole state, not just the city of Denver.
The whole state didn't file for a state of emergency, just the city.
So Polish didn't file for a state of emergency.
Why would he? He would only do it, like you say, when the big fires happen. That state of emergency.
He did it for that. He did it for the jabby jab, and he did it for something else. Polish has been in since what? 2020.
We're talking about, well, I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like this conversation is going to go nowhere.
2018.
Right? We're talking about this year, right? Like, I mean, it's obvious that we don't have no control over nothing. So any money that the taxes have gotten that has filled any coffers that went out, it's obvious. That's very obvious. So I don't know what time or what we're really talking about. Is it this particular situation here, this year, this administration, or is it like
the last year, 2020, when we had the mass influx of 50,000 plus? They keep trying to lower it down, but we know what the numbers are.
That was in 2024.
No, we're living in 2024.
What do you mean? Because it's been almost down there a whole year.
We're living it though, like the fiscal year.
Give me a specific time of when.
This is based off the fiscal year of last year, 2023.
Okay, well then, is that what it says?
Yes.
Okay, well then go with that. Like, you answer your own question. You were there.
No, because Colorado's not on this list, so it doesn't answer my own question.
Well then,
the question is, where is Colorado on the list?
I mean, you live in Colorado, you would know, right?
For Denver, but this is for the whole state. These are states. These aren't just cities.
I can't tell you that because it doesn't. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. We don't have very many natural disasters, but when we do, they're very like they're usually fires.
Fires. We can get floods, and we can get blizzards, and we can get tornadoes and hailstorms. But outside of that, no, we're not really getting no disasters. We don't really even get earthquakes like that.
I mean, you would know. I mean, you would know the answer to that, Justin. I have no idea.
I don't know what the figures are for last year for the state of Colorado on the spending for these illegal migrants. I'm guesstimating that it's between Arizona's $3.2 billion and Nevada's $1.99 million. So I would say $2.5 billion, between $2 billion and $3 billion.
Look,
for last year.
How it make work is I slipped it in different programs. So, like the FEMA, there's probably a bunch of different programs, federally funded programs that they dumped money over to for the migrants. So it's not just FEMA; it's probably a whole connection of fucking other federally funded things that we don't even we might not even be aware of.
going to the NGOs. That's why he was talking about the NGOs earlier, especially on the global. But even on the country level, the state level, those damn NGOs is getting a lot of that money too, because they the ones that's champion for the migrants, like D-Hold, House Keys Action Network, organizations like that. Even unfortunately mutual aid, like all of that shit is connected because we already know the connection. We just don't know the.
The only way you're really gonna find out the real price of all that is with audits. So I think everybody's lying and they just give you bloviated financial answers and like make the fucking profit.
It can go red or blue. It's not, but recently it's been blue.
What I'm saying is, I don't think the numbers are really the real numbers. I think they're just numbers that they put up there to kind of match everybody else's numbers. We don't know how much fucking money funneling is really happening with all these entities, and where it's really at, and how much was really given. You know, because I mean, we're outraged about the number that we know about. That wasn't necessarily the case when it came down to the mayor. I mean, the mayor was doing the most, so some things were like not reported. So I don't know. I don't want to believe anything anymore. I want to see an audit. I really think everybody needs to be audited, personally, including FEMA.
We need to feel wiser. We need to feel wiser.
That's the whole point. He can't do it. If he was gonna do it, like he's already out of the position.
We need the treasurer to do it.
We need different people that haven't been in any of those positions that actually have moral integrity to do it.
But they know something about that.
I think it is about that, actually. I really do. I think that when you're in these positions for long periods of time, you don't see any real change. That's the whole point. We've been in this condition with the same people and the same types of people filling these positions, and nothing really ever changes. It stays the same. It gets worse. It goes up and down, but it's not very far up and down. It's just stagnant. So I think that if you get a whole bunch of different new people in all these different positions, and some that are just fucking actually like, nah, man, these numbers don't feel right. Audits, things like that, you might see a really big difference in the way the finances are done and the way economics is done in our state. You know what I mean? We might not be just like we're like basically just allowing them to make us work. They take our money and we're suffering for it and we're paying for it. We're paying for we're paying to not have food in our areas. We're paying to not have safety. we're paying for everything. Okay? We're paying for our own demise, basically.
Whatever happened to no taxation without representation?
First of all, why are we paying taxes if it's going to be used against us as a weapon?
Because everybody pays in.
Oh my God.
Whether they want to or not.
We're paying for our own fucking demise. Basically, we paid into FEMA. FEMA allegedly doesn't have any money because it's been doing this and that. Somebody wrote it in or amended it. And so now, if we ever needed anything, right now, we wouldn't be able to get it as much as we would have maybe if they wouldn't have amended it. You think? So that's just one portion of it. That's just one little level. So we're basically every time you look at the ballot, it says we want to raise taxes by this much. Like the mayor said, it basically breaks down to like $2 and something a day per person. I mean, come on, cuz that's a lot of motherfucking money, and they just keep asking for it. But we're not getting nothing but to stay in the same condition of benign neglect, if not worse. So what is the point of paying for us to stay in the same fucking bottom condition? But we can just keep, yeah, okay, well, I'll go ahead and accept this $2 sales tax so you can allegedly do this. Come on, now that's just, that means that we're basically funding our own cognitive dissonance.
In our own demise.
I just said that.
Yeah. All was just restating what you just said.
So what's the point? And we live in a free capital type thing where we dictate our own prices. So we can't really change it. Like what she's saying, I'm gonna bring down the price of food. Yeah, good luck with that. That's not gonna happen. You can't dictate what somebody wants to sell their goods for.
She's not gonna tax the people that she needs to be taxing. She's gonna tax the average everyday Joe or Jane on the street. She's not gonna tax these billionaires, these damn.
That's it. There's some with different way, but in those different ways, we can't tell anybody what to sell their products for, their goods and services for. Like, I might think that Arm & Hammer deodorant is probably like too much at $2 a stick, or $2.39 a stick. I wish it was like $1.40, but they're not gonna say that. They're gonna say, "Man, you need this shit, so you better pony up that $2.49." You see what I'm saying? So I can't tell nobody that, man, it should have been $26 to take two people to the movies. I remember when it was just $1.50. You know what I mean? Now the theater sits empty because of greed. See?
Netflix and all the others put all that out today.
Greedy COVID made everything possible for us to fuck ourselves later on. Like, basically, everything will be automated because of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Everything went digitally AI because of COVID. You know what I mean? Like, so, and we're paying for it. We're paying for it because, you know, somebody made us stay inside and couldn't figure out what the fuck was the problem or how to fix it. So, we're paying for it.
Yeah.
You know, and that's bad. Then they want to go straight to and they're right. Like, nobody wants to be replaced by a motherfucking robot.
But that's the time we're living in. If you look at Terminator, the time was set in the late 2020s.
Right, so we're being replaced by that. And then sooner or later, all this little comforts of podcasting and shit won't exist either. So it's like we're not gonna have anything. We pay for it. We pay for our own fucking demise. We pay for our own apocalyptic future. If you think about it, you know what I mean. So by doing all this, we're not really sustaining ourselves. We're not bringing in new or different money, and we're not really growing or coming out of any kind of condition. We're not being able to live because the average area, the AMI, and the livable wage, all that shit is not equal. It's not matching. So, you know, no one can really afford to live here, or they can't afford to have or they won't be able to keep their job and live here at the same time. So now that they gave away all that shit, how long do you think that it's gonna take before they decide to say, all right, yeah, you've been on this program for, you know, a little while now, and see you working, I'm gonna start taxing you, but for that money back, like they do when they give you subsidies like food stamps and cash benefits. The moment you get fucking disability, they take that first check to cover all that money they took to take care of you your whole life or however long you're on that service. You know what I mean?
So they pay money regardless. And the IRS isn't even a government organization.
Right.
That's the funny thing about it. It's an NGO.
Right. It's so Social Security. Social Security will take that money as soon as you get approved, right, for disability. If you've been on like food stamps, TANF, whatever, but it says right there stipulated right before you sign on the dotted line that you're accepting that nonsense, right? So they take it regardless. They take it. So either way, it's constant as a rotation of basically voluntary permanent slavery for everybody in the United States. Basically, working for no reason, for no real tangibles, only to fuck yourself when you really need it.
This are reparations right here too, like they got all this money to spend on everything, everybody else but us. But they keep telling us they can't pay us.
But it doesn't matter. Like at this point, like we can still keep fighting, but there's got to be a different solution or a different strategy. And then after that, there has to be a more direct message, I guess. That's going to make them either come to some sort of understanding. I mean, it could be like that one Atlanta episode where you just go in there and take that shit. You can just go in there, take your reparations. Like, I mean, you know what? I feel like this building is mine. Fuck you, why not?
That's what the illegals is already doing. They already taking theirs, and they ain't contribute to a damn thing.
In that case, my thing was I was gonna go on Black vacation. They were leaving their country. I was gonna go there.
Uncle Phil was talking about earlier. You missed it, but yeah, I just wanted to pause it here, y'all. I was just contemplating how much Colorado was spending on this shit.
That's a really easy thing to find out. Maybe you'll have it for the next show. But
Done it.
It's expensive.
The specialist done it. Specialist said, I'll tell you what they'll say, bro. I had a conversation with this dude I consider my brother. I spoke about this very situation and how they crap on citizens in lieu of migrants. And he told me he needs to see more proof. Well, let me ask him this question. Is this enough proof?
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat, eat the cat, eat the cat, eat the cat.
Seeing red, so don't push me. Ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians, somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels. Have you seen Garfield? Have you seen Snowball? It's about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me where my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you check my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you take my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat, eat the cat, eat the cat, eat the cat.
It's a shame, it's a pity. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And then got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Stupid.
Shout out to the specialist, man. The specialist contributing to the fuck shit.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me! I'm about to change on your ass! I'll beat your ass with my elbows! Werewolf style!
Oh man, shout out to the specialist, man. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Miss Niecy. Miss Niecy played the song on loop. Man, I'm dead, man. That is hilarious, man. Shout out to Lehman Lucas, man. Lehman Lucas is the one that's 10 million. So make sure y'all show Lehman Lucas next time you know what I'm saying, be in the chat.
So when you see this, when you think of it this way, it's like it's a chaos at the border, but a free-for-all on the taxpayers inside each state.
Yeah, it defies logic. I mean, it's, the way this administration is thinking, it's just backward thinking all over the place. And it's unfortunate that some people won't even wake up to see this and they'll still vote Democrat, knowing that they're just, giving our taxpayer dollars away.
Chris Cabrera, thanks for your service working with the border to keep it safe. We appreciate you very much for joining us. Good to see you.
All right, so there's that. All right, so that's it, y'all.
Appreciate you, Rob.
It's like we're just fun, like.
Oh shit, Twins in the building.
I already said I.
The Twin.
I'm like, God, man, like, it's really bad. That's really bad.
He said, "Do the go." Yeah, he did with his trolling ass.
I don't know why he would be over here though.
Every time
I would
you
never come over here.
and Mac 285 ain't here, you got all these goddamn trolls.
Well, I don't know why they come over here though, because they, that goes somewhere else. Another channel they really shouldn't be like even spying over here.
Well, I immediately pointed him out, so he left and timed him out because he was saying some ridiculous shit. Like,
why the fuck did he come over here though? We're not on that side of the spectrum.
I don't subscribe to my other channel or something. So I'm streaming on 3 channels.
Yeah, but he's not even our type of person. He belongs there with somewhere dimension.
It's a troll of that dude that's trolling us. That's not even him. That's somebody that's trolling him that has subscribed to one of our channels, mainly mine, because Frontline Black News and my personal channel.
Figures. Oh, well, because I was like, hey, he need to be over there with where you belong. No, you don't come over here. You don't belong over here. You got like our type of people. We clearly understand that. That's why we leave that side of the yellow school bus alone.
Right, them short bush shorties, we don't mess with them.
Let's just stay ignorant, stay over there,
Right.
That shit is a real life irritant. like like a real life irritant.
Yeah.
Like cockroaches. So just stay over there. Like just stay wherever, that side of the yellow school bus. Like, it's right in the middle of, but on the left side or something.
Right.
Right up front with a pair of A's. Short yellow bus. All right over there. Anytime anything like that come over here, it's like it's immediate fucking issues.
Yeah, so we had 2 more topics left. I wanted to get to the night, but I don't think we're going to do
the last one? It's like, what's the next one? Man, like
this enrollment decrease, this Black enrollment decrease at Harvard after the Asians filed that lawsuit and won.
Oh yeah. How long is it? Because I gotta sorry, late man. Jesse pushing me back from my schedule. Like he act like we don't have things. I don't have things he needs me to do. And he does if I'm on sleep. Good luck.
Yeah, I gotta get her while she's up. So
I'm not gonna do it. Like I'm too tired.
Like
I've been working on this shit all day, like 2 days straight. Rest.
Combined, it's about 40 minutes.
Oh fuck, guys, like for real.
Between the 2 topics.
Man.
So we'll end just in time for Professor Blacc too.
No, man, like no. Hey, you know what? Y'all don't be checking out the RVA, man. I did a RVA. I should just be taking my opportunities when I can. I did 2 of them.
I shared it out before they took our platform.
I was talking to him. He was hindering my processes.
And I put it in the chat. The link is in the chat.
Wait, man, he be fucking my whole shit up, man. Like, I think he just wants me to serve it and not let me grow and be independent and have my own life. Okay? Maybe I have my own goals.
These trolls in your chat, I guess, are coming up.
He won't let me have my own life, goddammit.
She has her own channel. She can go live whenever she feels like it.
Channel.
See how she's pushing
to my own shit. Tell the truth.
It's your shit right there. The revolution.
It's because you know what? Like he forced me out of my own shit that I built, that I outbuilt.
Forced her out.
He did. Tell the truth. and now we're doing marathons. Like, God, man. Do you remember the time when Frontline Black News was just one night?
Yeah, it was a lot less chaotic then.
And he told me once, I remember, I said, let's do current event. He said, no.
Yeah, I didn't do current events because I thought it was going to be too much of the previous that we had just.
Like, you're too dumb to do it, right? That was some shit like that. And then what happened? Here we are. After I said it, here we are. And then when I was supposed to have one topic, because you only allowed me one topic because everything else I was too dumb to talk about. So one topic we never get to anymore. We never get to my one little topic.
Supposed to give me a list of topics every Thursday, so I could type show up. And
like now it's like a 3-day event. Now we're moving to 4 days. It's like, God, man, between Frontline Black News team, it's do 4 days. And Shabaka's 3 shows. When is Brandy gonna do the RBA?
3 shows. It's only 2 shows.
It's 3 shows sometimes.
Well, if we have a special edition, but
isn't that like every week? Am I wrong? Is there a special edition every week?
No, not every week. It wouldn't be a special edition.
Right.
Frontline Black News.
Sure.
There's continuation.
I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm pretty sure I can look back at the Shabaka's Black Experience or Grand Rising with Shabaka the Chains, Frontline Black News. It's like, that's all. And it's like, when is little Brandy gonna do her fucking revolutionary agenda that she was forced to start?
She wasn't forced to start it.
That's a lie. Tell me to check the devil.
No, because Twinsie has something to do with that. He said, okay, well, if he don't do the topics you want to do, then you can do your own. We can do our
because see, that's how that worked. That's how it went out. That's like that inner. That's like what we're reading. Like, people don't got no money, but why? Somebody decided to write an amended fucking version to make them house fucking unhoused and the migrants under the state of emergency plan. Wow, that's what this is about. And now I can't do it because there's no time. Like, intentionally, there's no time. But the goddamn fucking campaign that I have to work on, there's no time for Brandy to do the RVA. So Brandy has to wait like 3 weeks to get the RVA done. Is that fair? I just want to know, is that fair? Yes or no? The answer is no.
No, Brandy can do the RVA whenever she feels like.
Nuh-uh. Not with all your campaigning and shit I gotta do. No, there's no time. Let alone all the other stuff. Like, you see, and I'm falling apart. I have no voice, guys. You realize when it started, this happened, you could hear me, and I had a soft little girl voice. Now I sound like a fucking old fucking tracheotomy machine.
Yeah, you have been sick though, so.
No, not sick. Stressed out.
No, but prior to that, we were sick in the hospital. Mm-hmm. Thank y'all for keeping her in your thoughts and prayers.
At some point, I'm really wondering, like, am I ever gonna go?
What do you see?
I actually got a vision, y'all. I'm never gonna see it. Am I ever gonna see it? I just want to know. This is crazy. 40 more minutes. I don't even think I have the time. I want to say I don't have the time, but I do have the time. But not if he wants me to go to sleep. The complaint is, you don't sleep enough. How can I?
Tired.
Yeah, like, there's somebody to create a problem, to keep a problem, to create a problem.
And go to sleep.
Like Democrat. To create a problem, to fix a problem, to create a problem.
And the Democrats want to keep you asleep.
It's what you keep me confused.
Facts are now misinformation and disinformation.
You know what would be terrible, about this FEMA thing? Is that it's already done. So it'll go into the next motherfucking administration. It doesn't matter what he does, the damage is already done.
Yeah, but he would.
They're setting like lengthy contracts. Like,
you think the dump would have had the same response the Biden and Harris administration had, or even Cornel West? You think Cornel West and Dr. Abdullah it would have been the same response.
Fuck no. I don't think so, because I think that's strong arming taxpayers, really. Even if we welcome everybody, it wasn't a coordinated event. It was done under the guise of, it's like a fraudulent thing. They knew we had a fucking problem with the immigration influx. This isn't like only for 1 year. This been going on for
They cause problems and then they come by later, acting like they got the solution to the problem that they caused.
So like I'm saying, this isn't like a new thing that's been going on. The problem was that in order to keep the freshness of the people coming in to counteract this lack of whatever the fuck voting, lack of children. I don't know what the fuck the problem is really. I don't even care anymore. That they have to do certain things. It's like playing the long game. So somebody can put this amendment in and let it just ride. So when they let the caravans come through, where there's like 8,000 people walking through, they had to compensate. They're like, oh, now it's time to activate that emergency. But they only did it on those places that were like, if you really look at it, places that had the highest rate of homelessness. You know, and they're not even showing like California. Like when they filed for a state of emergency, then it was like a domino effect. It's like that person filed, had won their seat. I forgot who it was, and she immediately filed a state of emergency in California for the for Oakland. Yeah, whatever. And then it went over here to Denver. And then as soon as he won a seat, he immediately filed a state of emergency for the homeless. And then it just kept going for same thing with Eric Adams, same thing with fucking I'm not sure about Chicago. Don't quote me on that. Secondly, then after that, like literally maybe a month or two after that, then it was like filed a state of emergency.
Brandon did file a state of emergency too.
And then now we're getting, I don't know. Now we're getting inundated with motherfucking migrants.
And these are all Democratic cities and states.
What did I just say, Jesse? Jesus. So any of those places that were like sanctuary cities were able to file that motherfucking state of emergency. Not like everywhere Colorado is affected, but only like in certain areas where we have disaster, like, you know, like I said, like that big fire or whatever. People lost their homes and shit.
Yeah, the one out there about loss.
But even then, when they called FEMA, it was very limited, and people were still like, we had to go rescue our people from this shit and try to house them and shit. And there wasn't really any much support for those people that had bought houses. They were American citizens. Remember that Marshall Fire?
Yep.
They had them all in shelters and shit. Versus when they had the migrants come in, everybody's like, here's some money. You know what I mean?
The homie G-Shot Greg was involved in that. You seen how they did them with that. So
I'm saying that shit is like it's basically saying, love, you citizens that are here, we don't really give a damn. We allowed this shit to happen, and because you guys always got something to say, these people won't talk about it. They won't really be too upset. Well, but we're gonna bless them and give them stuff, and that empowered them to go ahead and like go in Denver, protest wherever the fuck they want to, and make us feel like some kind of way. But it's not really them making it feel it. That's the narrative. That's probably like a narrative they secretly pass on while they're over there at the border.
Right.
You know what I mean? You don't deserve to live like this type of shit. Blah, blah, blah. Just tell me you want to work. Because they already got like...
They're giving them the whole script. They get the whole script at the border. Like, okay, this is what you got to do.
Yeah, and we went and think about it like this. When a motherfucker came over here and it was like the goodie room and shit, motherfuckers like, yeah, call their family. You mean to tell me, like, I don't give a fuck what kind of what shit you're talking about. Motherfuckers know, like, especially in the Latin countries, you're able to see the news. You know what I mean? Certain places I would think they don't have much access to, like, internet shit will probably be like the more African countries and like Haiti and Jamaica and shit like that. The ones that are really bad conditions. You know
Well,
what I mean?
you talking about like Belize, Honduras, Costa Rica, Panama,
Right,
Nicaragua.
right. I mean, like the ones that are going through like real shit, like Haiti's in, like how Haiti is right over there.
Well,
Like
Haiti's
I can really see them not knowing what's going on, but they really know what's going on. You know what I mean? Versus when the light skinned versions were coming over here, they're like, we didn't know. Come on, guys.
damn, they got phones, they got all that shit. These motherfuckers over here look.
They living better than us.
Like, what the hell?
They're living better than the average American citizen, really.
No, every time I go to Lady Taste, I see them big time. Every time I step outside my building, I see them big time. They all over the damn place in Denver.
They driving nice little whips, man. I'm not even front. And I'm like, God damn, like, where you get this? And part of me would want to be like, believe they stole this shit, but they didn't. They got it because it was like they got the weight to get it. You know what I mean? I was like, man, and Trump didn't come to speak so this last little week like he said he was. You know what I mean? I was hoping.
You know, Jeff's crew has something to do with that. Let me play this.
It wasn't the Caribbeans that went to court with Edward Bloom to do this because it would have hurt them. It wasn't the African immigrants that went to court with Edward Bloom because that would have hurt them too. It was those others. Now I know when we talk about issues with at least in America, not in the Caribbean or African continent themselves, but we talk about these issues in America. To me, it's just get some things straight. Okay, I think we have kind of got a lot of these things straight now. People kind of understand now in a way. Black Americans have delineated. Okay, everybody didn't kind of understand that. That's cool. But I've always been one to say, yes, we could talk about those issues, but let's not sit up here and go so hard at people in the diaspora when these other groups is sitting up here actually harming us.
Right.
Because people talk about the Haitians. Well, the Haitians didn't go to court. It was the Asian community that went to court. You understand what I'm saying? They immigrated to this country too. If it wasn't been for Black Americans, a lot of them couldn't come in here.
Yep.
Where's on? Where's the fucked up for leaving lady out?
Yeah, we embrace them.
And they disrespected Black Americans. They wouldn't even had the opportunity to go to that college. It wouldn't be for Black Americans. These people come in this country, disrespect Black Americans, and we don't supposed to say nothing about it. Now they did all that, and they didn't even rise in number in Harvard. They didn't even rise. They kept them right where they at. And in some schools where they've been reporting, it's actually been a decrease of Asian enrollment in some schools. So you did all that for nothing. Kind of like reminded me of on Infinity War with Thanos when Iron Man was giving him all he had, and he just did this. He said all that for a drop of blood, right? And that's what basically the same concept. All that, and you still got increase. Some increases barely, but a lot of decreases. And in Harvard, the main thing you were fighting about Harvard, you didn't even increase. The Latinos got an increase and you didn't. And they didn't even they didn't even go bring that case. It wasn't even the Latinos. Y'all have to understand, we got to focus on ourselves.
Right.
These other groups, and they're going to run into problems. It's not, trust me, they're going to run into problems. We have to tell every group, it don't matter where they come from, every group, you got to deal with your problems on your own. Yep. We'll deal with our problems on our own, because every single time we stuck our neck out for all of you. In the end, you gave us nothing but your middle finger and your butt to kiss every time. And the Black Americans should be looking at that situation that happened with this affirmative action case, even though affirmative action really don't benefit us like that. But still, that was our issue to discuss, and whatever fight we had, we fight with that, right? But now it's gone, more legacy admission, was mostly white students, are being let in these universities, right? Than the ones who actually went out there. And so in some ways, the Asian students actually hurt themselves. And some of them are solely admitted that they hurt themselves. But my issue and problem is that it goes right back to the immigration thing. Is that we cannot be pro open borders or no immigration right now.
Right.
Immigration does not benefit Black Americans at all. We see when you have too many people coming in here. See, the biggest issue that you have is these people aren't coming here to be your friend. They're coming to compete with you.
Yeah.
And Dr. Claude Anderson told you that too.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
They're coming to compete with you and me. They're not coming to be our friends. They need homes. They need food. They need everything, right? And that's and how we should look at it. And wait a minute, all these people being imported here, that's taking homes away from Black people. That's taking food away from Black people's mouth. Because that's how they look at us. They look at us as a competing group, and I got to make sure I get over that group. Yes. Black people got to get away from that old bleeding heart thing. And well, you know, they just this and that. And that's not how people think about you and me. They are cool with us being homeless. They are cool with us being jobless. Yep. They're cool with us with not being educated. Yep. They're fine with that. They'll side with white supremacy all day against us. We better care about us.
Right.
Black lives better matter to Black people.
Right.
Straight up. I'm not mad at other groups prioritizing themselves. I'm not mad at them. I'm not mad at them saying I'm only looking out for my people, my group. I'm only going to do things for what's going to benefit my children. I'm not mad at them because that's the law of self-preservation. The biggest problem with Black America is you don't make sure the law of self-preservation is dominant in our thinking as a culture of people. Because some of you still got this, you know, slave mentality. And the slave mentality don't think about self-preservation. It really don't, because you're dependent on massa for your preservation instead of yourself. That's why some of you go hardcore and vote for the Democrat Party, because that massa in your mind is going to preserve you.
Right.
He's going to protect me from the mean old Republicans. He's going to give me some social programs. And maybe he'll give me some education or forgive my student loan debt, even though I chose to go get that debt. Nobody forced it on me. I mean, if that's the case, why don't the Democrats pay all my debts? I'll give it to them today, and they can pay it. I'll be glad to give it to them, right? They ain't coming to pay my debts. But other groups are thinking about self-preservation, and when you think about self-preservation, every group outside of your people is somebody you got to get over on. These groups come from other countries where they are screwing each other over every day, and they look at you no different than any other group that they're screwing over in their own country. Some of them come from scammy cultures, scam mentality. Some of them come from cultures where they've committed whole genocide against their own people. But just because they're a different culture, they'll do it. So if they're treating their own that way, why in the hell I mean, come on. This is light work with this affirmative action thing. Black Americans better grow up and wake up and understand you better compete, and you're competing with everybody. You're not competing everybody, these people got some little melanin like us, and maybe the folks treat them a little discriminatory here and that. Man, look, them other groups, especially the one that did the affirmative action case, they are treated a lot better in the racial caste system of America than me and you are. They'll give them a home loan, they'll give them a business loan a lot quicker than they'll give me and you. Because let me tell you something else about these other groups, what they got over us. These other groups got nation states. These other groups actually got embassies they can go to and say, hey, the United States is treating me this and that and the third. And they have an ambassador that can speak to the government and say, hey, why are you treating my people like that? You understand? See, they have to hold back on people with nation states to a point. Even all of the people in the diaspora, they have a nation state. We don't. That's going to look out for us. Yes, we're American citizens. Yes, we built the country, all that. But let's call it what it is. This country does not prioritize protecting Black America. Why do you think we're talking about an anti-Black hate crime bill?
Right.
Why? Because this country does not prioritize protecting Black Americans. Get that? So we got to make sure to look out for ourselves in self-preservation. We don't fight no battles that has nothing to do with our people. We don't stick our neck out for nobody. It has nothing to do with the betterment of the group. Now, if an individual of different communities, if they show themselves to be cool and a rider or so for the Black community, then we'll stand with that individual or individuals of different groups, individuals. But we're not going out there caping for whole groups like we used to. That's done. Those days are over. These other groups do not care about us. They don't care about our children. They don't care about anything. They want their children to get ahead of our children. And we got to think the same way. We want our children to get ahead of theirs. You always late to the actual party that's going to benefit you. You're the first one in the door to the party that's destructive. Like, for instance, all this stuff with AI, you better learn that AI. You better learn every AI you can, learn how to implement it, learn how to use it, and get ahead on it now. Don't wait till the market's oversaturated and all these other groups have passed you up with knowledge of AI, and then now you don't know nothing. You better learn AI now. That's what's wrong with our people. We sit up here and want to depend on the folks to do everything for us. If I just vote for the right Democrat president, he gonna take care of us. Get out that slave mentality. You're not on the plantation no more. Take care of your doggone self. Right. Take care of your family. Take care of this Black community on our own. Ain't no Democrat coming to save nobody. Right. No Republicans coming to save nobody. No Green Party is coming to save nobody. You better get out there and hold the hand of God and save yourself and save our community. These other groups not playing with our silly behinds. And I say silly because we have been silly as a group. Y'all still make it about party. Oh, well, because it's the conservative Supreme Court. They the one struck it down. And see, we had more Democrats up there. You still dependent on party instead of depending on yourself. Okay, now they struck it down. What are you going to do about it? Bruh, sis, what are you going to do about it? You see what these other groups are on. We say we built America. We say we innovated America, right? We say we stood and fought. We didn't run nowhere, right? Okay, what are we going to do then? Since we the powerhouse of America, what are we going to do? How are we going to show these other groups that it don't matter what you try to do to mess up laws you fought for, we still going to be a million times more better than you and successful. And one thing about us, well, I will say we don't need Harvard to be successful. I didn't go to Harvard University. I'm doing just fine. I'm doing just fine. Thank God. Thank God completely. So you don't need a Harvard education to do well. A lot of these brothers and sisters that's doing well right now, right here in Houston, in Atlanta, they never been to Harvard. They never been to Yale. They never been to a Wharton School of Business. And just because you go to Harvard doesn't guarantee you to be successful. Okay, you got a degree, then what? You may could have got a degree at the University in Houston and become extremely successful. So don't get caught up on the name of some doggone school. You could go to the University of Texas and be very successful. You gonna go to college? I'm just saying, these people got a weird mindset. That's an old mindset that, well, if I go to school, this particular school is going to make sure I'm going to be successful because I got this degree. Man, they got people with degrees right now can't get a freaking job. Go on LinkedIn. You'll see all them good degree having people. Got that thing on there, open to work on LinkedIn, on their profile thing, looking for work because they can't get it. Some of you got a job right now. Some of you got a business right now. You ain't been in no Harvard or Yale or Columbia or Brown. Ain't been there. But yeah, you stay gainfully employed. You understand? One thing about my people, we know how to make $1 out of 15 cents.
Yep.
We know how to make lemonade out of lemons. We know that as a people. And that's one skill we should never forget. Because these other groups can't do that like us. See, they ain't like us. And they know they're not like us. That's why they have to look at certain type of degrees, and they got to think education is the only way out, man. Education has its place. Don't get me wrong. It do. But you got some people that got skilled trades and doing way better than these Ivy League degree having people. Please, we know we know to get down. But these other groups are not our friends. And we better act like it. Self-preservation better be the main thing that we focus on as Black.
Saying the fact that you have to keep
After
saying
this video, your life is never.
Yeah, I'm sure it's right on point, y'all. Yeah, all that we got for sure. But yeah, I went on Tori and Rain's show and spoke a little bit about this. I'm not gonna play that clip right now. I'm gonna play the last clip, but I want to hear Lady Trace's thoughts on what Uncle Phil just lays out.
I think it's dumb that we even have to keep saying it. Like, I mean, we know the problem. And you just have to get that spirit about yourself. Like, and at this point, like, we have nobody. We at war. Like, war means we are at war, and we're at war with everybody. Like, we've been keeping it for everybody, with everybody. You got a problem, it's right there to solve it. You know, we gladly will fucking fight everybody's battles or be in defense of some shit, and with another group. But when it comes down to us, like, immediately, no, they don't get reparations. No, we shouldn't stand with whatever they're talking about, unless it puts them on TV or puts them up. You know what I mean? They don't want to help anything we do. They don't want to stand up for anybody Black in America going through a fucking a lengthy fucking condition of benign neglect. They don't want to say, hey, you know what? Maybe the police should stop killing Black people. Maybe the police should not be incarcerating motherfucking the most vulnerable just to get them off the streets, so it looks like, you know, they're doing something, like, you know, fighting crime and ending homelessness, when really what they're doing is just locking everybody up in jail.
Yeah, it's just appearing everybody.
Right. There shouldn't be after like 6 p.m. There shouldn't be 100 motherfucking police officers on the street all of a sudden. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, when they weren't out all day long. Like, come on, you know.
No, they just shot and killed somebody a block or two away from your house.
So, I gotta say, it's a real big thing. We shouldn't have to be begging for a politician to come and do the right thing by us. I mean, it should be fucking known. I mean, if you can listen to foreign nations cry and be like, oh my God, we're at war, and then everybody and their mama get behind in these year-long marathons of protesting, and they're getting all the help they need from we're funding both ends of a war on all kinds of wars. 2 wars right now that we're funding. Not to mention other shit. Like, you're basically saying that you will choose the outsiders or the outside people before you choose your own, and within your own, you're going to choose the other races and ethnicities before you choose the ones that built the nation that we live in. They created all this shit. There was the reason there's all these bills and constitutions and whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? And we're basically saying that we put all these people in these positions only to fuck us in the long run. You know, we allowed it to happen. So we allowed this constitutional shit. We allowed the government to grow. We allowed it. And if we would have known what we know now, we probably wouldn't have a government. You see what I'm saying? We probably wouldn't have a government. We probably wouldn't have a constitution. We probably wouldn't have all these fucking white little loopholes and amendments and shit that are happening, we probably wouldn't be fucking ourselves all the time when it comes to money and economic growth and generational wealth. I saw a fucking thing where motherfucking athlete. He said he was in Boston. He said, "I want to use my platform," and we immediately went into talking about creating wealth. He talked immediately about Do It For Us with his platform. You know what I mean? And that was impressive. But it's like one person using their sports platform and their sports money to create some shit. And that's
said that these illegals, the foreign Coloradans.
Huh?
I just pulled something up where it says they have a spending power of $15.9 billion and paid $5.5 billion in taxes.
Ooh.
The foreign-born Coloradans.
I don't know. I don't understand. Like foreign-born Coloradans, what does that mean?
The immigrants.
Are we talking about the ones that just got here, or the ones that grew up here? Like, so what's the range? When to win? So many questions. And no, that's even if that's the case, that doesn't even make sense because we're spending more money on them than they are bringing in money.
Right.
So I call cap. They can't pay taxes legally if they're begging for a pathway to do so. That's cap.
They said they're spending $2.6 million to $340 million on their health care since December 2022.
Yeah, they bankrupt our healthcare system. Our healthcare system. So, meaning, at least there's only so much money for that kind of shit when you have an indigent place where it's indigent hospital. They gotta pay the bills, they gotta pay the insurances, and so they gotta take it out of somewhere. So then other entities get cut, and you know what I mean. So it's constant downfall, and then they want we'll bring it to the voters, and the voters have to fucking pay extra money to keep it going. And it's like, no, man, that's fucked up. No, you know what you're creating when you created a indigent hospital that serves people. You know what you're supposed to do. So it can't be on the fucking taxpayers to pay for this care. Really, it can't, because it's meant for the most vulnerable. Now you got people that didn't belong here. Really, I mean, it's nothing you didn't belong here. Came in, you rushed the place, and then you came with all kind of fucking other shit, and that was heavy on the people that actually utilize the system. You mean the natural indigent or the natural people of the city, the Denverites. So you basically bankrupt the Denverite system. So the Denverites can't even get help. No hospital. We're not going, right? Simple as that. Once you lose the hospital, then you lose all the fucking things that go with it. Same like the subsidy system. Once you take away the subsidy system, that goes with money, food stamps, and medical care. Your insurance is gone. So you're going to have a lot of destitution. It's going to be sick, hungry, and ill. You're basically creating another realm of homelessness. And it's worse because then it's medical.
You're broken somebody else's house again.
Yeah. Huh?
Your bear broke into somebody else's house again.
Well, that's what they do, man. Technically, they're not really breaking in. They're exploring this new facility on their land. So really, they're not breaking in. They're just taking a tour of this bullshit that some people put on their shit. They remember where there's trees and dirt and maybe a cave. So they're just exploring. just happens to be there's all this other shit there, and they want to open doors because that's just what they do.
They make up 10% of the population now too.
Leave my bears alone, cuz.
I'm talking about the undocumented bros.
I'm talking about like the bears, and it's Fat Bear Week, so don't be talking bad about the bears.
So they're saying that immigrants make up 10% of Colorado's population, and it's over 10% of the state's economic.
Yeah, but they don't look, dude, that's gonna be a real contentious conversation because when it comes time to vote, you're gonna see how much more Hispanic voting we have.
Yeah.
Versus everywhere else, it's gonna skyrocket.
Of the economic output. So they're trying to say they do contribute.
I don't see how. How can you contribute if you're asking for a pathway to making income?
Listen to this, y'all. You can't make this up. This is straight from the Colorado website, too.
Stupid, Jesse. You know better.
Fiscal.org. It says immigrants make up 10% of Colorado's population and drive over 10% of our state's economic output. Immigrants are essential to our communities and local economies.
Why?
It doesn't say why. 13% of physicians in Colorado are immigrants, and 28% of construction workers in Colorado are immigrants. Immigrants play a crucial role in not only building homes that fall apart within months, and providing health care for the savings, but are also essential to Colorado's service and transportation economy. Or integral. Excuse me, they're also integral to Colorado's service and technology, transportation economies. So I think this is like throughout the history of Colorado, not just the ones that just arrived yesterday.
It's whatever they say it is. It's a lie.
It's I'm waiting, I say so.
I mean, like if you make work affordable for Black people, they wouldn't have so much of a complaint. First of all, the money and the like I said, the area median income to how apartments are priced, the working wage and the livable wage don't make it possible for Black people to even rent an apartment, let alone get a job. It's not if you have more Black construction workers and pay them fairly instead of giving this light-skinned motherfucker from another country $35 an hour. You can give a brother like $35 an hour, but instead you'll tell him he's only getting like 15. So instead, so won't let them work in the factories or nothing because we'll be like, hey man, this is foul conditions. This shit'll give us cancer. Blah blah blah, and not for $50-$60 an hour. You see? So there's a lot of things that we're not going to put up with because it's not right. It's legitimately not right, and because we say it's legitimately not right, but we ain't got no jobs. That's why we can't afford to live nowhere. So because they want to just continuously fuck us. But when you come into another country,
I was right. I got the answer. Y'all. I got the answer to my question earlier on how much was Colorado spending on the migrants. It says the total cost of immigrants in Colorado in 2023 is between $216 million and $340 million. This cost includes shelter and housing, $51.7 million, education, anywhere from $98 million to $222 million. Healthcare, as Lady Tay has already alluded, has been bankrupted, and this costs $10 million of that. $71 million for city supportive services. So Colorado, based off the Common Sense Institute, has estimated that Denver metro area is spending on the migrants is between 216 million and 340 million. So it was right there where I said it was going to be. Well, actually, it was more. No, it was right where I said it was going to be between Arizona and what other state? Arizona.
Right. And keep in mind, they did shit for the fucking unhoused or nothing for all these years like that. Even at the height of homelessness, they never filed for a fucking state of emergency.
Nope.
Let alone.
They didn't start doing that until we started talking about it.
Right.
Well, we were trying to get it for the unhoused, not for the
specifically black people first.
Yeah, our black unhoused neighbors. That's what we were trying to get it for. These guys flipped it and made it about the undocumented bros.
Yep.
All right, y'all. So this last clip is about the history of Black Americans in America due to racism and white supremacy. So there's going to be examples given of the systematic terror that we have experienced for the past 400 years, 400 plus years. It's 404 years now. 405, but who's counting? Oh shit, this storm is now a category 3, y'all. Oh my god. It's gonna easily be a 5. By the time it gets to Florida. Oh, thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. That's all I can say in regards to MILTON. So that's the next clip, and I'm gonna end the show out. Thank y'all for staying up late and waking up early with us.
Going to be the same. So I need you to stop whatever you're doing.
Dreams for the future were shattered, leaving a lasting impact. Sadly, for centuries, false accusations and deliberate misinformation have been used as tools of oppression, fueling racial tensions and leading to devastating consequences for Black communities. From the Reconstruction era to the period of the Civil Rights Movement and beyond, lies and distortions have been exploited to justify violence, discrimination, and systemic injustice. This compilation examines 10 pivotal cases where white lies have led to destructive outcomes, shedding light on the enduring impact of these events and honoring the memories of victims. By confronting this painful history, we can work towards a future built on truth, accountability, and racial equality. But before we delve in, consider subscribing to our channel. If you're yet to, like, comment, and spread our eye-opening Black narratives. Together, let's educate, inspire, and empower each other to build a more just and equitable society. Going forward, now let us explore some gruesome and heart-wrenching examples where racial falsehoods led to the destruction of Black lives, families, and in some cases, an entire Black community. 1. The brutal murder of Mary Tooner, her husband, and their unborn child. On May 16, 1918, a tragic event unfolded in Brooks County, Georgia. Hampton Smith, a notorious white farmer, was killed. Smith was well known for exploiting Black farm workers, bailing them out of jail for petty crimes, and forcing them to work off debts on his farm. The death of Hampton Smith led to a series of investigations, as it was evident in his body that he died as a result of a fatal shooting. As the community grappled with grief, investigations commenced, leading to the arrest of several Black men, including Hayes Turner. During the interrogations, a white mob influenced the narrative, falsely accusing Hayes Turner of, and the other Blacks. The mob had cited a past land dispute between Turner and Smith some days back, although it was resolved peacefully. This unfounded claim sparked racial tensions and sealed Turner's fate. They claimed Turner was the mastermind of the murder, while the other Blacks conspired with him. Turner, alongside several others, were found guilty, despite the issue lacking concrete evidence. The mob's rage and racial bias sealed his fate. And on May 18, 1918, Hayes Turner and several others were lynched by a white mob. His body was found hanging from a tree, brutally beaten and shot. Grieving and outraged, Mary Turner publicly denounced her husband's lynching and vowed to seek justice. The white mob, fearing she would expose their crimes, targeted her next. On May 19, 1918, a white mob from Brooks County, Georgia, would lynch Mary Turner, who was 8 months pregnant then, at Folsom's Bridge, 16 miles north of Valdosta, for speaking publicly against the lynching of her husband the day before. The mob would bind her feet, hang her from a tree with her head facing down, throw gas.
Yadira Caraveo wants you to believe she's tough on the border, but her radical record tells a different story. Caraveo is no different than the liberal extremist she voted with 91% of the time. Yadira Caraveo is making things worse.
Hey everybody, this is our new clip feed. Real quick for you, we'll place an order. Restaurants can
Gasoline on her and burn the clothes off her body. Mrs. Turner was still alive when the mob took a large butcher's knife to her abdomen, cutting the unborn baby from her body. When the baby fell off Mary Turner's womb, a member of the mob would crush the crying baby's head with his foot. The mob then riddled Mrs. Turner's body with hundreds of bullets, killing her finally. Looking at the processes towards the death of one person, a pregnant woman for that matter, one can't help but wonder what kind of monsters these were. What kind of hellish hate could have propelled them towards such untellable cruelty? After the brutal killings, Sidney Johnson, a black man, would confess to killing Hampton Johnson, who had been working to pay off a fine for rolling dice, a minor offense, had gotten into a quarrel with Smith and fatally shot him. Now to the next. 2. The gruesome murder of Emmett Till. Young Emmett Till, a 14-year-old African-American, traveled from Chicago to Money, Mississippi in August 1955. His destination was the humble home of his great-uncle and great-aunt, Mose and Elizabeth Wright. During a normal hangout on August 24th, 1955, Emmett Till, while standing with his cousins and some friends outside a country store in Money, bragged that his girlfriend back home was white. Emmett's African-American companions, disbelieving him, dared Emmett to ask the white woman sitting behind the store counter for a date. He went in, bought some candy, and on his way out was heard saying, "Bye, baby." There were no witnesses in the store, but Carolyn Bryan, the white woman behind the counter, later claimed that the young lad grabbed her, made lewd advances, and wolf whistled at her as he sauntered out. 4 days later, Roy Bryant returned from a business trip, and on hearing how Emmett had allegedly spoken to his wife, he and his half-brother, J.W. Milam, went to the home of Till's great-uncle, Mose Wright, in the early morning hours of August 28, 1955. The pair demanded to see the boy. Despite pleas from Wright, they forced Emmett into their car, and after driving around in the night, they had the little boy beaten mercilessly and shot to death. As if this wasn't enough, they dumped his body in the Tallahatchie River. 3 days later, his corpse was discovered, but was so disfigured that Mose Wright could only identify it by a ring that Emmett Till normally wore. The white authorities wanted to bury the body quickly in order to conceal the inhumane act, but Till's mother, Mamie Bradley, requested the body be sent back to Chicago in order to seek justice for her son's death. Tragically, the damage has been done. No amount of violence or justice could bring back the youngster's life. His life, filled with promise and potential, was brutally cut short by a blatant lie. His aspirations and dreams for the future were shattered, leaving a lasting impact on his family and community. 3. The Wilmington Insurrection of 1898. In the late 19th century, Wilmington, North Carolina, was a thriving city.
This dude, suspected white supremacist neo-Nazi. He was running for office in North Carolina. Didn't even know about this. What he's going to play next.
With a significant African-American population. Despite facing racial tensions, Black residents had made notable economic and political progress. However, this advancement was perceived as a threat by some white supremacists, and just one fabrication lit the fuse, and the delicate balance of power was disrupted. In 1989, a sensationalized article titled "A Declaration of Independence" appeared in the Wilmington Daily Record, a Black-owned newspaper. The piece, written by Alex Manley, a Black editor, addressed issues like racial equality and lynching. White supremacists distorted its message, claiming Manley advocated for interracial relationships. This fabricated narrative spread like wildfire, fueling racial animosity. White Democrats, seeking to regain control, exploited these tensions. They launched a campaign of misinformation, falsely accusing Black Republicans of planning an armed uprising. On Election Day, November 8, 1989, white supremacists intimidated Black voters, preventing many from casting ballots. The following day, a group of armed white men, including members of the Red Shirts, a paramilitary organization, marched through Wilmington's Black neighborhoods. This march led to an eruption of intense violence. The mob attacked Black residents, businesses, and homes. The insurrection resulted in the deaths of at least 60 African Americans, with many more injured or displaced. The violence was not spontaneous, it was orchestrated. White leaders had planned the coup, using deception and racial fears to justify their actions. The lies told about Alex Manley's article and the alleged Black uprising served as a pretext for the insurrection. In the aftermath, the city's Black leaders were forced to flee or face imprisonment. The Wilmington insurrection led to the overthrow of the elected fusion government, composed of Black Republicans and white populists. This incident made white Democrats seize power, establishing a segregationist regime that endured for decades. The tragic events of Wilmington underscore the lethal consequences of racial fabrications, where one egregious lie led to the senseless slaughter of innocent lives. 4. The Central Park 5 case, April 19, 1989, will forever be etched in the memory of New York City. On that fateful night, Central Park, a haven of tranquility and recreation, became the scene of a heinous crime. Trisha.
Yeah, but see, that was put it on the Jump. They said that the Jump put that article out, right, in the New York paper. But it was the Democrats that went after the Central Park 5, like super heavy, y'all. And this is the same people that's telling us that they want to save democracy and we need to vote because our ancestors died for us to have the right to vote. Now, if you're just going to allow this type of shit to happen, you know that they didn't do it. And you still went ahead and prosecuted them anyway.
It's just a game.
Maley, a 28-year-old investment banker, was brutally raped and savagely beaten, leaving her clinging to life. The assault was vicious. Trisha suffered severe head injuries, a fractured skull, and was left unconscious. The attack sparked widespread outrage and horror, with the city demanding swift justice for the young professional. As news spread, fears of lawlessness and violence gripped the community. New Yorkers were stunned, questioning the safety of their city's iconic green space. But justice was compromised, racial tensions simmered, and the police were under pressure to solve the case. In the midst of chaos, a lie was born. And just because of that one lie, 5 innocent lives were forever altered. The lie began with the coerced confessions of 5 Black and Latino teenagers.
Yeah, I got to meet them in 2020. Right when the scam demo. Yeah, I got to meet them at the convention center.
In the back?
At the convention center. At the convention center.
What I'm saying is, do you have background noise playing?
No, just the AC.
Oh. Alright.
Antron McCrae, Kevin Richardson, Yusef Salam, Raymond Santana, and Corey Wise. Detectives leveraged fear, intimidation, and promises of leniency to extract statements from the boys. As the investigation unfolded, racial stereotypes and media frenzy fueled the narrative of wilding Black youth. Headlines like Wolfpack's Prey and Central Park Horror solidified public opinion. The New York police concealed coercion tactics, claiming voluntary confessions. Prosecutors alleged conspiracy, despite lacking physical evidence. The trial was a rush to judgment, relying on questionable confessions and flawed forensic analysis. No DNA evidence linked the 5 to the crime scene. Yet, they were convicted and sentenced to prison terms ranging from 5 to 15 years. 13 years later, truth prevailed. Matias Reyes, a serial rapist, confessed to the crime. DNA evidence confirmed his guilt. The Central Park Five were the exonerated and their convictions vacated, but the damage was done. 5 young lives were already destroyed by racial bias, coercion, media manipulation, and unsubstantiated lies. 5, the infamous frame-up of Jessie Hunter. From the bruises on her body, it was clear Fannie Taylor had been beaten. The story she told to explain them away destroyed an all-black town in Florida and got several of its residents murdered. On New Year's Day, 1923, Taylor, then 22-year-old wife of a mill worker, said a black man had assaulted her. She didn't say rape, only that she'd been assaulted. But the word assault was interpreted as a sexual violation by the whites in her town of Sumner, Fla. Sumner was just a few miles from Rosewood, an all-black town of about 120 individuals that had seen its own version of white flight after industry left Rosewood and whites moved to Sumner. As word of Taylor's claim spread, some black people in Rosewood who worked in Sumner said the assailant had actually been Taylor's lover, and her story was a cover to spare her husband's wrath, said Maxine Jones, a Florida State University professor of African American history, who co-authored an account of the massacre for the Florida legislature in 1993. While the fear of black-on-white violence had been stoked across the South since the days of slavery, particularly in areas where blacks outnumbered whites, Taylor's claim was especially pernicious. Taylor's claim came within days of a Ku Klux Klan rally near Gainesville, just to the north of Levy County. With tensions high, her words set in motion 6 days of violence in which whites from Sumner and neighboring towns and counties descended on Rosewood with the intent of finding the alleged assailant, Jessie Hunter, and lynching him. Women and children fled to the woods for safety and waited for days in the cold before local train conductors alerted to the violence sent a train to rescue them. Some nearby kind white families hid their black neighbors to protect them. By January 6, 1923, the town was empty, and so many black people and just 2 whites were dead, and the mob burned down the remains of the town. The black residents of Rosewood scattered, abandoning their property, never to return. No one was ever arrested in the case. Jones of FSU and 5 colleagues wrote the account of the incident in support of a lawsuit against the state of Florida by some of the survivors who had been children at the time.
Because of fear, the massacre had remained a family secret for years,
Jones said,
not knowing who you could trust and believing people with white skin could get back at you.
But one Rosewood descendant, Arnett Doctor, finally decided to speak out and seek redress based on his account and those of surviving eyewitnesses and the Jones report. The Florida legislature approved a $2.1 million settlement in 1994. The governor also issued an apology on behalf of the state for not bringing perpetrators of the destruction to justice, nor sending officials to quell the violence and rescue the innocent. A single lie, fueled by racial hate, destroyed lives. Fannie Taylor's false accusation ravaged Rosewood's black community, leaving innocent lives lost, homes and businesses in ruins, generations scarred. 6, the Gina 6. The case of the Gina 6 exposed racial injustice and inequality following an incident involving 6 male African-American teenagers. The arrest of the students, all enrolled at Gina High School in Gina, Louisiana, ignited a national movement to address long-standing injustices in what has often been referred to as the school-to-prison pipeline of policies and practices that push at-risk African-American children out of classrooms into the juvenile and criminal justice systems. The incident creating the Gina 6 took place on August 31st, 2006, the day after a school assembly where an African-American male freshman, Justin Purvis, asked the school principal, Scott Wyndham, about sitting under a specific tree in the school courtyard. Purvis and other black students sat under the tree, but the following morning they found 3 nooses on the tree. The students and local black residents were alarmed at that discovery, recognizing the historical background associated with the lynching of African Americans in Louisiana and across the nation. The nooses were a message from unknown white supremacists of their feelings and possible intentions toward African American students at Gina High School. What followed was a series of incidents on the school campus, including an arson that generated significant damage to the high school on November 30, 2006. No one was charged with the arson as no culprit was caught, but this event led to both white students and black students watching their backs as they didn't know who was the culprit. In the tense atmosphere of heightened racial tension, an altercation between 6 black Jena high school students and a white male student, Justin Barker, at the school on December 4th, 2006. The altercation led to him being taken to the emergency room as he'd sustained severe injuries, while the other 6 black students, Robert Bailey Jr. and Carwin Jones, both 18, Theo Shaw and Bryant Purvis, both 17, Michael Bell, 16, and Jesse Raybeard, 14, were arrested and charged with attempted murder. Justin Barker, a white student, had allegedly provoked a confrontation with the 6 black students. According to eyewitnesses, he used racial slurs and taunted the group, trying to get a rise out of them. The situation escalated when Robert Bailey Jr. approached Barker, asking him to stop the verbal assault. However, instead of de-escalating, the confrontation turned physical, resulting in a brief but intense fight that left Barker with injuries, bruises, cuts, and a concussion. The 6 black students were subsequently charged with attempted second-degree murder and conspiracy. The severity of the charges sparked outrage among the black community and civil rights activists, who argued that the charges were excessive and racially motivated. As the Jena 6 case unfolded, it became painfully clear racial tensions and biases fueled the injustice here. Justin Barker's false claims and racial taunts were given credence, while the black students' accounts were disregarded and trounced. The court initially worked with Barker's narrative alone, thereby discarding the Jena 6's testimony, with their voices silenced, their truth unknown. Despite conflicting accounts, one thing was certain: the Jena 6 felt compelled to defend themselves against Barker's alleged aggression. In the end, the 6 students pleaded guilty to misdemeanor simple battery, avoiding harsher sentences. Michael Bell, initially convicted of a felony, had his conviction overturned. The 6 students were tried individually. The young men received legal assistance and support from the NAACP and the American Civil Liberties Union, especially after all white juries were selected in each case. The charges and subsequent trials of these African American students shed a spotlight on the differing treatment of students by race regarding school discipline. On September 20, 2007, nearly 20,000 protesters marched into Jena, a town of 3,000 residents, calling attention to similar incidents where white students were treated more leniently. Protesters included Reverends Jesse Jackson, Martin Luther King III, and Al Sharpton, and rappers Ice Cube, Salt and Pepper, and Mos Def. National outrage continued to mount as the cases proceeded, garnering more media attention, including from the New York Times, Chicago Tribune, BBC, MTV, and CNN. That heightened awareness played a significant role in the young men having the initial charges of attempted murder reduced, which in turn influenced their sentences. Michael Bell, 16 at the time, was tried as an adult, but his sentence was 18 months in a juvenile facility. The other 5 were charged with simple battery and entered no contest pleas, which resulted in their paying fines, court costs, restitution to Barker's family, and 7 days of probation. Members of Jena 6 have continued to share their experiences of racial injustice in the public school and justice systems. One of the 6, Theo Shaw, even decided to become an attorney because of the incident. 7, the Moores Ford lynching. In 1946, Walton County, Georgia, was a hub of racial tension and violence. The small town of Monroe, with a population of around 2,500 people, was entrenched in segregation and white supremacy. Blacks faced daily humiliation, economic exploitation, and terror. During that period, the local law enforcement often turned a blind eye to violence against African Americans. On July 25, 1946, a white mob lynched 2 black couples near Moores Ford Bridge in Walton County, Georgia, in what has been called the last mass lynching in America. The couples killed were George W. and Mae Murray Dorsey, and Dorothy and Roger Malcolm. Mrs. Malcolm was 7 months pregnant. Mr. Dorsey, a World War II veteran who had served in the Pacific for 5 years, had been home for only 9 months. And on July 11, 1946, a false accusation by Barnett Hester, a white farmer, ignited a deadly chain of events. Hester claimed Roger Malcolm, a 24-year-old black veteran, stabbed him during an argument. This lie would spread like wildfire, fueling racial hatred that in no time, Roger Malcolm was arrested. 2 weeks later, J. Loy Harrison, the white landowner for whom the Malcolms and the Dorseys sharecropped, drove Mrs. Malcolm and the Dorseys to the jail to post a $600 bond. On their way back to the farm, the car was stopped by a mob of 30 armed, unmasked white men who seized Mr. Malcolm and Mr. Dorsey and tied them to a large oak tree. Mrs. Malcolm recognized one of the members of the mob, and when she called on them by name to spare her husband, the mob seized her and Mrs. Dorsey, and they were shot, beaten, and left hanging from trees. Just because of one lie, the 4 innocent lives were lost. The victims' bodies were later found riddled with bullets and bruises. Mr. Harrison watched as the white men shot all 4 people 60 times at close range, but later he claimed he could not identify any members of the mob. Local authorities and law enforcement failed to intervene, implicitly condoning the violence. The FBI investigated, but a grand jury refused to indict, perpetuating systemic racism. The case remained unsolved, and justice eluded the victims' families. The Moores Ford lynching became a symbol of racial intimidation, casting a long shadow over the civil rights movement. It underscored the deadly consequences of white lies and racial hatred. This horrific event remains a painful reminder of the need to confront systemic racism, challenge white supremacy, and promote truth and accountability. 8. The unjust murder of Ahmaud Arbery. In
Jesse. Yeah, Jesse. Betty fell asleep. Watch. Jesse.
He did.
He did, huh?
Yeah.
Satilla Shores, Georgia, a predominantly white neighborhood, racial tensions simmered beneath the surface.
Yeah, go
On
ahead.
February 23, 2020, a devastating event would expose the deadly consequences of white lies. Ahmaud Arbery, a 25-year-old black man, jogged through the neighborhood, unaware of the danger lurking ahead. Travis McMichael, a 34-year-old white resident, and his father Gregory, a former police officer, claimed Arbery looked suspicious. They'd said Arbery was a burglary suspect, and both father and son armed themselves and chased him. They falsely believed he matched a description from previous break-ins. Evidence at trial revealed that on February 23, 2020, defendants Travis and Gregory McMichael armed themselves with firearms and chased after Arbery as he jogged past their driveway. The pursuit passed by the home of defendant Roddy Bryan, who got into his own truck and joined the chase, despite the fact that he did not know and had never seen Arbery before. For the next 4 to 5 minutes, the 3 defendants pursued Arbery through the neighborhood, trying to box him in with their trucks. For that entire time, Arbery ran from the defendants, unarmed and with his hands in plain view. He never spoke a word to the defendants and never made any threatening sound or gesture. Rather, he repeatedly tried to run away. Ultimately, after Arbery had already changed direction multiple times, trying to escape from the defendants, Travis McMichael got out of his truck and pointed a shotgun directly at Arbery. When Arbery tried to defend himself, Travis McMichael shot him in the chest. Arbery, wounded, grabbed for the gun. During a struggle over the gun, Travis McMichael fired 2 more shots into Arbery, who then stumbled a few steps and fell face first onto the pavement, where he died in the street. Evidence at the trial revealed that the defendants had strongly held racist beliefs that led them to make assumptions and decisions about Arbery that they would not have made if Arbery were white. The McMichaels spun a web of deceit, claiming self-defense and alleging that Ahmaud had attacked Travis, but evidence contradicted their narrative. Video footage showed Ahmaud jogging peacefully, and witnesses disputed McMichael's account. 9. The Tuskegee Syphilis Study. In 1932, the United States Public Health Service launched a medical experiment in Macon County, Alabama, targeting African-American sharecroppers. They deceived a total number of 600 black people that they would receive free medical care, and hundreds of Black men and women participated. The study's purpose was to observe the natural progression of syphilis, a disease ravaging Black communities due to poverty and lack of health care. The researchers promised participants bad blood treatment, concealing their true intent. Dr. Eugene Dibble, president of Tuskegee Institute, and Dr. John Charles Cutler, a PHS officer, led the study. They exploited vulnerable Black men, withholding treatment and information. The recruitment tactics included free medical exams, meals, and burial insurance. Just because of one lie, that they were being treated, the Black men and women remained in the study, unaware of their diagnosis or the deadly consequences. As the study progressed, participants suffered severe symptoms, blindness, paralysis, and dementia. Researchers documented and photographed progress without intervention. Wives and children were infected, and births resulted in congenital syphilis. Despite the availability of penicillin as a standard syphilis treatment in 1947 and the establishment of National Institutes of Health Ethics Guidelines in 1966, the study continued for 40 years. In 1972, whistleblower Peter Buxton exposed the study, sparking outrage. Congressional hearings and lawsuits followed, revealing the devastating truth. The Tuskegee syphilis study killed an estimated number of 128 Blacks and infected hundreds more. This deliberate act exemplifies the rate of systemic racism in the U.S. and how desperate whites are to eliminate Blacks. They had to tell such a fatal lie to lure many to their graves. 10. Dick Rowland and Sarah Page's case. In the early 20th century, Tulsa, Oklahoma, was a booming oil town with a thriving African-American community known as Greenwood. This neighborhood was a symbol of Black prosperity, with successful businesses, schools, and homes. But on May 30th, 1921, a very tragic incident befell the Greenwood neighborhood. Just because of one lie, the thriving Black community was brought to its knees. On May 30, 1921, a fabricated story sparked a chain reaction of violence. Dick Rowland, a 19-year-old Black shoe shiner, was falsely accused of assaulting Sarah Page, a 17-year-old white elevator operator in the Drexel building. This single lie ignited long-simmering prejudices, and soon, a mob of angry whites gathered outside the courthouse, demanding Rowland's lynching. Fearing for his safety, Black veterans, including World War I heroes, rallied to protect him. But their efforts were met with resistance from the white mob, and clashes ensued. As the violence escalated, law enforcement failed to intervene, effectively condoning the carnage. The National Guard was eventually called in, but their presence only worsened the situation. Over 2 days, white rioters looted and burned Black-owned businesses, homes, and churches in the Greenwood district, known as Black Wall Street. Just because of one lie, an estimated number of 300 Black lives were lost, with hundreds more injured. Thousands were left without shelter or livelihoods. The once thriving community was reduced to ashes. The incident between Dick Rowland and Sarah Page was not an isolated incident. It was part of a pattern of racial violence and false accusations that plagued the U.S. during the early 20th century. The legacy of deceit and racial violence uncovered in these 10 pivotal cases underscores the devastating consequences of white lies. For centuries, false accusations and deliberate misinformation have been wielded as tools of oppression, perpetuating systemic injustice and destroying countless Black lives. As we reflect on these tragic events, we honor the memories of the victims and their families. We acknowledge the resilience and courage of those who have fought against racial terror and continue to seek justice. Together, let's strive for a world where truth triumphs over deceit, justice overpowers injustice, and humanity prevails over hatred. That brings us to the end of yet another video segment. Support our works by hitting the thumb button, share video with friends and families by spreading our eye-opening Black narrative, and subscribe to stay with us for more if you are yet to. Thank you for watching, and see you in our next video.
Hi, Jesse. Come on, guys. It's over. Go ahead and close it out.
Imagine Warlock, HELENE, and Archdemon in one stack. And I think that means only 2 heroes.
Jesse.
All right.
I can't close it. You're over there.
Go on to another human. All right, thank y'all for tuning in. Appreciate y'all staying up and early with us. Make sure y'all like to start our platform, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. It's Black Express Hands. Oh, happy belated birthday, twin.
Happy belated birthday, twin.
All right. When can the people expect the RBA, Lady Faye?
Man, before Thursday.
Okay. So y'all be on the lookout for the RBA.
I've probably been able to do it today, but the marathon continues in front of my youth. Who knows? Now I'm about to fall asleep. Who knows when I'll be able to wake up? So it all depends, right? I say before Thursday, definitely before Thursday. I already got it scheduled, so I got like 2 shows scheduled, so definitely before Thursday.
Okay.
So we got events.
Yeah, on Thursday and Friday.
There you go. There's your answer.
Okay. Well, join us later after City Council for Frontline Black News Part 3, where we will be discussing the topics that we were not able to get to tonight. So peace, love, light, or this morning now. So peace, love, light, reparations and separation from Black empowerment. Same thing that just occurred Carl State House District 8. Candidate on the ballot, signing up from the mile high income and illegal migrant for the city. Make sure y'all vote November 5th at your local and state level.
Yes. Yeah.
Peace.